her slim back with a cold eye. He had thought she would never go. The door closed, but he did not feel relieved. He was a little afraid of staying alone with Marcel. He turned towards her and saw that she was smiling at him. "What are you smiling at?" he asked. "It always amuses me to see you with mother," said Marcel. "What a flatterer you are, my poor archangel. It's a shame, you simply can't help trying to fascinate people." She eyed him with a proprietary affection, apparently well content to have him to herself. She already has the mask of pregnancy, thought Daniel maliciously. He disliked her for looking so happy. He always felt a little apprehensive when he found himself on the brink of those long, whispered interviews, but he had to take the plunge. He cleared his throat. "I'm in for an attack of asthma," he thought. Marcel was just a solid, dreary smell, deposited on the bed, a huddle of flesh that would disintegrate at the slightest movement. She got up. "I have something to show you." She picked up a photograph from the mantelpiece. "You always wanted to know what I looked like when I was a girl," she said, handing it to him. Daniel took it. It was Marcel at 18. She looked like a tart, with her slack mouth and hard eyes. And always the same limp flesh that hung about her like too loose a frock. But she was thin. Daniel looked up, and caught her anxious look. "You were charming," he said judiciously, "but you have scarcely changed." Marcel began to laugh. "Nonsense. You know very well that I have changed, you wicked flatterer, but you shouldn't trouble, you aren't talking to my mother." And she added, "Still, I was a fine, strapping lass, wasn't I?" "I like you better as you are," said Daniel. "There was something rather slack about your mouth. You now look so much more interesting." "One never knows if you are serious," she said peevishly. But it was easy to see that she was flattered. She stiffened a little, and threw a brief glance at the mirror. This silly, naive gesture annoyed Daniel. There was a childish and ingenuous candor in this coquetry of hers which clashed with her very ordinary female face. He smiled at her. "And now I'm going to ask you why you're smiling," she said. "Because you looked at yourself in the glass just as a little girl would do. I'm always touched when you happen to take notice of yourself." Marcel flushed, and tapped her foot on the floor. "He'll always be a flatterer." They both laughed, and Daniel thought rather timorously, "Now for it?" The opportunity was good, this was the moment, but he felt blank and listless. He thought of Matthew, to put heart into himself, and was glad to find his hatred unimpaired. Matthew was as compact and dry as a bone, a man who could be hated. It was not possible to hate Marcel. "Marcel, look at me." He had thrust his chest forward and was eyeing her with a solicitous air. "There," said Marcel. She returned his look, but her head was quivering. She found it difficult to meet a man's look. "You seem tired." Marcel blinked. "I am rather under the weather," she said. "It's the heat." Daniel leaned a little closer, and repeated with an air of grieved reproach, "Very tired. I was looking at you just now, while your mother was telling us about her trip to Rome. You seemed so preoccupied, so nervous." Marcel interrupted him with an indignant laugh. "Look here, Daniel, that's the third time she has told you about that trip, and you always listen with the same air of passionate interest. To be quite frank, it rather annoys me. I don't know what is in your mind at such moments." "Your mother amuses me," said Daniel. "I know her stories, but I like to hear her tell them. There are certain little gestures of hers I find delightful." He jerked his head slightly, and Marcel burst out laughing. Daniel was an admirable mimic when he chose. But he promptly resumed his serious expression and Marcel stopped laughing. And she said, "It's you who are looking odd this evening. What's the matter with you?" He paused before replying. A heavy silence weighed them down. The room was a veritable furnace. Marcel laughed a nervous little laugh that died at once upon her lips. Daniel was enjoying himself. "Marcel," he said, I oughtn't to tell you. She started. What? What? For heaven's sake, what is it? You won't be angry with Matthew? She paled. Oh, he swore he wouldn't tell you. Marcel, were you really going to keep me in ignorance of something so important? Am I no longer a friend of yours? It's so disgusting, she said. Ah! At last, she was naked. No more question of archangels, nor of youthful photographs, she had shed her mask of laughing dignity. Here was just a large and pregnant woman, who smelled of flesh. Daniel felt hot, he passed a hand across his damp forehead. No, he said slowly. No, it's not disgusting. An abrupt movement of Marcel's elbow and forearm streaked through the torrid air of the room. You find me repulsive, she said. He laughed a youthful laugh. Repulsive? My dear Marcel, it would be a very long time before you could find anything that would make me think you repulsive. Marcel did not answer, she stood with face downcast. At last she said, I so much wanted to keep you out of all this. They fell silent. There was now a fresh bond between them, a vile, loose bond, like an umbilical cord. Have you seen Matthew since he left me? Daniel asked. He telephoned about 1 o'clock, said Marcel curtly. She had recovered herself and stiffened, she now stood on the defensive, erect and with indrawn nostrils, she was in agony of mind. Did he tell you that I had refused him the money? He told me you hadn't any. But I had. You had, she repeated in astonishment. Yes, but I wouldn't lend him any. Not before having seen you, at any rate. He paused and then added, Marcel, am I to lend him the money? Well, she said with embarrassment, I just don't know. It's for you to consider whether you can. I most certainly can. I have 15,000 francs that I can dispose of without inconveniencing myself in the slightest. Then yes, said Marcel. Yes, my dear Daniel, you must lend us the money. A silence fell. Marcel crumpled the sheet between her fingers, and her heavy throat began to throb. You don't understand me, said Daniel. What I mean is, do you honestly want me to lend him the money? Marcel raised her head and looked at him with surprise. How odd you are, Daniel, you have something in your mind. Well, I was merely wondering whether Matthew had consulted you. Of course he did. Anyway, she said with a faint smile, you know how it is with people like ourselves, we don't consult each other, one of us says we will do this or that, and the other objects, if he or she doesn't agree. Yes, said Daniel. Yes. Only, that is wholly to the advantage of the person who has made up his mind, the other is bustled around and hasn't time to make it up. Possibly, said Marcel. I know how much Matthew respects your advice, he said. But I can so well imagine the scene, it has haunted me all the afternoon. He must have got on the high horse, as he always does on these occasions, and then said as he swallowed his saliva, ha! Very well, this calls for extreme measures. He had no hesitations, and besides, he couldn't have any, he's a man. Only, wasn't it rather hasty? You yourself can hardly have known what you wanted to do. Again he leaned towards Marcel. Isn't that what happened? Marcel was not looking at him. She had turned her head towards the hand basin, and Daniel viewed her in profile. She looked downcast. Something like that, she said. Then she blushed violently. Oh, please don't let's talk any more about it, Daniel. It upsets me rather. Daniel did not take his eyes off her. She is trembling, he thought to himself. But he no longer quite knew whether his enjoyment lay in humiliating her, or himself with her. And he said to himself, it will be easier than I thought. Marcel, he said. Don't be so aloof, I do beseech you, I know how disagreeable it must be to you to discuss all this. Especially with you, said Marcel. Daniel, You are so different. Good heavens, I am her purity embodied. Again she trembled and pressed her arms against her chest. I no longer dare look at you, she said. Even if I don't disgust you, I feel as if I had lost you. I know, said Daniel bitterly. An archangel is easily scared. Look here, Marcel, don't go on making me play this ridiculous part. There's nothing archangelic about me, I am just your friend, your best friend. And there's something I intend to say anyway, he added firmly, since I'm in a position to help you. Marcel, are you really sure that you don't want a child? A faint and sudden shock thrilled through Marcel's body, as though it were about to collapse. But the disintegrating impulse was abruptly arrested, and the body sank, a motionless bulk, onto the edge of the bed. She turned her head towards Daniel, she was crimson, but she eyed him without malice, in helpless amazement. She is desperate, thought Daniel. You have but to say one word, if you are sure of yourself, Matthew shall have the money tomorrow morning. He almost wanted her to say she was. He would send the money, and that would be that. But she said nothing, she had turned towards him, she looked expectant, he must persevere to the end. My God, thought Daniel, she's actually looking grateful. Like Malvina after he had slapped her. You, said she, you actually asked yourself that question. And he. Daniel, there's no one but you who takes any interest in me. He got up, came and sat down beside her, and took her hand. The hand was as soft and fevered as a confidence, silently he held it in his own. Marcel seemed to be struggling against her tears, she was looking at her knees. Marcel, don't you really mind if the baby is got rid of? What else is there to do, said Marcel with a weary gesture. I've won, thought Daniel, but he felt no pleasure at his victory. He was choking. At close quarters, Marcel smelled a little, he could have sworn she did, so faintly that indeed it could not, perhaps, be properly described as an odor, it was a sort of impregnation of the air around her. And then there was this hand that lay sweating in his own. He forced himself to squeeze it harder, to make it exude all its sap. I don't know what can be done, he said in rather a dry voice, we'll consider that later on. At this moment, I am thinking solely of you. If you have this baby, it might be a disaster, but it might also be a chance of better things. Marcel, you must not be able to accuse yourself later on of not having thought enough about all this. Yes, said Marcel. Yes. She stared into vacancy with a naive air of candor that seemed to rejuvenate her. Daniel thought of the young student of the photograph. It's true. She was once young, but on that unresponsive face even the reflections of youth had no attraction. He dropped the hand abruptly, and drew back a little. Think, he said in an urgent tone. Are you really sure? I don't know, said Marcel. She got up, excuse me, I must go and tuck up Mama. Daniel bowed silently, it was a ritual. I've won, he thought, as the door closed. He wiped his hands on his handkerchief, then he got up briskly and opened the drawer in the night table. It sometimes contained amusing letters, brief missives from Matthew, quite conjugal in tone, or interminable lamentations from Andrea, who was not happy. The drawer was empty. Daniel sat down again in the easy chair and thought, I've won, she's pining to lay an egg. He was glad to be alone, he could thus recover from his hatred. I bet he'll marry her, he said to himself. Besides, he has behaved very badly, he didn't even consult her. But, he continued with a curt laugh, it's not worth the trouble of hating him for good motives, I've got my hands full with the others. Marcel returned with a distraught expression on her face. And even supposing I wanted the baby, she said abruptly. What good would that do me? I can't afford the luxury of being a girl mother, and there's no question of his marrying me, of course. Daniel raised astonished eyebrows. Why not? He asked. Why can't he marry you? Marcel eyed him in bewilderment, then she decided to laugh, but Daniel. Surely you know how we stand together. I know nothing at all, said Daniel. I know only one thing, if he wants to, he has only to take the necessary steps, like everybody else, and in a month you are his wife. Was it you, Marcel, who decided never to marry? I should hate him to marry me in self-defense. That's not an answer. Marcel relaxed a little. She began to laugh, and Daniel realized that he had taken the wrong line. No, really, she said, I don't in the least mind not being called Madame Delarue. I'm sure of that, said Daniel briskly, what I meant was if it were the only means of keeping the child. Marcel seemed overwhelmed. But I have never looked at things in that light. That was doubtless true. It was very difficult to make her face facts, her nose would have to be kept down to it, otherwise she scattered herself in all directions. It's a matter, she added, that was just accepted between us, marriage is a form of slavery, and neither of us wanted that sort of thing. But you want the child? She did not answer. It was the decisive moment, Daniel repeated harshly, isn't that so? You want the child? Marcel leaned one hand on the pillow, she had laid the other on her thighs. She lifted it, and laid it against her stomach, as though she felt a pain there. It was a grotesque, intriguing scene. Then she said in a forlorn voice, yes. I want the child. The game was won. Daniel said nothing. He could not take his eyes off that stomach. Enemy flesh, lush, fostering flesh, a veritable larder. He reflected that Matthew had desired it, and a brief flash of satisfaction leapt within him, a foretaste of his vengeance. The brown, ringed hand lay clenched on the silk frock, pressing against the body. What did she feel inside her, this bulky female in her disarray? He would have liked to be her. Daniel, said Marcel in a hollow voice, you have saved me. I couldn't say that to anyone, not to anyone in the world, I had come to believe it was wrong. She eyed him anxiously, it isn't wrong, is it? He could not help laughing. Wrong? But that's a perverted point of view, Marcel. Do you think your desires wrong when they are natural? No, I mean as concerning Matthew. It's like a breach of contract. You must have a frank talk with him, that's all. Marcel did not answer, she looked as though she were reflecting. Then she said suddenly, and with fervour, if I had a child, I swear I wouldn't let him spoil his life as I have done. You haven't spoiled your life. I have. No, you haven't, Marcel. Not yet. I have indeed. I have done nothing and nobody needs me. He did not answer, it was true. Matthew doesn't need me. If I were to die, well, he wouldn't feel it in his bones. Nor would you, Daniel. You have a great affection for me, which is perhaps what I most value in the world. But you don't need me, it is I who need you. Should he answer? Or protest? He must be careful. Marcel seemed to be possessed by one of her accesses of cynical clairvoyance. He took her hand without saying a word, and squeezed it meaningly. A baby, Marcel went on. A baby certainly would need me. He stroked her hand. It's to Matthew that you ought to be saying all this. I can't. But why? I'm dumb. I wait for it to come from him. But you know it never will, he doesn't think of such a thing. Why doesn't he? You thought of it? I don't know. Very well, then, we must leave things as they are. You will lend us the money, and I will go to this doctor. You can't, cried Daniel brusquely. You can't. He stopped short, and eyed her with mistrust. It was emotion that had forced that foolish exclamation out of him. The idea made him shiver, he loathed any sort of self-abandonment. He bit his lips, and raised one eyebrow in an attempt to look sarcastic. All in vain, he ought not to have seen her. She sat with shoulders bent, her arms hanging loosely at her sides. She waited, passive and exhausted. She would wait thus for years to come, until the end. Her last chance, as he had thought in his own case a little while ago. Between 30 and 40, people staked on their last chance. She was going to stake and she would lose. In a few days she would be nothing but a lump of misery. This he must prevent. Suppose I discussed it with Matthew myself. A slime of pity had engulfed him. He had no sympathy for Marcel, and he felt profoundly disgusted, but the pity was there, and not to be denied. He would have done anything to extricate himself. Marcel raised her head, her expression suggested that she thought him crazy. Discuss it with him? You? Really, Daniel, what can you be thinking about? One could tell him, that I've met you. Where? I never go out. And even so, should I have been likely to tell you all this point blank? No. No, clearly not. Marcel laid a hand on his knee. Daniel, I do beseech you not to take a hand in this affair. I'm very angry with Matthew, he oughtn't to have told you. But Daniel clung to his idea. Listen, Marcel, this is what we must do. Tell him the truth quite simply. I shall say, you must forgive us our little bit of deception. Marcel and I do see each other now and again, and we haven't told you. Daniel, begged Marcel. It can't be done. I won't have you talking about me. I wouldn't for the world seem to make any claims. It's for him to understand. She added with a conjugal air, and then, you know, he would not forgive me for not having told him myself. We always tell each other everything. Daniel thought, she is a good creature. But he did not want to laugh. But I should not speak in your name, he said. I should tell him that I've seen you, that you looked distressed, and that things were possibly not so simple as he thought. All this as though coming from myself. I won't have it, said Marcel doggedly. I won't have it. Daniel looked avidly at her shoulders and neck. This crass obstinacy annoyed him, he wanted to break it down. He was possessed by a vast and vile desire to desecrate that conscience, and with her plumb the depths of this humility. But it was not sadism, it was something more tentative and clinging, more a matter of the flesh. It was goodwill. It must be done, Marcel. Marcel, look at me. He took her by the shoulders, and his fingers seemed to slide into soft butter. If I don't tell him, you never will, and, what will be the result? You will live beside him in silence, and come to hate him in the end. Marcel did not answer, but he understood from her peevish and deflated look that she was about to yield. Again she said, I won't have it. He released her. If you won't let me do as I say, he said angrily, I shan't forgive you for a long while. You will have wrecked your life with your own hands. Marcel rubbed her toes on the bedside mat. You would have to speak quite vaguely, she said, just to make him take notice. Of course, said Daniel. And he added to himself, you can rely on that. Then Marcel continued, with a gesture of vexation, it isn't possible. Oh come. You were just going to be reasonable. Why isn't it possible? You will be obliged to tell him that we see each other. Well, yes, said Daniel irritably. I said so just now. But I know him, he won't mind, he'll be a bit put out, for the sake of appearances, and then, as he begins to feel guilty, he will be only too glad to have something against you. Besides, I shall say that we have only been seeing each other during the last few months, and at long intervals. Anyway, we should have had to tell him sometime. True. She did not look convinced. It was our secret, she said with profound regret. Look here, Daniel, it was my private life, I have no other. And she added venomously, all I have of my own is what I hide from him. We must try. For the child's sake. She was on the point of giving way, he needed only to wait, she would slip, under her own momentum, into resignation and self-abandonment. In one moment, all she was and had would stand exposed, and she would say, "Do as you like, I am in your hands." She fascinated him. That soft fire that devoured him, was it evil or good? Good and evil, their good, his evil, it was the same. Here was this woman, and this repellent and intoxicating communion of two selves. Marcel passed a hand over her hair. "Well, let us try," she said defiantly. "After all, it will be a test." "A test?" asked Daniel. "A test for Matthew, do you mean?" "Yes. Can you suppose that he will remain indifferent? That he won't be eager to have an explanation with you?" "I don't know." And she added curtly, "I want to respect him." Daniel's heart began to throb violently. "Don't you respect him any more?" "Certainly. But I'm no longer in confidence with him since yesterday evening. He has been—" "You are right, he has been too neglectful. He took no trouble about me. And then, what he said on the telephone today was pitiable. She blushed, he felt impelled to tell me that he loved me. Just as he was hanging up the receiver. It stank of a bad conscience. I can't tell you the effect it had on me. If ever I cease to respect him. But I won't think of that. When I happen to be angry with him, I'm always so upset. If only he tries to make me talk a bit tomorrow, if he would ask me once, and only once, what is in your mind?" She was silent, and sat shaking her head despondently. "I'll talk to him," said Daniel. "When I leave you, I'll drop a note in his letterbox and make an appointment for tomorrow." They were silent. Daniel began to think of tomorrow's interview. It looked like being hard and heated, another plunge into the clinging slime of pity. "Daniel," said Marcel. "Dear Daniel." He raised his head, and met her eyes. The look in them was heavy and hypnotic, brimming with sexual gratitude, the look that follows love. He closed his eyes. There was between them something more than love. She stood open, he had entered into her, they were now one entity. "Daniel." Marcel repeated. Daniel opened his eyes and coughed. He had a touch of asthma. He took her hand, and kissed her, letting his lips linger upon hers. "My archangel," said Marcel over his head. He will spend his whole life bent over that odorous hand, and she will stroke his hair. Chapter 11. A great mauve flower was rising towards the sky. It was the night. And in that night Matthew was walking through the city, thinking to himself, "I am a washout." It was quite a new idea. He must turn it over in his mind, and sniff at it with circumspection. From time to time Matthew lost it, nothing remained but the words. The words were not devoid of a certain somber charm. A washout. Imagination could conceive all manner of grand disasters, suicide, revolt, and other violent issues. But the idea quickly returned, no, nothing of that kind. What was here in question was a little, quiet, modest misery, no matter for despair, on the contrary, a rather soothing state of mind. Matthew had the impression that he had just been allowed any indulgence he fancied, like a sick man who cannot recover. "All I need do is to go on living," he thought. He read the word Sumatra in letters of fire, and the Negro hurried towards him, touching his cap. On the threshold, Matthew hesitated. He could hear confused sounds, a tango. His heart was still filled with lethargy and darkness. And then it happened in an instant, just as a sleeper suddenly finds himself on his feet in the morning without knowing how he got there. He had pulled the green curtain aside, walked down 17 steps, and emerged into a scarlet, echoing cellar, picked out with patches of unwholesome white the tablecloths. At the far end of the cellar, silk-shirt gauchos were playing dance music on a platform. Before him stood a throng of people, motionless, decorous, and apparently expectant. They were dancers, they looked like gloomy victims of an interminable destiny. Matthew surveyed the room listlessly. in search of Boris and Ivok. "A table, sir." A sleek young man bowed to him with an insinuating air. "I'm looking for someone," said Matthew. The young man recognized him. "Oh, it's you, sir," he said cordially. "Mademoiselle Lola is dressing. Your friends are at the far end, on the left. I'll take you along." "No, thanks, I shall find them all right. You're very full this evening." "Yes, not so bad. Mostly Dutch. Rather noisy, but they drink a good deal." The young man vanished. There was no prospect of threading a way between the dancing couples. Matthew waited. He listened to the tango and the shuffling feet, watching the slow evolutions of that taciturn assemblage. Bare shoulders, a Negro's head, some handsome women of uncertain age, and a number of elderly gentlemen dancing with an apologetic air. The rasping notes of the tango passed over their heads. The bandsman did not appear to be playing for their benefit. "What on earth am I doing here?" said Matthew to himself. His jacket was shiny at the elbows, his trousers had lost their creases, he was a poor dancer, and he was incapable of amusing himself with the appropriate air of grave vacuity. He felt ill at ease. In Montmartre, despite the benevolence of the head waiters, one could never feel at one's ease. There was a sense of anxious, restless cruelty in the air. The white lights were switched on again. Matthew advanced onto the dancing floor among a throng of retreating backs. In an alcove stood two tables. At one of them, a man and a woman were talking intermittently, with eyes averted. At the other, he saw Boris and Ivok leaning towards each other, looking very intent, and quite charmingly austere. Like two little monks. It was Ivok who was talking, and gesticulating vivaciously. Never, even in her confidential moments, had she presented such a face to Matthew. "How young they are," thought Matthew. He felt inclined to turn round and go away. But he went on towards them, because he could no longer endure his solitude. He felt as though he were looking at them through a keyhole. Soon they would catch sight of him, they would turn towards him those impassive faces which they kept for their parents and important persons, and even in their very hearts there would be something changed. He was now quite near Ivok, but she had not seen him. She was leaning close to Boris's ear and whispering. She looked a little, just a very little, like an elder sister, and she was talking to Boris with an air of baffled tolerance. Matthew felt a little cheered. Even with her brother, Ivok did not quite let herself go. She played the part of elder sister, she never forgot herself. Boris laughed shortly. "Punk," was all he said. Matthew laid a hand on their table. Punk. On that word their dialogue closed forever. It was like the last rejoinder in a novel or a play. Matthew gazed at Boris and Ivok. They looked quite romantic, he thought. "Hello," he said. "Hello," said Boris, getting up. Matthew threw a brief glance at Ivok. She was leaning back in her chair. Her eyes were pale and mournful. The real Ivok had disappeared. And why the real one, he thought with irritation. "How are you, Matthew?" said Ivok. She did not smile, nor did she look astonished or annoyed. She seemed to find Matthew's presence quite natural. Boris jerked a hand towards the packed hall. "Quite a crowd," he said, with satisfaction. "Yes," said Matthew. "Would you like my place?" "No, don't trouble, you'll want it for Lola later on." He sat down. The dance floor was deserted, and there was no one on the band platform. The gauchos had finished their succession of tangos. The Negro Jazz, Hijito's band, would soon take their place. "What are you drinking?" asked Matthew. People were buzzing around him. Ivok had not received him unamiably. A moist warmth ran through him, and he savored the agreeable intensification of existence that comes from the sense of being a man among other men. "A vodka," said Ivok. "Dear me. So you now like the stuff." "It's strong," she said, without committing herself. "But what's that?" asked Matthew, anxious to deal fairly, pointing to a white froth in Boris's glass. Boris eyed him with jovial and open-mouthed admiration. Matthew felt embarrassed. "It's filthy," said Boris, "it's the barman's cocktail. I suppose you ordered it for politeness sake. He's been pestering me for the last 3 weeks to try it. The fact is, he doesn't know how to make cocktails. He became a barman because he had been a conjurer. He says it's the same sort of job, but he's wrong." "I suppose he's thinking of the shaker," said Matthew. "And besides, breaking eggs calls for a light hand. In that case he'd better have become a juggler. Anyway, I wouldn't have touched his foul compound, but I borrowed 100 from him this evening." 100 francs, said Ivok, "but I had that amount." "So had I," said Boris, "but it's just because he's the barman. It's a done thing to borrow money from a barman," he explained, in a faintly austere tone. Matthew looked at the barman. He was standing behind his bar, all in white, arms folded, and smoking a cigarette. He looked a placid sort of man. "I should like to have been a barman," said Matthew, "it must be great fun." "It would have cost you a lot," said Boris, "you would have broken so many glasses." Silence fell. Boris looked at Matthew, and Ivok looked at Boris. "I'm not wanted," said Matthew sadly to himself. The headwaiter handed him the champagne list. He must be careful, he had under 500 francs left. "I'll have a whiskey," said Matthew. He was seized with a sudden disgust for economy, and the meager wad of notes languishing in his pocketbook. He called the headwaiter back. "One moment. I'll have some champagne." He looked at the list again. Mum cost 300 francs. "You'll drink some," he said to Ivok. "No, yes," she said, after brief reflection, "I do like it better. Bring a bottle of Mum, Cordon Rouge." "I'm always glad to drink champagne," said Boris, "because I don't like it. One must get used to it." "Well, you are a pair, you two," said Matthew. "You're always drinking stuff you don't like." Boris beamed. He adored Matthew to talk to him in that tone. Ivok bit her lips. "One can't say anything to them," thought Matthew, a little testily. "One of them always takes offense." There they were, confronting him, intent and grave. They had each of them conceived their individual picture of Matthew, and they each insisted that he should conform to it. The trouble was that the two pictures conflicted. They sat in silence. Matthew stretched his legs and smiled contentedly. The notes of a trumpet, shrill and defiant, reached his ears in gusts. It did not occur to him to listen for a tune. It was there, it made a noise, and gave him a rich, metallic thrill all over his skin. He realized, of course, that he was a washout, but, when all was said, in this dance hall, at that table, among all those fellows who were also washouts, it did not seem to matter very much, and was not at all unpleasant. He looked round. The barman was still dreaming. On his right was a fellow wearing a monocle, alone, with a lined, drawn face, and another, farther off, also alone, and 3 drinks and a lady's handbag on the table before him. His wife and his friend were no doubt dancing, and he looked in fact rather relieved. He yawned heavily behind his hand, and his little eyes blinked with satisfaction. Smooth and smiling faces everywhere, but ruin in their eyes. Matthew suddenly felt a kinship with all those creatures who would have done so much better to go home, but no longer had the power, and sat there smoking slender cigarettes, drinking steely-tasting compounds, smiling, as their ears oozed music, and dismally contemplating the wreckage of their destiny. He felt the discreet appeal of a humble and timorous happiness, fancy being one of that lot. Fear shook him, and he turned towards Ivok. Malicious and aloof as she was, in her lay his sole salvation. Ivok was peering rather dubiously at the transparent liquid remaining in her glass. "You must drink it at one go." "Don't do that," said Matthew, "you'll scorch your throat. Vodka ought to be drunk straight off." Ivok picked up her glass. "I would sooner drink it off, I shall have finished it quicker." No, don't drink it, wait for the champagne. I must swallow the stuff, she said irritably. I want to enjoy myself. She threw herself back in her chair, raised the glass to her lips, and tipped its entire contents into her mouth, rather as though she were filling a jug. She remained thus for a second, not daring to swallow, with a little pool of fire at the bottom of her gullet. Matthew felt distressed. Swallow. Boris said to her. Imagine that it's water, that's the only thing to do. Ivica's neck swelled, and she laid down the glass with a horrible grimace, her eyes were full of tears. The dark-haired lady at the next table, emerging for an instant from her morose abstraction, glanced at her indignantly. "Pa," said Ivic. "How it burns, it's fire." "I'll buy you a bottle to practice on," said Boris. Ivic reflected for a moment. "It would be much better for me to train on Mark, it's stronger." And she added with a rueful air, "I think I shall be able to enjoy myself now." No one replied. She turned briskly towards Matthew, it was the first time she had looked at him. "I suppose you can stand a lot of alcohol." "He's a terror," said Boris, "I've seen him drink 7 whiskies one day when he was talking to me about Kant. In the end I stopped listening, I was tight enough for the two of us." It was true, even in that way Matthew could not sink his consciousness. All the time he was drinking, he took a stronger hold on what? On what? Suddenly he saw a vision of Gauguin, a broad, pallid face with desolate eyes. On my human dignity, he thought. He was afraid that if he lost grip of himself for an instant he would suddenly find within his head, astray and drifting like a summer haze, the thought of a fly or a cockroach. "I have a horror of being tight," he explained apologetically. "I drink, but my whole body revolts against drunkenness." "And yet you're obstinate," said Boris with admiration. "As obstinate as an old mule." "I'm not obstinate, I'm highly strung, I don't know how to let myself go. I must always think of what is happening to me, it's a form of self-protection." And he added ironically, as though to himself, "I'm a thinking reed." As though to himself. But it wasn't true, he wasn't being sincere, he really wanted to please Ivic. "So," he thought, "I've got to that point." He had begun to exploit his own downfall, he did not scorn to extract some small advantages from it, indeed he used it to flatter young women. Rotter. He stopped in consternation, when he used that epithet to himself, he was not sincere either, he was not really indignant. It was a trick to retrieve himself, he thought, to save himself from humiliation by such frankness, but the frankness cost him nothing, indeed it entertained him. And the very judgment that he passed upon his own frankness, this dodge of climbing onto his own shoulders. "I must transform myself to the very bones." But nothing could help him to do that, all his thoughts were tainted from their origin. Suddenly, Matthew began to open gently like a wound, he saw himself exposed and as he was, thoughts, thoughts about thoughts, thoughts about thoughts of thoughts, he was transparent and corrupt beyond any finite vision. Then the vision vanished, he found himself sitting opposite Ivic, who was eyeing him with a rather quizzical expression. "Well," he said to her. "So you've been doing some work lately?" Ivic shrugged her shoulders angrily. "I don't want to talk about that. I'm sick of it, I'm here to enjoy myself." She spent the day curled up on her sofa, with eyes like saucers. And Boris added with pride, ignoring the black looks which his sister flung at him, "She's a queer girl, she could die of cold in the middle of the summer." Ivic had been shivering for many a long hour, and sobbing too perhaps. But she showed no sign of it at the moment, she had dabbed a little blue on her eyelids and raspberry red on her lips, her cheeks were flushed with alcohol, she looked resplendent. "I want this to be a grand evening," she said, "as it's my last." "Don't be absurd." "Yes it is," she said doggedly, "I shall be ploughed, I'm certain, and I shall go away immediately, I shan't be able to stay a day longer in Paris. Or possibly. She fell silent. Or possibly nothing. Don't let's talk any more about it, please, it makes me feel ashamed. Ah, here's the champagne, she said gaily. Matthew eyed the bottle and thought, 350 francs. The fellow who had spoken to him the day before in the Rue Vercingetorix, was a washout too, but on a modest footing, no champagne and agreeable follies, and, moreover, he was hungry. Matthew was revolted by the bottle. It was heavy and black, with a white napkin round its neck. The waiter, bending over the ice pail with a stiff and reverential air, twirled it dexterously with his fingertips. Matthew was still looking at the bottle, he was still thinking of the fellow of the day before, and felt his heart contract with genuine anguish, but at that moment, a decorous young man appeared on the platform, and chanted through a megaphone, "Oh yes, he threw a winner, did Emile." Here was that bottle revolving ceremoniously between those pallid fingers, and here were all those people stewing in their juice without making any fuss at all. Well, thought Matthew, he smelled of cheap red wine, so there's really no difference. Anyway, I don't like champagne. He saw the dancing hall as a miniature hell, as light as a soap bubble, and he smiled. "What do you find so funny?" asked Boris, laughing in anticipation. "I've just remembered that I don't like champagne either." Whereupon they all three burst out laughing. Ivica's laugh was rather shrill, the neighboring lady turned her head and looked her up and down. "We're very cheerful," said Boris. And he added, "We might empty it into the ice pail when the waiter has gone." "Just as you like," said Matthew. "No," said Ivic, "I want to drink, I'll drink the whole bottle if you don't want any." The waiter filled their glasses, and Matthew raised his gloomily to his lips. Ivic looked at hers with an air of perplexity. "It wouldn't be bad," said Boris, "if it were served hot." The white lights went out, the red lights came on, and a roll of drums echoed through the room. A short, bald, paunchy gentleman in a dinner jacket jumped onto the platform, and began to smile into a megaphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the management of the Sumatra has great pleasure in presenting to you Miss Eleanor on her first appearance in Paris." "Miss Eleanor," he repeated. "Ha!" At the first chords from a dulcimer, a tall, blonde girl entered the room. She was naked, and her body, in the crimsoned air, looked like a long strip of cotton. Matthew turned to Ivic, she was gazing at the naked girl with her pale, wide-open eyes, she had assumed her convulsed and cruel expression. "I know her," whispered Boris. The girl danced, agonizing in the desire to please, she seemed amateurish, she flung her legs vehemently to and fro, and her feet stood out like fingers at the extremities of her legs. "She can't keep that up," said Boris. "She'll collapse." And in fact her long limbs looked disquietingly fragile, when she put her feet on the floor, her legs quivered from the ankles to the thighs. She came up to the edge of the platform and turned round. "Oh Lord," thought Matthew wearily, "she's going to do the backside act." From time to time the music was drowned by bursts of conversation. "She can't dance," said Ivica's neighbor, with set lips. "With drinks at 35 francs, the show ought to be first rate." "They've got Lola Montero," said her large companion. "That doesn't matter, it's a disgrace, they picked that girl up in the street." The woman sipped her cocktail and began to fidget with her rings. Matthew looked round the room, all the faces were stern and critical, the audience were enjoying their own disfab hour, the girl seemed to them doubly naked, because she was so clumsy. She looked as though she sensed their hostility and yearned to placate them. Matthew was struck by her wild desire to give satisfaction, she thrust out her parted thighs in a frenzied effort that wrung the very heart. "She's trying very hard," said Boris. "It won't be any use," said Matthew, "they want to be treated with respect. They want to see backsides." "Yes, but that sort of thing needs to be neatly done." For a moment the dancer's legs tapped the floor beneath that gay but ineffectual posterior, then she stood up, smiled, raised her arms and shook them, a shiver rippled down them, slid over the shoulder blades and vanished in the hollow of the back. "Well, I never saw such a stick of a girl," said Boris. Matthew did not answer, he had been thinking about Ivok. He did not dare look at her, but he remembered her air of cruelty. When all was said, she was like the rest, the nasty little creature, doubly protected by her charm and her unassuming frock. She was possessed by all the sensations of the vilest of her kind, as her eyes devoured that poor naked flesh. A flood of bitterness rose to Matthew's lips, and brought a taint of poison to his mouth. She needn't have troubled to make such a fuss this morning. He turned his head slightly, and caught sight of Ivok's fist lying clenched upon the table. The thumbnail, scarlet and sharpened, pointed to the dance floor like an arrow on a dial. She is quite alone, he thought. She is hiding her wrecked face under her hair, she is sitting with her thighs together, and enjoying it. The idea was more than he could bear. He nearly got up and went, but had not the strength of will, and merely thought, "And I love that girl for her purity." The dancer, with her hands on her hips, was shifting sideways on her heels. She brushed her hip against the table. Matthew wished his desires could have been aroused by that large and cheerful tail beneath the wriggling backbone, if only to distract him from his thoughts, or to put Ivok out of countenance. The girl was now crouching, legs apart, slowly swaying to and fro, like one of those pale lanterns swung by night in wayside railway stations by an invisible arm. "Pa," said Ivok. "I shan't look at her any more." Matthew turned towards her with astonishment. He saw a triangular face, distorted by anger and disgust. So she was not excited, he realized with thankfulness. Ivok shuddered. He tried to smile at her, but his head was echoing with the sound of fairy bells. Boris, Ivok, the obscene body, and the purple mist, slid out of his ken. He was alone. There were Bengal lights in the distance, and, in the smoke, a four-legged monster turning cartwheels, and the festive strains of a band that reached him in gusts through a damp rustle of foliage. "What can be the matter with me?" he asked himself. It was like what had happened in the morning. All this was just a mere performance. Matthew was somewhere else. The band came to a stop, and the girl stood motionless, turning her face towards the hall. Above her smile were lovely, agonized eyes. No one applauded and there were a few jeers. "Brutes," said Boris. He clapped loudly. Astonished faces turned towards him. "Be quiet," said Ivok, "you mustn't applaud." "She does her best," said Boris, applauding. "All the more reason." "I know her," he said, "I've dined with her and Lola. She's a good sort of girl, but silly." The girl disappeared, smiling and blowing kisses. A white light flooded the room. This was the moment of awakening. The audience were relieved to find themselves in their own company again after justice had been done. Ivok's neighbor lit a cigarette, and smiled a winning smile solely for her benefit. Matthew did not awaken. This was a white nightmare, faces aglow all round him with laughing, limp complacency, most of them apparently uninhabited. Mine must be like that, with the same alertness in the eyes and the corners of the mouth, and yet only too obviously hollow. It was a nightmare figure of a man who jumped onto the platform and waved for silence. There was a foretaste of the surprise he expected, and an affected nonchalance, in his mere announcement into the megaphone of the celebrated name, Lola Montero. The hall thrilled with responsive enthusiasm. There was a crackle of applause, and Boris seemed delighted. "They're in a good mood tonight, this is going to be some show." Lola was leaning against the door. From a distance, her flattened, furrowed face looked like the mask of a lion. Her shoulders, a quivering whiteness flecked with green, recalled a birch tree on a windy evening under the headlights of a car. She advanced with long, calm strides, and a sort of nonchalant despair. She had the small hands and the loaded charms of a sultana, but there was a masculine lavishness in her approach. "She's the goods," said Boris admiringly. "She won't get the bird." It was true. The people in the front row were sitting back in their chairs, quite awed, as though they hardly dared look too closely at that famous head. It was the head of a tribune, the large commanding head of a public personage, with something of a politician air that thickened the features, a practiced mouth, trained to open wide, and spit horror and disgust throughout thrust lips, in a voice that all can hear. Lola stiffened suddenly. Ivica's neighbor heaved a thrilled, admiring sigh. She's got them, thought Matthew. He felt embarrassed. Fundamentally, Lola was a noble and passionate character, but her face belied her a great deal, it merely simulated nobility and passion. She suffered, Boris drove her to desperation, but, for 5 minutes in the day, she took advantage of her singer's gift to suffer beautifully. Well, what about me? Aren't I doing just the same in impersonating a washout to the accompaniment of a band? And yet, he thought, it's quite true that I'm a washout. Around him it was just the same, there were people who did not exist at all, mere puffs of smoke, and others who existed rather too much. The barman, for instance. A little while ago he had been smoking a cigarette, as vague and poetic as a flowering creeper. Now he had awakened. He was rather too much the barman, manipulating his shaker, opening it, and tipping yellow froth into glasses with slightly superfluous precision. He was impersonating a barman. Matthew thought of brunette. Perhaps it's inevitable, perhaps one has to choose between being nothing at all, or impersonating what one is. That would be terrible, he said to himself, it would mean that we were duped by nature. Lola, without hurrying herself, looked round the hall. Her melancholy mask had hardened and set, it seemed to cling forgotten to her face. But, in the depths of her eyes, which alone showed signs of life, Matthew thought he could descry a flame of harsh and menacing curiosity that was not feigned. She at last caught sight of Boris and Ivic and seemed reassured. She threw them a large, good-natured smile, and then announced with an absent air, a sailor's song, Johnny Palmer. I like her voice, said Ivic, it reminds one of thick-ribbed velvet. And Matthew thought, Johnny Palmer again. The orchestra played a few opening phrases and Lola raised her heavy arms. There she was, standing in an attitude of crucifixion, and he watched a crimsoned mouth open. Who is it that's cruel, jealous, hard? Who cheats when he can't hold a card? Matthew was no longer listening. This image of grief made him feel ashamed. It was only an image, he knew that quite well, but nonetheless. I don't know how to suffer, I never suffer enough. The most painful thing about suffering was that it was a phantom, one spent one's time pursuing it, one always hoped to catch it, and plunge into it and suffer squarely with clenched teeth, but in that instant it escaped, leaving nothing behind but a scatterment of words, and countless demented, pullulating arguments. There's a chattering in my head, and the chattering won't stop. Oh, how I wish I could be silent. He looked enviously at Boris. Behind that dogged forehead, there must be vast silences. Who is it that's cruel, jealous, hard? Why, Johnny Palmer. I'm lying. His downfall, his lamentations, all were lies, and from the void, he was thrust into the void, at the surface of himself, to escape the unendurable pressure of his veritable world. A black and torrid world that stank of ether. In that world, Matthew was not a washout, not by any means, it was worse than that, he was a cheery fellow, a cheery doer of ill deeds. It was Marcel who would be washed out if he did not find 5,000 francs within 2 days. Washed out for good and all, and that was that, which meant that she would lay her egg, or run the risk of dying under the hands of an abortionist. In that world, suffering was not a condition of the soul and words were not needed to explain it, it was an aspect of things. Marry her, you shoddy little bohemian, marry her, my dear fellow, why don't you marry her? I bet it'll finish her, thought Matthew with horror. Everyone applauded and Lola deigned to smile. She bowed and said, a song from a musical comedy, The Pirate's Betrothed. I don't like her when she sings that. Margot Lyon was much better. More temperamental. Lola is too sensible, quite devoid of temperament. Besides, she's too nice. She hates me, but with a good compact hatred, the healthy hatred of an honest human being. He listened absently to these light thoughts which scurried around like rats in a barn. Beneath them lay a dense and mournful slumber, a dense world that waited silently. Matthew would drop back into it in due course. He saw Marcel, he saw her hard mouth and distracted eyes. Marry her, you shoddy bohemian, marry her, you have reached the age of reason, you must marry her. A high-poop 30-gunner, rolling into port. Stop. Stop. I'll find some money, I'll find it, somehow, or I'll marry her, that's understood. I'm not a rotter, but for this evening, just for this evening, I want to be left in peace and forget it all. Marcel doesn't forget, she's in the room, outstretched on the bed, she remembers everything. She sees me, she listens to faint sounds, within her, and what then? My name will be hers, my whole life if need be, but this night is mine. He turned to Ivok, and leaned eagerly towards her, and she smiled, but he felt as though his nose had come into contact with a glass wall, just as the applause broke out. Encore, they cried. Encore. Lola paid no attention to these appeals. She had another engagement to sing elsewhere at 2 o'clock in the morning, and she reserved herself accordingly. She bowed twice and approached Ivok. Heads were turned to Matthew's table. Matthew and Boris got up. How are you, my little Ivok? How are you, Lola? Said Ivok in a toneless voice. Lola tapped Boris on the chin with a light finger. Well, you young rapscallion. Her calm, grave voice conferred a sort of dignity on the word rapscallion. It seemed as though Lola had purposely chosen it among the odd, rather touching words of her songs. Good evening, madam, said Matthew. Ah, said she. So you're here too. They sat down. Lola turned to Boris, apparently quite at ease. It seems they couldn't stick Eleanor. I gather so. She came to cry in my dressing room. Sarunian was furious, it's the third time in a week. He isn't going to sack her, asked Boris uneasily. He wanted to, she hasn't got a contract. So I said to him she goes, I go with her. What did he say? That she could stay on another week. She surveyed the room, and said in a high voice, it's a foul crowd this evening. Well, said Boris, I wouldn't have said so. Ivica's female neighbor, who was eyeing Lola with greedy, impudent eyes, gave a sudden start. Matthew wanted to laugh, he was rather fond of Lola. It's because you're not used to the place, said Lola. When I came in I saw at once that they had just done the dirty on someone, they looked so sheepish. You know, she added, if that girl loses her job, she'll have to go on the streets. Ivok raised her head suddenly, there was a wild look in her eyes. Then let her go on the streets, she said savagely, she'd do better there. She was making an effort to keep her head erect, and her dulled, pink eyes open. She had lost a little of her assurance, and added with a deprecating, harassed air, of course I quite understand that she must earn her living. No one answered, and Matthew felt distressed on her behalf, it must be hard to keep one's head erect. Lola eyed her composedly. As though she were thinking, nasty little rich girl. Ivok laughed lightly. I don't want to dance, she said slyly. Her laugh broke, and her head fell forward. I wonder what's biting her, said Boris, quietly. Lola gazed with curiosity at the top of Ivica's head. After a moment or two she stretched out her small, plump hand, grasped a shock of Ivica's hair, and lifted her head. And, with the air of a hospital nurse, she said, what's the matter, darling? Too much to drink. She drew aside Ivica's blonde curls like a curtain, exposing a broad, pallid cheek. Ivok half opened her expiring eyes, and let her head roll back. She's going to be sick, thought Matthew indifferently. Lola was tugging at Ivica's hair. Open your eyes, will you? Open your eyes. Look at me. Ivica's eyes opened wide, and they shone with hatred. There, I'm looking at you, she said, in a curt and icy tone. Come, said Lola, you aren't as tipsy as all that. She let go Ivica's hair. Ivic quickly raised her hands and smoothed her curls back over her cheeks. She looked as though she were modeling a mask, and indeed her triangular visage reappeared beneath her fingers, but a pasty, worn look still lingered round her mouth and in her eyes. She remained for a moment motionless, with the rather awesome look of a sleepwalker, while the orchestra played a slow foxtrot. Are you going to ask me to dance? Asked Lola. Boris got up, and they began to dance. Matthew followed them with his eyes. He did not want to talk. That woman disapproves of me, said Ivic gloomily. Lola. No, the woman at the next table. She disapproves of me. Matthew did not answer, and Ivic went on, I so much wanted to enjoy myself this evening, and look what's happened. I hate champagne. She must hate me too because it's I who made her drink it. He was surprised to see her take the bottle from the bucket and fill her glass. What are you doing? He asked. I don't think I've drunk enough. There's a state one must get into after which one feels all right. Matthew thought he ought to have stopped her drinking, but he made no sign. Ivic raised the glass to her lips, and grimaced disgustedly. How nasty it is, she said, putting down her glass. Boris and Lola passed close to their table. They were laughing. All right, little girl, cried Lola. Quite all right now, said Ivic, with a friendly smile. She again picked up the glass of champagne and drained it at a draught without taking her eyes off Lola. Lola returned her smile, and the pair moved away, still dancing. Ivic had a fascinated look. She's close up against him, she said in an almost unintelligible voice. It's ridiculous. She looks like an ogress. She's jealous, said Matthew to himself, but of which? She was half drunk, smiling convulsively, and intent upon Boris and Lola. She was barely conscious of his presence, except as an excuse for talking aloud. Her smiles, her mimicry, and all the words she uttered were addressed to herself through him. I ought to find it intolerable, thought Matthew, but I don't mind in the least. Let's dance, said Ivic abruptly. Matthew was startled. But you don't like dancing with me. It doesn't matter, said Ivic. I'm tight. She tottered to her feet, nearly fell, and grabbed the edge of the table. Matthew took her in his arms and swung her away. They plunged into a bath of vapor, and the dark and perfumed throng closed round them. For an instant Matthew was engulfed. But he promptly recovered himself. He stood marking time behind a nigger. He was alone during the opening bars. Ivic had vanished. He no longer felt her presence. How light you are. He looked down and caught sight of his feet. There are many who don't dance better than I do, he thought. He held Ivic at a distance, nearly at arm's length, and did not look at her. You dance correctly, she said, but it's plain that you don't enjoy it. It makes me nervous, said Matthew. He smiled. You're amazing, just now you could hardly walk, and you're dancing like a professional. I can dance when I'm blind tight, said Ivic. I can dance all night, it never tires me. I wish I were like that. You couldn't be. I know. Ivic looked nervously about her. I don't see the ogress anywhere, she said. Lola? On the left, behind you. Let's go up to them, she said. They bumped into a nondescript-looking pair. The man apologized, and the woman threw them a black look. Ivic, with her head half turned, was towing Matthew backwards. Neither Boris nor Lola had seen them come. Lola had shut her eyes, and her eyelids were two blue patches on her drawn face. Boris was smiling, immersed in angelic solitude. What now? Asked Matthew. Let's stay here, there's more room. Ivic had become almost a weight in his arms. She was scarcely dancing, her eyes were fixed on her brother and on Lola. Matthew could see nothing but the tip of an ear between two curls. Boris and Lola circled up to them. When they were quite near, Ivek pinched her brother just above the elbow. "Hello, hop o' my thumb." Boris stared at her, wide-eyed, with astonishment. "Hi," said he. "Ivek, don't run away. Why did you call me that?" Ivek did not answer. She swung Matthew round so that she had her back to Boris. Lola had opened her eyes. "Do you understand why she called me hop o' my thumb?" Boris asked her. "I think I can guess," said Lola. Boris said something more, but the din of applause drowned his voice. The jazz band had stopped, and the Negroes were hurriedly packing up to make way for the Argentine band. Ivek and Matthew were back at their table. "I'm really enjoying myself," said Ivek. Lola was already seated. "You dance awfully well," said she to Ivek. Ivek did not answer. She fixed a heavy look on Lola. "You were pulling our legs," said Boris to Matthew. "I thought you never danced." "It was your sister who wanted to." "A stout fellow like you," said Boris, "ought to take up acrobatic dancing." A burdensome silence followed. Ivek sat without a word, aloof and insistent, and no one wanted to talk. A miniature local sky had gathered above their heads, a dry and stifling arc. The lights were switched on. At the first chords of the tango, Ivek leaned towards Lola. "Come along," she said hoarsely. "I don't know how to steer," said Lola. "I'll do the steering," said Ivek. And she added, with a malicious look, as she bared her teeth, "Don't be afraid, I can steer like a man." They got up. Ivek gripped Lola savagely, and thrust her onto the dancing floor. "How absurd they are," said Boris, filling his pipe. Yes. Lola was particularly absurd. She looked positively girlish. "See here," said Boris. He produced out of his pocket an enormous horn-hafted dagger and laid it on the table. "It's a Basque knife," he explained. "With a stopcatch." Matthew politely took the knife and tried to open it. "Not like that, you ass," said Boris. "You'll slash your hand to bits." He took the knife back, opened it and laid it beside his glass. "It's a Cade's knife," he said. "Do you see those brown stains? The chap who sold it me swore they were blood." They fell silent. Matthew saw, some distance off, Lola's tragic head gliding over a dark sea. "I didn't know she was so tall." He turned his eyes away and read on Boris's face a naive pleasure that struck at his heart. "He is pleased because he's with me," he reflected remorsefully. "And I never can find anything to say to him. Look at the good lady who has just arrived." "On the right, at the third table," said Boris. "The blonde with the pearls." "Yes, they're false. Take care, she's looking at us." Matthew stole a glance at a tall, handsome girl with a frigid face. "What do you think of her?" "Not so bad. I got off with her last Tuesday. She was pretty full up, she kept on asking me to dance. And she actually presented me with her cigarette case." Lola was wild. She told the waiter to take it back. And he added meditatively, "It was silver, set with jewels." "She can't take her eyes off you," said Matthew. "So I supposed." "What are you going to do with her?" "Nothing," he said contemptuously. "She's somebody's mistress." "And what of that?" asked Matthew with surprise. "You've become very puritanical all of a sudden." "It's not that," said Boris laughing. "It's not that, but dancers, singers, and tarts, they're all the same ultimately. When you've had one, you've had them all." He laid down his pipe and said gravely, "Besides, I lead a chaste life, I'm not like you." "Indeed," said Matthew. "You shall see," said Boris. "You shall see, I'll astonish you. I shall live like a monk when this affair with Lola is over." He rubbed his hands with an air of satisfaction. "It won't be over so very soon," said Matthew. "On July 1st. What will you bet?" "Nothing. Every month you bet you'll break it off the following month, and you lose each time." You already owe me 100 francs, 5 coronas, and the boat in the bottle that we saw in the Rue de Seine. You've never had any intention of breaking it off, you're much too fond of Lola. You needn't be so unpleasant about it, said Boris. But you can't do it, continued Matthew, ignoring the interruption. It's the feeling you're committed to do something that knocks you out. Shut up, said Boris, angry but amused. You'll have some time to wait for the cigars and the boat. I know, you never pay your debts of honor. You're a young scamp. And you are a second-rater. His face lit up. Don't you think it's a grand insult to say to a fellow, sir, you're a second-rater? Not bad, said Matthew. Or, better still, sir, you're a man of no account. No, said Matthew, that's far less effective. Boris admitted as much with a good grace. You are right, said he. You are detestable, because you are always right. He relit his pipe with care. To be frank with you, I've got my own idea, he said, with a confused, distraught expression. I should like to have a society woman. Really, said Matthew. Why? Well, I think it must be fun, they have such interesting little ways. Besides, it's gratifying to the pride, some of them get their names into Vogue. You know what I mean. You buy Vogue, you turn over the photographs, and you see, Madame la Comtesse de Rocamadour with her 6 greyhounds, and you think to yourself, I slept with that lady last night. That must give you a kick. I say she's smiling at you now. Yes, she's tight. She's a nasty bit of work, really. She wants to pinch me from Lola because she loathes her. I'm going to turn my back on her, he said decisively. Who is the chap with her? Just a pickup. He dances at the Alcazar. Handsome, isn't he? Look at his face. He's a good 35 years old, and he gives himself the airs of a cherubino. Ah well, said Matthew. You'll be like that when you're 35. At 35, said Boris soberly, I shall have been dead a long while. You like to say so. I'm tuberculous, he said. I know one day Boris had skinned his gums while cleaning his teeth, and had spat blood I know. And what then? I don't mind being tuberculous, said Boris. The point is it would revolt me to take care of myself. In my opinion a man ought not to live beyond 30, after that he's a back number. He looked at Matthew and added, I'm not referring to you. No, said Matthew. But you're right. After 30, a man is certainly a back number. I should like to live 2 years longer and then remain at that age all my life, that would be delightful. Matthew looked at him with a kind of shocked Benny Goodnighty. Youth was for Boris not merely a perishable and gratuitous quality, of which he must take cynical advantage, but also a moral virtue of which a man must show himself worthy. More than that, it was a justification. Never mind, thought Matthew, he knows how to be young. He alone, perhaps in all that crowd, was definitely and entirely there, sitting on his chair. After all, it's not a bad notion, to live one's youth right out, and go off at 30. Anyway, after 30 a man's dead. You look horribly worried, said Boris. Matthew gave a start. Boris was crimson with confusion, but he looked at Matthew with uneasy solicitude. Is it obvious? Indeed it is. I'm worried about money. You don't manage your affairs properly, said Boris severely. If I had your salary, I shouldn't need to borrow. Would you like the barman's 100 francs? Thank you, no, I need 4,000. Boris whistled, and looked knowing. I beg your pardon, said he. Won't your friend Daniel produce the stuff? He can't. And your brother? He won't. Hell, said Boris disconsolately. If you liked, he added with embarrassment. What do you mean if I liked? Nothing. I was just thinking. It seems so silly, Lola has a trunk full of cash which she never uses. I don't want to borrow from Lola. But I tell you she never uses the money. If it were a question of her banking account, I should agree with you. She buys securities, she gambles on the bourse, for which she obviously has to have the wherewithal. But she has been keeping 7,000 francs at her flat for the last 4 months which she hasn't touched, she hasn't even troubled to take it to the bank. I tell you the money is just packed away at the bottom of a trunk. You don't understand, said Matthew irritably. I don't want to borrow from Lola because she dislikes me. Boris burst out laughing. That's true enough, said he, she can't stand you. Very well then. It's silly, all the same, said Boris. You're hellishly worried about how to get 4,000 francs, there's the money ready to your hand, and you won't take it. Suppose I ask for it as for myself. No, no. Don't you do anything, said Matthew quickly. She would find out the truth in the end. Seriously, now, he added insistently. I should be very much annoyed if you asked for the money. Boris did not answer. He had picked up the knife with 2 fingers, and lifted it slowly to the level of his forehead, point downwards. Matthew felt uncomfortable. I'm a poor sort of fellow, he thought. I haven't the right to play the man of honor at Marcel's expense. He turned to Boris, intending to say, all right, ask Lola for the money. But he could not get a word out of himself, and his cheeks flushed. Boris spread out his fingers, and the knife fell. The blade stuck in the floor, and the haft quivered. Ivek and Lola came back to their places. Boris picked up the knife and put it on the table. What's that beastly thing? Asked Lola. It's a Cade's knife, said Boris. It's to keep you in order. You little monster. The band had launched into another tango. Boris looked darkly at Lola. Come and dance, he said between his teeth. You people will be the death of me, said Lola. But her face lit up, and she added with a beaming smile, that's very nice of you. Boris got up, and Matthew thought, he's going to ask her for the money all the same. He felt overwhelmingly ashamed, and a rather mean sense of relief. Ivek sat down beside him. She's marvelous, she said in a husky voice. Yes, she's a fine woman. And such a body. There's something strangely exciting about that tragic head on so superb a body. I felt time run on, I had the feeling she was going to wither in my arms. Matthew followed Boris and Lola with his eyes. Boris had not yet put the question. He looked as though he were joking, and Lola was smiling at him. She is a good sort. Indeed she isn't, said Ivek drily. She is the usual nasty female. And she added in a tone of pride, she was quite frightened of me. So I observed, said Matthew. He nervously crossed and uncrossed his legs. Do you want to dance? He asked. No, said Ivek. I want to drink. She half filled her glass and continued, it's a good thing to drink when dancing, because dancing stops you from getting drunk, and alcohol keeps you going. And she added with a drawn look, I'm having a fine time, it's a grand finale. The moment has come, thought Matthew, he's talking to her. Boris had assumed a serious air, he was talking, but not looking at Lola. Lola was saying nothing. Matthew felt his face grow crimson, he was vexed with Boris. The shoulders of a gigantic Negro obscured Lola's head for a moment, she reappeared with a set expression on her face, then the music stopped, the crowd parted and Boris emerged, looking haughty and ill-tempered. Lola followed him at a slight distance, with a rather disconcerted air. Boris leaned over Ivek. Do me a service, ask her to dance, he said hurriedly. Ivek rose without a sign of astonishment, and ran to meet Lola. No, said Lola, no, my little Ivek, I'm tired. They parleyed for a moment, then Ivek swept her away. She won't? Asked Matthew. No, said Boris. And I'll pay her out for it? He was pale, and his vaguely malevolent scowl made him look very like his sister. It was a confused and rather displeasing resemblance. "Don't do anything foolish," said Matthew uneasily. "So you're angry with me, eh?" asked Boris. "You did forbid me to mention it to her. I should be a swine if I were angry with you. You know very well that I let you do what you suggested. Why did she refuse?" "Don't know," said Boris, shrugging his shoulders. "She looked pretty glum and said she needed her money. And that," he went on with baffled rage, "is the only time I've ever asked a favor of her. She doesn't know what's what. A woman of her age ought to pay up if she wants a fellow of my age." "How did you put it?" "I said it was for a pal of mine who wanted to buy a garage. I mentioned his name, Picard. She knows him. It's true that he wants to buy a garage." "I expect she didn't believe you." "I don't know about that," said Boris, "but what I do know is that I'll pay her out for it right away." "Don't get excited," exclaimed Matthew. "Never you mind," said Boris with a hostile air. "That's my business." He went over and bowed to the tall blonde, who blushed faintly and got up. As they began to dance, Lola and Ivik passed close to Matthew. The blonde was smiling complacently, but beneath her smile there was a wary look. Lola retained her composure, she moved majestically on her course, and the crowd fell back as she passed in token of respect. Matthew picked up Boris's knife by the blade, and began to tap the haft against the table. "There'll be bloodshed," he thought. However, he didn't care a curse, he was thinking of Marcel. He said to himself, "Marcel, my wife," and something inside him shut with a clash. My wife, she will live in my flat. And that's that. It was natural, perfectly natural, like breathing, or swallowing one's saliva. It touched him at every point. Let yourself go, don't get hustled, relax and be natural. In my flat. I shall see her every day of my life. And he thought, all is clear, I have a life. A life. He looked at all those empurpled visages, those russet moons that slid across the cushionings of cloud. They have lives. All of them. Each his own. Lives that reach through the walls of the dancing hall, along the streets of Paris, across France, they interlace and intersect, and they remain as vigorously personal as a toothbrush, a razor, and toilet objects that are never loaned. I knew. I knew that they each had their life. And I knew that I had one too. I had begun to think, I do nothing, I shall escape. And now I'm bloody well in the thick of it. He laid the knife on the table, took the bottle, and tipped it over his glass. It was empty. There was a little champagne in Ivika's glass. He picked up the glass and drank. I've yawned, I've read, I've made love. And all that left its mark. Every movement of mine evoked, beyond itself, and in the future, something that insistently waited and matured. And those waiting points, they are myself. I am waiting for myself in the squares and at the crossroads, in the great hall of the Mairie of the 14 district. It is I who am waiting for myself on a red armchair. I am waiting for myself to come, clad in black, with a stiff collar, almost choking with heat, and say, yes, yes, I consent to take her as my wife. He shook his head violently, but his life maintained itself around him. Slowly, surely, as suited my humors and my fits of idleness, I have secreted my shell. And now it is finished, I am utterly immured in my own self. In the center, there's my flat with myself inside it, and my green leather armchairs. Outside there's the Rue de la Gate, one way only, because I always walk down it, the Avenue du Maine and all Paris encircling me, north in front, south behind, the Pantheon on my right hand, the Eiffel Tower on my left, the Clignancourt gate opposite, and, halfway down the Rue Vercingetorix, a small, pink, satined lair, Marcel's room, my wife's room, and Marcel inside it, naked, and awaiting me. And then all round Paris lies France, furrowed with one-way roads, and then the seas dyed blue or black, the Mediterranean blue, the North Sea black, the Channel coffee-colored, and then the foreign lands, Germany, Italy, Spain white, because I did not go and fight there, and all the round cities, at fixed distances from my room, Timbuktu, Toronto, Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, immutable as frontier points. I go away, I walk, I wander, and I wander to no purpose. This is the university vacation. Everywhere I go I bear my shell with me, I remain at home in my room, among my books, I do not approach an inch nearer to Marrakesh or Timbuktu. Even if I took a train, a boat, or an autocar, if I went to Morocco for my holiday, if I suddenly arrived at Marrakesh, I should be always in my room, at home. And if I walked in the squares and in the souks, if I gripped an Arab's shoulder, to feel Marrakesh in his person, well, that Arab would be at Marrakesh, and not I should still be seated in my room, placid and meditative as is my chosen life, 2,000 miles away from the Moroccan and his burnous. In my room. Forever. Forever Marcel's former lover, now her husband, the professor, forever a man ignorant of English, a man who has not joined the Communist Party, who has not been to Spain, forever. My life. It hemmed him in. It was a singular entity, without beginning or end, and yet not infinite. He surveyed it from one mairie to another, from the mairie of the 18 district, where he had attended his recruiting board in October 1923, to the mairie of the 14 district where he was going to marry Marcel in August or September 1938, it had, like natural objects, a vague and hesitant purpose, a kind of insistent futility, a smell of dust and violets. I have led a toothless life, he thought. A toothless life. I have never bitten into anything. I was waiting. I was reserving myself for later on, and I have just noticed that my teeth have gone. What's to be done? Break the shell? That's easily said. Besides, what would remain? A little viscous gum, oozing through the dust and leaving a glistening trail behind it. He looked up and saw Lola, with a malicious smile upon her lips. He saw Ivek, she was dancing, her head thrown back, ecstatic, without age or future, she has no shell. She was dancing, she was drunk, she was not thinking of Matthew. Not in the very least. No more than if he had never existed. The orchestra had struck up an Argentine tango. Matthew knew that tango very well, it was Mio Caballo Murillo, but he was looking at Ivek, and he felt as though he were hearing that melancholy, raucous tune for the first time. She will never be mine, she will never come into my shell. He smiled, and was conscious of a timid but refreshing sense of regret. He looked affectionately at that passionate, frail body on which his freedom was aground. Beloved Ivek, beloved freedom. And suddenly, above his besmirched body, and above his life, there hovered a pure consciousness, a consciousness without ego, no more than a mere puff of warm air. There it hovered, in the semblance of a look, it viewed the shoddy bohemian, the petty bourgeois clamped into his comforts, the feudal intellectual, not a revolutionary, merely a rebel, the listless dreamer immersed in his flaccid life, and the verdict of that consciousness was, the fellow is a washout, and deserves his fate. And that consciousness was unlinked to any person, it revolved in the revolving bubble, crushed, adrift, agonizing, yonder on the face of Ivek, thrilling with the sound of music, ephemeral and forlorn. A red consciousness, a dark little lament, Mio Caballo Murillo, it was capable of anything, of real desperation on behalf of the Spanish, of any wild decision. If only it could continue thus. But it could not, the consciousness swelled and swelled, the band stopped, and then it burst. Matthew was once again alone with his own self, in the life that was his, compact and self-sufficing. He did not even criticize himself, nor did he accept himself. He was Matthew, that was all, another ecstasy. And then Boris returned to his seat, not looking over-pleased with himself. He said to Matthew, "Well, well, well. What's up?" asked Matthew. "The blonde. She's a nasty bit of work." What did she do? Boris frowned, shuddered, and did not reply. Ivek came back, and sat down beside Matthew. She was alone. Matthew looked carefully round the room and observed Lola near the band, and talking to Sarunyan. Sarunyan seemed to be astonished, then he threw a sidelong glance at the tall blonde who was nonchalantly fanning herself. Lola smiled at him and crossed the hall. When she sat down, there was an odd expression on her face. Boris eyed his right shoe with an affected air, and a burdensome silence followed. "Nonsense," exclaimed the blonde lady, "you can't do such a thing, I shan't go." Matthew started, and everybody turned round. Sarunyan was leaning obsequiously over the blonde lady, in the attitude of a headwaiter taking an order. He was speaking to her in an undertone, with a quiet, resolute air. The blonde suddenly got up. "Come along," she said to her companion. She rummaged in her bag. The corners of her mouth were trembling. "No, no," said Sarunyan. "You are my guest." The blonde flung a crumpled 100-franc note onto the table. Her companion had got up, and was looking disapprovingly at the 100-franc note. Then the lady took his arm and they marched haughtily out, with the same swaying gait. Sarunyan approached Lola whistling to himself. "She won't come back in a hurry," he said with a quizzical smile. "Thank you," said Lola. "I wouldn't have believed it would be so easy." He departed. The Argentine orchestra had gone, the Negroes with their instruments were returning one by one. Boris flung Lola a look of angry admiration, then he turned abruptly towards Ivek. "Come and dance," said he. Lola eyed them placidly as they were getting out of their seats. But when they had moved away, a sudden savage look came into her face. Matthew smiled at her. "You do what you like in this place," he said. "I've got them in my pocket," she said nonchalantly. "The people come because I'm here." There was still an anxious look in her eyes, and she began to tap nervously on the table. Matthew could not find anything more to say to her. Fortunately she got up a moment later. "Excuse me," she said. Matthew watched her walk round the room and disappear. Time for her dose, he thought to himself. He was alone. Ivek and Boris were dancing, looking as pure as a melody, and scarcely less pitiless. He turned his head away and looked at his feet. Time passed, to no effect. His mind was a blank. A sort of raucous lamentation made him jump. Lola had returned, her eyes were closed, and she was smiling. She has had what she wanted, he thought. She opened her eyes and sat down, still smiling. "Did you know that Boris was in need of 4,000 francs? "No," he said, "I didn't." "He needs 4,000 francs, does he?" Lola was still looking at him, and swaying to and fro. Matthew observed the pinpoint pupils in her large green eyes. "I've just refused him the money," said Lola. "He tells me it's for Picard." "I thought he would have applied to you." Matthew burst out laughing. "He knows I never have a bean." "So you hadn't heard about it?" "Well, no." Said she. "That's odd." She looked somehow like a derelict hulk about to capsize, or as though her mouth were just about to split and utter a terrifying shriek. "He came to see you not long ago?" she asked. "Yes, about 3 o'clock. And he didn't say anything?" "There's nothing surprising in that. He may have met Picard this afternoon." "That's what he told me." "Well then." Lola shrugged her shoulders. "Picard works all day at Argenteuil." "Picard was in need of money," said Matthew nonchalantly. "No doubt he went to Boris's hotel. Not finding him at home, he met him in the street as he was walking down the Boulevard Saint-Michel." Lola eyed him ironically. "Do you imagine that Picard would ask 4,000 francs from Boris, who has only 300 francs a month pocket money?" "Well then, I don't know what did happen," said Matthew in a tone of irritation. "He wanted to say to her, 'The money was for me.'" That would have brought matters to a head at once. But that was not possible, for Boris's sake. She would be terribly angry with him, he would look like my accomplice. Lola tapped the table with the tips of her scarlet nails, the corners of her mouth lifted abruptly, quivered, and dropped once more. She eyed Matthew with uneasy insistence, but, beneath that watchful anger, Matthew defined a deep void of confusion. He felt like laughing. Lola turned her eyes away. Perhaps it may have been a sort of test, she suggested. A test, repeated Matthew with astonishment. Well, that's what came into my mind. A test? What an odd idea. Ivek is always telling him I'm mean. Who told you so? You're surprised I know it, said Lola with a triumphant air. He's a loyal lad. You mustn't imagine that anyone can abuse me, without my hearing of it. I always know, simply from the way he looks at me. Or else he asks me questions in a detached sort of way. I can see it coming, you know. He just has to get it off his chest. Well. He wanted to see if I really was mean. He invented this business about Picard, unless someone put him up to it. And who, do you suppose, did that? I don't know. There are lots of people who think that I'm an old hag and he's just a boy. Watch them goggle at us in this place when they see us together. Do you imagine he cares for what they say to him? No, but there are people who think they're doing him a kindness by trying to work on his feelings. Look here, said Matthew, let us put our cards on the table. If you mean me, you're completely wrong. Ah, said Lola coldly. It's quite possible. A silence fell, then she said abruptly, why are there always scenes when you come here with him? I don't know. It isn't my fault. I didn't want to come today. I imagine he likes each of us in a different way, and that it gets on his nerves when he sees us both together. Lola stared in front of her with a somber, strained expression. Then she said, now listen to what I'm going to say. I won't have him taken away from me. I'm definitely not doing him any harm. When he's tired of me, he can leave me, and that will happen quite soon enough. But I won't let anyone else take him away. She's unpacking it tonight, thought Matthew. It was, of course, the influence of the drug. But there was something else. Lola detested Matthew, and yet what she was then saying to him she wouldn't have said to anyone else. Between her and him, in spite of their mutual hatred, there was a kind of link. I'm not going to take him away from you, he said. I thought you were, said Lola darkly. Well, you mustn't think so. Your relations with Boris are no affair of mine. And if they were, I should think they were perfectly all right. I imagined that Boris felt under obligations to you because you are his professor. She was silent, and Matthew realized that he had not convinced her. She appeared to be choosing her words with care. I know I'm an old woman, she repeated painfully. I didn't need you to tell me that. But that's why I can help him, there are things I can teach him, she added defiantly. Besides, am I really too old for him? He loves me as I am, he's happy with me when people don't put these ideas into his head. Matthew did not reply, and Lola exclaimed with rather ill-assured vehemence, surely you must know he loves me. He must have told you, since he tells you everything. I think he loves you, said Matthew. Lola turned her heavy eyes upon him. I've had many affairs, and it's with open eyes I tell you that boy is my last chance. And now do what you like. Matthew did not reply at once. He looked at Boris and Ivek dancing together, and he felt inclined to say to Lola, don't let us quarrel, you must surely see that we're very much alike. But this resemblance rather disgusted him. There was in Lola's love, despite its violence, despite its honesty, something clinging and voracious. But he said, through half-closed lips, no need to tell me that. I know it as well as you do. What do you mean as well as I do? We're alike. What's the sense of that? Look at us, said he, and look at them. We are not alike, said Lola, with a contemptuous grimace. Matthew shrugged his shoulders, and they lapsed into silence, still at cross purposes. They both looked at Boris and Ivok. Boris and Ivok were dancing, they were cruel, but quite unconsciously so. Or perhaps they were faintly aware of being so. Matthew was sitting beside Lola, they did not dance, feeling beyond the age for doing so. People must take us for lovers, he thought. And he heard Lola murmur to herself, if only I were sure it was for Picard. Boris and Ivok were coming towards them. Lola got up with an effort. Matthew thought she was going to fall, but she leaned against the table and drew a deep breath. Come, she said to Boris, I want to talk to you. Boris looked ill at ease. Can't you do it here? No. Well, wait till the band starts and we'll dance. No, said Lola, I'm tired. You must come to my dressing room. You'll excuse me, Ivok darling. I'm tight, said Ivok amiably. We won't be long, said Lola. Anyway, I shall have to be singing again soon. Lola moved away, and Boris followed her ungraciously. Ivok collapsed onto her chair. I'm certainly tight, she said. It came over me while I was dancing. Matthew did not answer. Why have they gone away? Asked Ivok. There's something they want to talk about. And Lola has just drugged herself. As you know, after the first dose, people just hang on till the second one. I rather think I should like to take drugs, said Ivok, meditatively. Of course. Well, and what about it, she said, indignantly. If I've got to stay in lawn all my life, I must have something to do. Matthew did not reply. Ah, I see, she said. You're angry with me because I'm tight. Not in the least. Yes, you disapprove. Well, naturally. However, you aren't so very tight. I am excessively tight, said Ivok complacently. The crowd was beginning to thin. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. In her dressing room, a mean little apartment hung with red velvet, with an ancient gilt-framed mirror, Lola pleaded and threatened, Boris. 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 You're driving me mad. And Boris looked down his nose, with an air of nervous obstinacy. A long black dress swirling between red walls, the black glitter of the dress in the mirror, and lovely white arms flung upwards in antiquated pathos. Then Lola would slip behind a screen, and, with head thrown back as though to stop her nose from bleeding, she would sniff 2 pinches of white powder. Matthew's forehead dripped with sweat, but he did not dare to wipe it. He was ashamed of perspiring in front of Ivok. She had danced without respite, she was still pale, she did not perspire. She had said that very morning, I loathe all these damp hands. He no longer knew what to do with his hands. He felt weak and listless, without desire for anything, his mind was vacant. From time to time he told himself that the sun would soon rise, that he must now take further steps, telephone to Marcel, and to Sarah, live through the whole extent of a new day from end to end, which seemed beyond his compass of belief. He longed to remain indefinitely at that table, beneath those artificial lights, and beside Ivok. I'm enjoying myself, said Ivok, in a tipsy voice. Matthew looked at her. She was in that state of gay exaltation which a trifle could transform into fury. I don't care a blast for examinations, said Ivok. If I'm ploughed, I shall be quite content. I'm burying my bachelor life this evening. She smiled and said with an ecstatic air, it shines like a little diamond. What does? This moment. It is quite round, it hangs in empty space like a little diamond, I am eternal. She picked up Boris's knife by the handle, laid the flat of the blade against the edge of the table, and amused herself by bending it. What's the matter with that woman? She asked, suddenly. Who? The creature in black at the next table. She's been glaring at me ever since she came in. Matthew turned his head. The woman in black was looking at Ivik out of the corner of her eye. "Well," said Ivik, "isn't it true?" "I think it is." He looked at Ivik's pinched little face, now quite congested, her malicious, roving gaze, and he thought, "I should have done better to keep quiet." The woman in black was quite aware that they had been talking about her. She had assumed a majestic air. Her husband had woken up and was staring at Ivik. What a bore it all is, thought Matthew. He felt lethargic and indifferent. His sole desire was to avoid trouble. "That woman despises me because she's respectable," muttered Ivik, addressing the knife. "I, on the contrary, am not respectable. I enjoy myself, I get tight, I'm going to fail in my exam. I hate respectability," she rapped out at the top of her voice. "Do be quiet, Ivik." Ivik eyed him with a glacial air. "You were speaking to me, I believe." "True, you two are respectable. Don't be afraid, when I've been 10 years at Lawn, in the society of my mother and father, I shall be a great deal more respectable than you are." She sat huddled in her chair, feverishly bending the knife blade against the table. A heavy silence followed, then the woman in black turned towards her husband. "I don't understand how anyone can behave like that girl," she said. The husband looked apprehensively at Matthew's shoulders. He observed. "It isn't entirely her fault," pursued the woman, "the people who brought her are to blame." "Now we're in for a row," thought Matthew. Ivik had certainly heard, but she sat silent and sedate. She remained quiet. Rather too sedate, she appeared to be on the watch for something. She had raised her head, and a strangely wild and ecstatic expression came into her face. "What's the matter?" asked Matthew, uneasily. "Nothing. I'm going to do just one more disrespectable thing, to amuse Madam. I wonder how she'll stand the sight of blood." Ivica's neighbor uttered a faint shriek, and blinked. Matthew looked hurriedly at Ivica's hands. She was holding the knife in her right hand, and slashing at the palm of her left hand. The flesh was laid open from the ball of the thumb to the root of the little finger, and the blood was oozing slowly from the wound. "Ivik," cried Matthew. "Your poor hand." Ivik grinned vaguely. "Is she going to faint?" she asked. Matthew reached a hand across the table and Ivik let him take the knife. Matthew was dumbfounded. He looked at Ivica's slender fingers already spattered with blood, and her hand must be hurting her. "You're crazy," he said. "Come along with me to the toilet, the attendant will bandage your hand." "Bandage my hand," said Ivik, with an unpleasant laugh. "Do you realize what you're saying? Come along at once, Ivik, please." "It's a very agreeable sensation," said Ivik without getting up. "My hand felt like a pat of butter." She had lifted her left hand to the level of her nose, and was eyeing it judicially. The blood was trickling all over it, with the busy to and fro of ants in an ant-heap. "It's my blood," she said. "I like seeing my blood." "That's enough," said Matthew. He gripped Ivik by the shoulder, but she shook herself free, and a large drop of blood fell onto the tablecloth. Ivik looked at Matthew with hatred gleaming in her eyes. "You've dared to touch me again," she said. And she added with a savage laugh, "I ought to have guessed that you would find that too much for you. You are shocked that anyone should enjoy the sight of their own blood." Matthew felt himself growing pale with rage. He sat down again, laid his left hand flat on the table, and said suavely, "Too much for me? Certainly not, Ivik, I find it charming. It's a game for a noble lady, I suppose." He jabbed the knife into his palm, and felt almost nothing. When he took his hand away, the knife remained embedded in his flesh, straight up, with its haft in the air. "Oh!" shrieked Ivik. "Pull it out! Pull it out at once!" "You see," said Matthew, with clenched teeth, "anybody can do that." He felt benignantly impressive, and was a little afraid that he might faint. But a sort of dogged satisfaction, and the malice of a silly schoolboy took possession of his mind. It was not only to defy Ivok that he had stuck the knife into his hand, it was as a challenge to Jacques, and Brunette, and Daniel, and to his whole life. I'm a ghastly kind of fool, he thought. Brunette was right in saying that I'm a grown-up child. But he couldn't help being pleased. Ivok looked at Matthew's hand, nailed to the table, and the blood gathering round the blade. Then she looked at Matthew, her expression had entirely changed. "Why did you do that?" she said, gently. "Why did you?" said Matthew, stiffly. From their left came the mutter of a little tumult. This was public opinion. Matthew ignored it, he was looking at Ivok. "Oh," said Ivok. I'm so sorry." The mutter grew, and the lady in black began to yelp, "They're drunk, they'll do themselves an injury. Stop them. I can't bear it." Some heads were turned in their direction, and the waiter hurried up. "Does madam want anything?" The woman in black pressed a handkerchief to her mouth, she pointed silently at Matthew and Ivok without uttering a word. Matthew quickly pulled the knife out of the wound, which hurt him a good deal. "We've cut ourselves with this knife." The waiter had seen many such incidents. "If you, sir, and madam, would kindly go to the toilet," he said calmly, "the cloakroom attendant has everything required." This time Ivok rose without protest. They crossed the dancing floor behind the waiter, each with a hand in the air. It was so comic, that Matthew burst out laughing. Ivok eyed him anxiously, and then she too began to laugh. She laughed so violently that her hand shook. 2 drops of blood fell onto the floor. "This is fun," said Ivok. "Dear, dear," exclaimed the cloakroom woman. "My poor young lady, what have you done to yourself? And the poor gentleman, too." "We were playing with a knife," said Ivok. "Well, I never," said the attendant, reproachfully, "and an accident can happen in no time. Was it one of our knives?" "No." "Ah, no, I was just thinking." "It's a nasty wound," she said, examining Ivok's hand. "Don't worry, I can fix you up all right." She opened a cupboard, and half her body disappeared inside it. Matthew and Ivok smiled at each other. Ivok seemed to have recovered her sobriety. "I wouldn't have believed you could do it," she said to Matthew. "You see that all is not lost," said Matthew. "It's hurting me now," said Ivok. "Me too," said Matthew. He felt quite happy. He read "Ladies Then Gentlemen" in gold letters on 2 creamy grey enameled doors, he looked at the white tiled floor, he breathed the aniseed odor of disinfectant, and his heart dilated. "A cloakroom lady's job can't be so very disagreeable," said he gaily. "Indeed no," said Ivok, amiably. She was looking at him with an affectionately fierce expression. She hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly applied the palm of her left hand to Matthew's wounded palm, with a sticky, smacking sound. "That's the mingling of the blood," she explained. Matthew pressed her hand without saying a word, and felt a stinging pain. He had the feeling that a mouth was opening in his hand. "You're hurting me," said Ivok. "I know." The cloakroom lady had emerged from the cupboard, rather flushed. She opened a tin box. "Here we are," she said. Matthew observed a bottle of iodine tincture, some needles, a pair of scissors, and a roll of bandage. "You are well provided," he said. She wagged her head gravely. "Indeed, sir, there are days when my job is no joke. 2 days ago, a lady threw her glass at the head of one of our best clients. How he did bleed, poor gentleman. I was afraid for his eyes. I took a great splinter of glass out of his eyebrow." "Good Lord," said Matthew. The cloakroom dame was busy with Ivok. "Patience, dearie, it will smart a bit. That's the iodine, there, that's done." You will tell me if I'm indiscreet?" asked Ivok in an undertone. "Yes. I want to know what you were thinking about when I was dancing with Lola. Just now. Yes, just when Boris asked the blonde lady to dance. You were alone in your corner. I fancy I was thinking about myself, said Matthew. I was watching you, you were, almost handsome. If only you could always look like that. One can't be always thinking of oneself. Ivok laughed, I believe I'm always thinking of myself. Now your hand, sir, said the cloakroom lady. Steady, it will sting. There, that's over. Matthew felt a sharp, scorching pain, but he ignored it. He was watching Ivok tidying her hair rather awkwardly before the mirror, and holding her curls in her bandaged hand. In the end she flung her hair back, leaving her broad face exposed to view. Matthew felt a sharp and desperate desire grow great within him. You are beautiful, said he. No, I'm not, said Ivok, laughing. On the contrary, I'm disgustingly plain. This is my private face. I think I prefer it to the other one, said Matthew. I'll do my hair like this tomorrow, she said. Matthew could find no reply. He nodded, and said nothing. That's done, said the cloakroom lady. Matthew noticed she had a grey mustache. Thank you very much, madam, you're as clever as a nurse. The lady of the lavatory blushed with gratification. Oh, she said, that's natural enough. In our job, we have lots of tricky things to do. Matthew put 10 francs in a saucer and they went out. They looked with satisfaction at their stiff, swathed hands. I feel as though my hand was made of wood, said Ivok. The hall was now almost deserted. Lola, standing in the center of the dancing floor, was just about to sing. Boris was sitting at their table, waiting for them. The lady in black and her husband had disappeared. There remained on their table 2 half-filled glasses, and a dozen cigarettes in an open box. It's a rout, said Matthew. Yes, said Ivok, and for me too. Boris looked at them with a bantering air. You've been properly messing yourselves up, he said. It's your beastly knife, said Ivok, angrily. The said knife seems very sharp, said Boris, with an appraising look at their hands. What about Lola? Asked Matthew. Boris looked depressed. As bad as it could be. I made a bloomer. How? I said that Picard had come to my place, and that I had talked to him in my room. It seems that I said something else on the first occasion, God knows what. You said you had met him in the Boulevard Saint-Michel. Oh dear, said Boris. She's savage, I suppose. Indeed, she is as savage as a sow. You've only got to look at her. Matthew looked at Lola. Her face was angry and distraught. I'm sorry, said Matthew. There's nothing to be sorry about, it's my fault. Besides, it will turn out all right. I know how to manage these things. They always do turn out all right in the end. Silence fell. Ivok looked affectionately at her bandaged hand. Sleep, cool air, and a grey dawn had glided impalpably into the hall, which smelled of early morning. A diamond, thought Matthew, that's what she said, a little diamond. He was content, he thought no more about himself, he felt as though he were sitting outside on a bench, outside the dance hall, outside his life. He smiled, and she also said, I am eternal. Lola began to sing. Chapter 12. The Dome, at 10 o'clock. Matthew awoke. That little hillock of white gauze on the bed was his left hand. It was smarting, but his body was alert. The Dome, at 10 o'clock, she had said. I shall be there before you are, I shan't be able to close my eyes all night. It was 9 o'clock, he jumped out of bed. She'll have done her hair differently, he thought. He flung open the shutters, the street was deserted, the sky lowering and grey, it was cooler than the day before, a veritable morning. He spun a tap on the wash basin, and plunged his head in water. I too am a man of the morning. His life had fallen at his feet and lay there masked, it still enveloped him and enmeshed his ankles, he must step over it, he would leave it lying like a dead skin. The bed, the desk, the lamp, the green armchair, these were no longer his accomplices, they were anonymous objects of iron and wood, mere utensils. He had spent the night in an hotel bedroom. He slipped into his clothes, and went downstairs whistling. "There's an express letter for you," said the concierge. "Marcel." A sour taste came into Matthew's mouth, he had forgotten Marcel. The concierge handed him a yellow envelope, it was Daniel. "My dear Matthew," Daniel wrote, "I have tried everything, but I just can't raise the sum in question. Believe me, I am very sorry. Could you look in tomorrow at 12 o'clock? I want to talk to you about your affair. Sincerely yours." Good, thought Matthew, I'll go, he won't part with his own money, but I expect he's got some suggestion to make. Life seemed easy to him, it must be made easy. In any case Sarah would induce the doctor to wait a few days, if need be, the money could be sent to him in America. Ivek was there, in a dark corner. What he first caught sight of was her bandaged hand. "Ivek," he said, softly. She raised her eyes, the face was her deceptive, triangular face, with its air of faint, malicious purity, her cheeks half hidden by her curls, she had not lifted her hair. "Did you sleep at all?" asked Matthew gloomily. "Very little." He sat down. She noticed that he was looking at their two bandaged hands, she withdrew hers slowly and hid it under the table. The waiter came up, he knew Matthew. "I hope you're well, sir," he said. "Very well," said Matthew. "Get me some tea and 2 apples." A silence fell, of which Matthew took advantage to bury his recollections of the night. When he felt that his heart was empty, he looked up. "You look rather depressed. Is it the examination?" Iveka's reply was a disdainful grimace, and Matthew said no more, he sat looking at the empty seats. A kneeling woman was swilling water over the tiled floor. The dome was barely awake. 15 hours to go before there could be any prospect of sleep. Ivek began to talk in an undertone, with a distraught expression on her face. "It's at 2 o'clock, she said. "And 9 o'clock has just struck. I can feel the hours melting away underneath me." She was tugging at her curls again with a wild look in her eyes. How was she to last out? "Do you think," she said, "I could get a job as a saleswoman in a big store?" "You can't be serious, Ivek, it's a killing life." "Or as a mannequin?" "You're rather short, but we might try." "I would do anything to avoid staying at lawn. I'd take a job as scullery maid." And she added with an anxious elderly look, "Doesn't one put advertisements in the papers in such cases? Look here, Ivek, we've got time to turn round. In any case, you're not ploughed yet." Ivek shrugged her shoulders, and Matthew went on briskly, "But even if you were, you wouldn't be done for. You might, for instance, go home for 2 months, and I'll have a look round, I'm sure to find something." He spoke with an air of genial conviction, but he had no hope. Even if he got her a job, she would get herself sacked at the end of a week. 2 months at lawn, said Ivek angrily. "It's quite clear you don't know what you're talking about. It's intolerable. But you would have spent your vacations there, in any case." "Yes, but what sort of welcome will they give me now?" She fell silent. He looked at her without saying a word. She wore her usual sallow morning face, the face of all her mornings. The night seemed to have glided over her. "Nothing leaves a mark on her," he thought. He could not help saying, "You haven't put up your hair." "As you see," said Ivek, curtly. "You promised last evening that you would," said he, rather irritably. "I was tight," she said, and she added forcibly, as though to impress herself upon him, "I was completely tight." "You didn't look so very tight when you promised." Well," she said, impatiently, and what then? People make very odd promises. Matthew did not answer. He had a sense of being plied with a succession of urgent questions: how to find 4,000 francs before the evening? How to get Yvick to Paris next year? What attitude to adopt towards Marcel now? He hadn't the time to compose his mind, to return to the queries that had formed the basis of his thoughts since the previous day. Who am I? What have I done with my life? As he turned his head to shake off this fresh anxiety, he saw in the distance the tall, hesitant silhouette of Boris, who appeared to be looking for them outside. "There's Boris," he said with vexation. And, seized with an unpleasant suspicion, he said, "Did you tell him to come?" "Certainly not," said Yvick, utterly taken aback. "I was going to meet him at 12 o'clock, because he was spending the night with Lola." And look at his face. Boris had caught sight of them. He came towards them. His eyes were wide and staring, and his complexion livid. He smiled. "Hello," said Matthew. Boris lifted 2 fingers towards his temple in his usual salutation, but could not make the gesture. He dropped his 2 hands on the table and began to sway to and fro on his heels without uttering a word. He was still smiling. "What's the matter?" asked Yvick. "You look like Frankenstein." "Lola is dead," said Boris. He was staring stupidly into vacancy. Matthew sat for a moment or two, dumbfounded, then a sense of shocked amazement came upon him. "What on earth?" He looked at Boris. It was plainly no use to question him then and there. He gripped him by the arm, and forced him to sit down beside Yvick. Boris repeated mechanically, "Lola is dead." Yvick gazed wide-eyed at her brother. She had edged away from him, as though she feared his contact. "Did she kill herself?" she asked. Boris did not answer, and his hands began to tremble. "Tell us," repeated Yvick nervously. "Did she kill herself? Did she kill herself?" Boris's smile widened in unnerving fashion, his lips twitched. Yvick eyed him fixedly, tugging at her curls. "She doesn't realize anything," thought Matthew with vexation. "Never mind," he said. "You will tell us later on. Don't talk." Boris began to laugh. He said, if you. Matthew smacked his face with a sharp, noiseless flip of the fingers. Boris stopped laughing, eyed him, muttered something, then subsided and stood quiet, his mouth agape, and still with a stupid air. All 3 were silent. There was death among them, anonymous and sacred. It was not an event, it was an enveloping, yeasty substance through which Matthew saw his cup of tea, the marble-topped table, and Yvick's delicate, malicious face. "And for you, sir?" asked the waiter. He was standing by their table, looking ironically at Boris. "Bring a cognac quick," and he added with a casual air, "My friend is in a hurry." The waiter departed, and soon returned with a bottle and a glass. Matthew felt limp and exhausted. He was only just beginning to feel the fatigues of the night. "Drink that up," he said to Boris. Boris drank obediently. He put down the glass, and said, as though to himself, "It's a bad show." "Dear old boy," said Yvick, going up to him. "Dear old boy." She smiled affectionately, took hold of his hair, and shook his head. "I'm glad you're here. How hot your hands are," gasped Boris with relief. "Now tell us all about it," said Yvick. "Are you sure she's dead?" "She took that drug last night," said Boris painfully. "We'd had a row." "So she poisoned herself," said Yvick briskly. "I don't know," said Boris. Matthew looked at Yvick with amazement. She was affectionately stroking her brother's hand, but her upper lip was oddly curled over her small teeth. Boris went on speaking in an undertone. He did not seem to be addressing them. "We went up to her room, and she took some of the stuff. She had taken the first dose in her dressing room, while we were having an argument." "In point of fact that must have been the second time," said Matthew. I fancy she took some while you were dancing with Ivik. Very well, said Boris wearily. Then that makes 3 times. She never used to take as much as that. We went to bed without saying a word. She tossed about in bed, and I couldn't sleep. And then suddenly she became quiet and I got to sleep. He drained his glass, and continued, this morning I woke up feeling stifled. It was her arm, which was lying on the sheet across me. I said to her, take your arm away, you're stifling me. She did not move. I thought she wanted to make up our quarrel, so I took her arm and it was cold. I said to her, what's the matter? She did not answer. So then I shoved her arm away, and she nearly fell down between the bed and the wall. I got out of bed, took her wrist, and tried to pull her straight. Her eyes were open. I saw her eyes, he said, with a kind of anger, and I'll never be able to forget them. My poor old boy, said Ivik. Matthew tried to feel sorry for Boris, but could not succeed. Boris disconcerted him even more than Ivik did. He looked almost as if he was angry with Lola for having died. I picked up my clothes and dressed, Boris went on in a monotonous voice. I didn't want to be found in her room. They didn't see me go out, there was no one in the office. I took a taxi and came along here. Are you sorry? Asked Ivik gently. She was leaning towards him, but not with much sympathy, she had the air of someone asking for information. Look at me, she said. Are you sorry? Said Boris. He looked at her, and said abruptly. It's so repulsive. The waiter passed, Boris hailed him, another brandy, please. In a hurry again, smiled the waiter. Bring it at once, said Matthew curtly. Boris inspired him with a faint disgust. There was nothing left of the lad's dry, angular charm. His latest face was too like Ivik's. Matthew began to think of Lola's body, prostrate on the bed in a hotel bedroom. Men in bowler hats would enter that room, they would look at that sumptuous body with combined concupiscence and professional interest, they would pull down the bedclothes and lift the nightgown in search of injuries, reflecting that the profession of police inspector is not without its compensations. He shuddered. Is she all alone there? He said. Yes, I expect she'll be discovered about 12 o'clock, said Boris, with an anxious look. The maid always wakes her up about that time. In 2 hours then, said Ivik. She had resumed her airs of elder sister. She was stroking her brother's hair with an expression of pity and of exultation. Boris appeared to respond to her caresses and then suddenly exclaimed, God blast my eyes. Ivik started. Boris often used slang, but he never swore. What have you done? She asked, apprehensively. My letters, said Boris. What? All my letters, what a ghastly fool I am, I've left them in her room. Matthew did not understand, letters you wrote to her. Yes. Why worry? Well, the doctor will come, and it will be known that she died of poison. Did you mention the drug in your letters? Yes, I did, said Boris dismally. Matthew had the impression that he was playing a part. Did you ever take it yourself? He asked. He was rather vexed because Boris had never told him. Well, it did so happen. Once or twice, from curiosity. And I mentioned a fellow who sold it, a fellow from the Boule Blanche, I bought some from him for Lola on one occasion. I wouldn't like him to get into trouble on my account. Boris, you're crazy, said Ivik. How could you have written such things? Boris raised his head. I expect you have lapses sometimes. But perhaps they won't be found, said Matthew. It's the first thing they'll find. The best that can happen is that I shall be called as a witness. Oh dear, how father will blow up, said Ivik. He's quite equal to fetching me back to lawn and sticking me into a bank. You'll be able to keep me company, said Ivik darkly. Matthew looked at them with pity. This is what they're really like. Ivik had shed her victorious air, clutched in each other's arms, pallid and stricken, they looked like two little old women. Silence fell, and then Matthew noticed that Boris was looking at him sidelong. The set of his lips suggested that he had some scheme in mind, some pitifully futile scheme. He's up to something, thought Matthew with annoyance. You say that the servant comes to wake her up at 12 o'clock, he asked. Yes. She knocks until Lola answers. Well, it's 10:30. You've got time to go back quietly and get your letters. Take a taxi if you like, but you could do it in a bus. Boris averted his eyes. I can't go back. So that's how it is, thought Matthew. Don't you feel up to it, he asked. No. Matthew noticed that Ivik was looking at him. Where are your letters, he asked. In a small black suitcase under the window. There's a valise on the suitcase, you've only got to push it off. You'll see there are a pile of letters. Mine are tied up with yellow ribbon. He paused, and then added nonchalantly, there's also some cash, in small notes. Small notes? Matthew whistled softly, as he thought, the lad has got his wits about him, he has thought of everything, even of the money I need. Is the suitcase locked? Yes, the key is in Lola's bag, on the night table. You will find a bunch of keys, and then a small flat key. That's the one. What's the number of the room? 21, third floor, second room on the left. Right, said Matthew. I'll go. He got up. Ivik was still looking at him. Boris wore an air of deliverance. He flung his hair back with a resumption of the familiar charm, and said with a watery smile, if you're stopped, just say you're going to see Bolivar, the Negro from the Kamchatka, I know him. He lives on the third floor too. You will both wait for me here, said Matthew. He had unconsciously assumed a tone of command, and he added more gently, I shall be back in an hour. We'll wait for you, said Boris. And he added with an air of admiration and exaggerated gratitude, you're a grand fellow, Matthew. Matthew walked out onto the boulevard Montparnasse. He was glad to be alone. Behind him, Boris and Ivik would soon be whispering together, reconstituting their unbreathable and precious world. But he did not care. All around him, and in full force, there were his anxieties of the day before, his love for Ivik, Marcel's pregnancy, money, and then, in the center, a blind spot death. He gasped several times, passing his hands over his face and rubbing his cheeks. Poor Lola, he thought, I quite liked her. But it was not for him to regret her, this death was unhallowed because it had received no sanction, and it was not for him to sanction it. It had plunged like a stone into a little crazy soul, and was making circles there. On that small soul alone would fall the crushing responsibility of facing and redeeming it. If only Boris had displayed a gleam of grief. But he had felt nothing but disgust. Lola's death would remain forever on the margin of the world, despised, like a deed of disrepute. She died like a dog. What an awful thought. Taxi, cried Matthew. When he had sat down in the cab, he felt calmer. He had even a sense of quiet superiority, as though he had suddenly achieved forgiveness for no longer being Ivika's age, or rather as if youth had suddenly lost its value. They depend on me, he said to himself with acid pride. It was better that the taxi should not stop outside the hotel. The corner of the Rue Navarin and the Rue des Martyrs. Matthew watched the procession of the tall, gloomy buildings in the Boulevard Raspail. Again he said to himself, they depend on me. He felt solid and even a trifle weighty. Then the windows of the cab darkened as it swung into the narrow gully of the Rue du Bac, and, suddenly, Matthew realized that Lola was dead, that he was going to enter her room, see her large open eyes, and her white body. I shan't look at her, he added. She was dead. Her consciousness was destroyed. But not her life. Abandoned by the soft affectionate creature that had for so long inhabited it, that derelict life had merely stopped, it floated, filled with unechoed cries and ineffectual hopes, with somber splendors, antiquated faces, and perfumes, it floated at the outer edge of the world, between parentheses, unforgettable and self-subsistent, more indestructible than a mineral, and nothing could prevent it from having been. It had just undergone its ultimate metamorphosis, its future was determined. A life, thought Matthew, is formed from the future just as bodies are compounded from the void. He bent his head, he thought of his own life. The future had made way into his heart, where everything was in process and suspense. The far-off days of childhood, the day when he had said, "I will be free," the day when he had said, "I will be famous," appeared to him even now with their individual future, like a small, circled individual sky above them all, and that future was himself just as he was at present, weary and a little overripe. They had claims upon him across the passage of time past, they maintained their insistencies, and he was often visited by attacks of devastating remorse, because his casual, cynical present was the original future of those past days. It was he whom they had awaited for 20 years, it was he, this tired man, who was pestered by a remorseless child to realize his hopes. On him it depended whether these childish pledges should remain forever childish, or whether they should become the first announcements of a destiny. His past was in continual process of retouching by the present, every day belied yet further those old dreams of fame, and every day had a fresh future, from one period of waiting to the next, future to future. Matthew's life was gliding towards what? Towards nothing. He thought of Lola, she was dead, and her life, like Matthew's, had been no more than a time of waiting. In some long past summer there had surely been a little girl with russet curls who had sworn to be a great singer, and about 1923 a young singer eager to appear first on the concert bill. And her love for Boris, the great love of an aging woman, which had caused her so much suffering, had potentially existed since the first day. Even yesterday, on his now obscure and unsteady course, he awaited his sense of the future. Even yesterday she thought that she would live, and that Boris would love her one day. The fullest, the most loaded moments, the nights of love that had seemed the most eternal, were but periods of waiting. There had been nothing to wait for. Death had moved backwards into all those periods of waiting and brought them to a halt. They remained motionless and mute, aimless and absurd. There had been nothing to wait for. No one would ever know whether Lola would have made Boris love her. The question was now meaningless. Lola was dead. Gestures, caresses, prayers, all were now in vain. Nothing remained but periods of waiting, each waiting for the next, nothing but a life devitalized, blurred, and sinking back upon itself. If I died today, thought Matthew abruptly, no one would ever know whether I was a washout, or whether I still had a chance of self-salvation. The taxi stopped, and Matthew got out. "Wait for me," he said to the driver. He crossed the street at an angle, pushed open the hotel door, and entered a dark and heavily scented hall. Over a glass door on his left there was an enameled rectangle bearing the legend, "Management." Matthew glanced through the door. The room seemed to be empty, nothing was audible but the ticking of a clock. The ordinary clientele, singers, dancers, jazz band Negroes, came in late and got up late. The place was still asleep. I mustn't be in too much of a hurry, thought Matthew. His heart began to throb, and his legs felt limp. He stopped on the third-floor landing and looked about him. The key was in the door. Suppose there were someone inside. He listened for a moment and knocked. No one answered. On the fourth floor someone pulled a plug. Matthew heard the rush of water, followed by a little fluted trickle. He opened the door and went in. The room was dark, the moist odor of sleep still hung about it. Matthew surveyed the semi-darkness. He was eager to read death in Lola's features, as though it had been a human emotion. The bed was on the right at the far end of the room. Matthew saw Lola, an all-white figure, looking at him. "Lola," he said in a low voice. Lola did not answer. She had a marvelously expressive but impenetrable face, Her breasts were bare, one of her lovely arms lay stiff across the bed, the other was under the bedclothes. "Lola," repeated Matthew, advancing towards the bed. He could not take his eyes off that proud bosom, he longed to touch it. He stood for a few instants beside the bed, hesitant, uneasy, his body poisoned by a sour desire, then he turned and hurriedly picked up Lola's bag from the night table. The flat key was in the bag. Matthew took it and walked to the window. A grey day was filtering through the curtains, the room was filled with a motionless presence. Matthew knelt down beside the suitcase, the inexorable presence was there, it weighed upon his back, like watching eyes. He inserted the key in the lock. He lifted the lid, slipped both hands into the trunk, and a mass of paper crackled under his fingers. The paper was banknotes, a quantity of them. 1,000-franc notes. Under a pile of receipts and notes, Lola had hidden a packet of letters tied with yellow ribbon. Matthew raised the packet to the light, examined the handwriting and whispered to himself, "These are they," and put the packet into his pocket. But he could not go away, he remained kneeling, his eyes fixed on the bank notes. After a moment or two, he rummaged nervously among the papers, sorting them by touch with eyes averted. "I've got the money," he thought. Behind him lay that long, white woman with the astonished face, whose arms seemed still able to reach out, and her red nails still to scratch. He got up, and brushed his knees with the flat of his right hand. In his left hand was a bundle of bank notes. And he thought, "Now we're all right," dubiously eyeing the notes. "Now we're all right," despite himself, he stood on the alert, he listened to Lola's silent body, and felt clamped to the floor. "Very well," he murmured with resignation. Fingers opened and the banknotes fluttered down into the suitcase. Matthew closed the lid, turned the key, put the key in his pocket, and padded out of the room. The light dazzled him. "I haven't taken the money," he said to himself in amazement. He stood motionless, his hand on the banisters, and he thought, "What a feeble fool I am." He did his best to tremble with rage, but one can never be really angry with oneself. Suddenly he thought of Marcel, the vile old woman with the strangler's hands, and a real fear gripped him. Nothing was needed but a motion of the hands, to save her pain, and preserve her from a sordid business that would leave her marked for life. And I couldn't do it, I am too fastidious. What a fine fellow I must be. After this, he thought, looking at his bandaged hand, it won't be much use my shoving a knife through my hand, to impress my dark and fateful personality upon young ladies. I shall never be able to take myself seriously again. She must go to the old woman, there was no help for it, she must now show her courage, contend with anguish and horror, while he spent his time cheering himself up by drinking rum in a tavern. No, he thought, as fear laid hold of him, she shan't go. I'll marry her, since that's all I'm good for. He thought, I'll marry her, and, as he pressed his wounded hand heavily against the banister, he felt like a drowning man. No, no, he muttered, flung his head back, then he took a deep breath, swung round, crossed the corridor, and re-entered the room. He stood with his back to the door as on the first occasion, and tried to accustom his eyes to the half-light. He was not even sure whether he had the courage to steal. He took 2 or 3 faltering steps into the room, and finally made out Lola's grey face, and her wide eyes looking at him. "Who's that?" asked Lola. It was a weak but angry voice. Matthew shuddered from head to foot. The little idiot, he thought. It's Matthew. There was a long silence, and then Lola said, "What's the time?" 11:15. "I've got a headache," she said. She pulled the bedclothes up to her chin and lay motionless, her eyes fixed on Matthew. She looked as though she were still dead. "Where is Boris?" she asked. "What are you doing here?" "You've been ill," explained Matthew hurriedly. "What was the matter with me?" "You were quite stiff, and your eyes were wide open. When Boris spoke to you, you didn't answer, and he got frightened." Lola looked as though she did not hear. Then suddenly she burst into a curt, harsh laugh, and said with an effort, "So he thought I was dead." Matthew did not answer. "Well? That was it, I suppose. He thought I was dead." "He was frightened," said Matthew, evasively. "Pa," said Lola. There was a fresh silence. She had shut her eyes, her jaws were quivering. She seemed to be making a violent effort to recover herself. Then she said, with eyes still closed, "Give me my bag, it's on the night table." Matthew handed her the bag, she took a powder box out of it, and eyed her face with disgust. "It's true I do look as if I were dead," she said. She put the bag down on the bed with a sign of exhaustion and added, "I'm not much more use than if I were dead." "Do you feel ill?" "Rather ill. But I know what it is, it will pass off during the day. Do you want anything? Would you like me to fetch the doctor?" "No. Don't worry. So it was Boris who sent you?" "Yes. He was in a dreadful state." "Is he downstairs?" asked Lola, hoisting herself up in bed. "No. I was at the Dome, you understand, he came to look for me there. I jumped into a taxi, and here I am." Lola's head fell back onto the pillow. "Thanks all the same." She began to laugh, a gasping, labored laugh. "I see, he got the wind up, bless his heart. He bolted, and sent you to make sure I was really dead." "Lola," said Matthew. "That's all right. No need to tell a tale." She shut her eyes again, and Matthew thought she was going to faint. But in a moment or two she continued in a rasping tone, "Please tell him not to worry. I'm not in danger. I get these attacks sometimes when anyway, he'll know why. It's my heart that goes a bit wrong. Tell him to come along here at once, I'll be waiting for him. I shall stay here till this evening." "Very well," said Matthew. "There's really nothing you need." "No, I shall be all right by this evening, I have to sing at that place." And she added, "He hasn't done with me yet." "Then goodbye." He made his way to the door, but Lola called him back. She said in an imploring voice, "You promise to make him come? We had a bit of an argument last evening, tell him I'm not angry with him anymore, that everything is all right. But he must come, please, he must come. I can't bear the idea that he should think me dead." Matthew was touched. "Of course," he said. "I'll send him along." He went out. The packet of letters, which he had slipped into his breast pocket, weighed heavily against his chest. "He'll be pretty sick," thought Matthew. "I shall have to give him the key, he'll find some means of getting it back into the bag." He tried to say to himself cheerfully, "It was clever of me not to take the money." But he wasn't cheerful, it was a matter of no moment that his cowardice should have had fortunate results, the real point was that he hadn't been able to take the money. "All the same," he thought, "I'm glad she's not dead." "Hello, sir," shouted the chauffeur. "This way." Matthew turned round in bewilderment. "Eh? Oh, it's you," said he, recognizing the taxi. "All right, drive me to the Dome." He sat down, and the taxi started. He wanted to dispel the thought of his humiliating defeat. He took out the packet of letters, untied the knot, and began to read. They were curt little missives which Boris had written from London during the Easter vacation. There was an occasional reference to cocaine, but in such veiled terms that Matthew said to himself with surprise, "I didn't know he could be so careful." The letters all began "My dear Lola," and continued as brief narratives of the day's doings. "I bathe. I've had a row with my father. I've made the acquaintance of a retired wrestler who is going to teach me the all-in style. I smoked a Henry Clay right through without dropping the ash." Boris concluded each letter with the words, "Love and kisses, Boris." Matthew found it easy to imagine the state of mind in which Lola must have read these letters, her renewed but always anguished disappointment, and her constant effort to reassure herself, he does really love me, the trouble is he doesn't know how to say so. And he thought, she kept them all the same. He carefully tied the packet up again and put it back in his pocket. Boris must manage to replace it in the trunk without her seeing him. When the taxi stopped, it seemed to Matthew that he was Lola's natural ally. But he could not think of her otherwise than as belonging to the past. As he entered the dome, he had the impression that he was about to defend a dead woman's memory. Boris looked as though he had not moved since Matthew's departure. He was sitting sideways, his shoulders hunched, his mouth open, and his nostrils indrawn. Ivek was talking animatedly into his ear, but she fell silent when she saw Matthew enter. Matthew came up and threw the packet of letters on the table. "There you are," said he. Boris picked up the letters and promptly slipped them into his pocket. Matthew eyed him with no friendly air. "I hope it wasn't very difficult," asked Boris. "It wasn't difficult at all, but look here, Lola isn't dead." Boris raised his eyes, he looked as though he did not understand. "Lola isn't dead," he repeated idiotically. He sank deeper into his chair, he seemed utterly crushed. Good Lord, thought Matthew, he had begun to get accustomed to it. Ivek looked at Matthew with a glitter in her eye. "I would have bet on it," she said. What was the matter with her? "She had merely fainted," replied Matthew stiffly. They were silent. Boris and Ivek took their time to digest the news. What a farce, thought Matthew. Boris finally raised his head. His eyes were glassy. Then she gave you the letters?" he asked. "No, she was still unconscious when I took them." Boris drank a mouthful of cognac and put the glass down on the table. "Well," he said, as though speaking to himself. "She says she gets these attacks sometimes when she takes the stuff, and she told me you ought to have known it." Boris did not answer. Ivek seemed quite restored. "What did she say?" she asked, with curiosity. "She must have been surprised when she saw you at the end of the bed." "Not particularly. I told her Boris had been frightened and that he had come to ask my help. Naturally I said I had come to see what was the matter. You will remember that," he said to Boris. "Try not to give yourself away. And then you must manage to put the letters back without her seeing you." Boris passed a hand over his forehead. "It's more than I can stand," he said. "I see her lying dead. Matthew had had enough of this. She wants you to go and see her at once." I believed she was dead," repeated Boris, as though to excuse himself. "Well, she isn't," said Matthew, with exasperation. "Take a taxi, and go to her." Boris did not move. "Do you understand?" said Matthew. "The poor woman is in great distress." He stretched out a hand to grasp Boris's arm, but Boris jerked himself violently out of reach. "No," he exclaimed, in a voice so loud that a woman sitting outside turned round. He went on in a lower tone, but with a weak man's dogged obstinacy, "I shan't go." "But," said Matthew, with astonishment, "yesterday's troubles are all over." She promised that there wouldn't be any further mention of them. "Yesterday's troubles, indeed," said Boris with a shrug of his shoulders. "Well then." Boris eyed him malevolently. "She revolts me." "Because you believed she was dead?" "Look here, Boris, pull yourself together, this is becoming ludicrous. You made a mistake, well then that's the end of it." "I think Boris is right," said Ivek briskly. She added, and her voice was charged with a meaning that Matthew did not understand, in his place I would do just the same." "But can't you understand? He'll be the death of her in good earnest." Ivek shook her head, there was a look of vexation on her sinister little face. Matthew threw a hostile look at her. She's trying to get at him, he thought. If he goes back to her it will be from a motive of pity, said Ivek. You can't ask him to do it, there's nothing more repugnant, even to her. He should try at least to see her. He'll soon find out what he feels. Ivik grimaced impatiently. There are things that you just can't grasp, she said. Matthew remained at a loss, and Boris took advantage of the pause. I won't see her again, he said in a determined voice. For me, she is dead. But this is idiotic, exclaimed Matthew. Boris eyed him darkly. I didn't want to say it, but if I see her again I shall have to touch her. And that, he added with disgust, I could not do. Matthew felt his impotence. Wearily he looked at these two hostile little heads. Very well, then, he said, wait a bit, until the first reaction has faded. Promise me you'll go and see her tomorrow or the day after. Boris seemed relieved. That's the idea, he said shiftily, tomorrow. Matthew was on the point of saying to him, you might at least telephone to her to say you can't come. But he refrained, thinking, he won't do it. I'll telephone. He got up. I must go and see Daniel, he said to Ivik. When do your results come out? 2 o'clock. Yes. Would you like me to go and look at them? No, thanks. Boris will go. When shall I see you again? I don't know. Send me an express at once to say if you're through. I will. Don't forget, said Matthew, departing. Goodbye. Goodbye, they answered simultaneously. Matthew went down to the dome basement, to consult a button. Poor Lola. Tomorrow, no doubt, Boris would return to the Sumatra. But there's this whole day that she'll be waiting for him. I wouldn't like to be in her skin. Will you get me Trudane 0035, he said to the large telephone lady. Both boxes are occupied, she answered. You'll have to wait. Matthew waited. Through 2 open doors he could see the white tiles of the lavatories. Yesterday evening, outside certain other toilets. An odd recollection for a lover. He felt very bitter against Ivik. They're afraid of death, he said to himself. They may be fresh and neat, but there's something sinister about their little souls, because they're afraid. Afraid of death, of illness, of old age. They cling to their youth like a dying man to life. How many times have I seen Ivik making up her face at a mirror, she shudders at the possibility of wrinkles. They spend their time brooding on their youth, their plans are never more than short-term ones, as though they had only 5 or 6 years to live. And then, Ivik talks about killing herself, but I don't worry, she would never dare, they'll just churn up the ashes. When all is said, my face is wrinkled, I've got the skin of a crocodile and cramp in my muscles, but I still have years to live. I begin to believe that it's the likes of us who have been young. We tried to be men, and very silly we were, but I wonder whether the sole means of preserving one's youth isn't to forget it. But he remained ill at ease, he was aware of them up there, their heads together in whispering complicity, but they were fascinating, nonetheless. Have you got my number yet? He asked. You must wait a moment, sir, replied the large lady acidly. I have a customer calling Amsterdam. Matthew turned away, and walked a few steps. I could not take the money. A woman came down the stairs, light and lively, one of those who say with girlish faces, I must go and spend a penny. She caught sight of Matthew, hesitated, and then continued on her way with long, gliding strides, the very embodiment of spirit and of perfume as she schemed into the WCS. I couldn't take the money, my freedom is a myth. A myth. Brunette was right, and my life is built up from below with mechanical precision. Avoid the proud and sinister dream of being nothing, of being always something other than I am. It is to escape my age that I've been playing about with those young creatures for the past year, in vain. I am a man, a grown-up person, it is a grown-up person and a man of the world, who kissed little Ivik in a taxi. It is to escape from my class that I write in left reviews, in vain. I am a bourgeois, I couldn't take Lola's money, I was scared by their taboos. It is to escape from my life that I sleep with all and sundry, by grace of Marcel, and that I obstinately refuse to appear before the mayor. In vain. I am married, I live a domestic life. He had got hold of the button, and as he abstractedly turned over its pages, he read, Hollebeck, dramatic author, Nord 77-80. He felt sick, and he said to himself, there, the sole freedom left to me is the desire to be what I am. My sole freedom is to want to marry Marcel. He was so weary of being tossed about among conflicting currents that he almost felt relieved. He clenched his fists, and addressing himself with all the gravity of a grown-up person, a bourgeois, a man of the world, and a family man, said, I want to marry Marcel. Pa. These were words, it was a childish, empty choice. This, too, he thought, this too is a lie. I need no willpower to get married, I have but to acquiesce. He closed the button, and gazed in horror at the wreckage of his human dignity. And suddenly it seemed to him that he could see his freedom. It was out of reach, as cruel, youthful, and capricious as the quality of charms, and in measured terms it bade him throw Marcel over. Only for an instant, he caught but a glimpse of this inexplicable freedom, that wore the aspect of a crime. Indeed it frightened him, and it was so remote. He remained buttressed on his all-too-human will, on these all-too-human words, I will marry her. Your number, sir, said the telephonist, second box. Thank you, said Matthew. He entered the box. You must unhook the receiver, sir. Matthew obediently did so. Hello. Trudane 0035. It's a message for Madame Montero. No, don't disturb her. You can give it her later on. It's from Monsieur Boris. He can't come. Monsieur Maurice, said the voice. No, not Maurice, Boris. B for Bernard, O for Octave. He can't come. Yes. That's right. Thank you, goodbye, madam. He went out, thinking as he scratched his head, Marcel must be in desperation, I ought to telephone to her while I'm about it. And he eyed the telephone lady with a hesitant air. Do you want another number? She asked. Yes, get me Seger 25-64. It was Sarah's number. Hello, Sarah, it's Matthew, he said. Good morning, said Sarah's harsh voice. Well? Has it been arranged? Indeed it hasn't, said Matthew. People are so stingy. Look, I wanted to ask you if you could go round to that fellow and get him to give me credit until the end of the month. But he will have gone at the end of the month. I'll send him his money to America. A brief silence followed. I can always try, said Sarah dubiously. But it won't be easy. He's an old screw, and besides he's going through a crisis of hyper-Zionism, he detests everything non-Jewish, since he was thrown out of Vienna. Have a try, anyway, if it isn't too much of a bore. It isn't a bore at all. I'll go immediately after lunch. Thank you, Sarah, you're a noble lady, said Matthew. Chapter 13. He's very unfair, said Boris. Yes, said Ivik. If he imagines he has done a service to Lola. She laughed a short dry laugh, and Boris relapsed into complacent silence. No one understood him like Ivik. He turned his head towards the lavatory staircase, and thought grimly, he went too far over that affair. One ought not to talk to anyone as he did to me. I'm not our Tigera. He looked at the staircase, he hoped that Matthew would smile at them as he came up again. Matthew reappeared, and went out without even glancing at them. Boris's heart turned over. He's looking very haughty, he said. Who? Matthew. He has just gone out. Ivik did not answer. She wore a non-committal look, and was contemplating her bandaged hand. He's angry with me, said Boris. He thinks I'm not moral. Yes, said Ivik, but it won't last. She shrugged her shoulders. I don't like him when he's moral. I do, said Boris. And he added, after reflection, but I'm more moral than he is. PFF, said Ivok. She swayed a little on her seat, she was looking rather plump and ingenuous. And she said in a rasping voice, I don't care a curse for morality. Not one curse. Boris felt very solitary. He would have liked to get near to Ivok, but Matthew was still between them. He's very unfair, he said. He didn't give me time to explain myself. Ivok replied judicially, there are some things that you can't explain to him. Boris, from habit, did not protest, but he thought that everything could be explained to Matthew, if you got him in the right mood. He always felt as though they were not talking of the same Matthew. Ivok's Matthew was a much more colorless personality. Ivok laughed rather diffidently. You do look an obstinate little mule, said she. Boris did not answer, he was ruminating on what he ought to have said to Matthew, that he was not a selfish little brute, and that he had had a terrible shock when he had believed that Lola was dead. He had even suspected for a moment that he was likely to suffer for this business, and this had upset him. He regarded suffering as immoral, and could not, in fact, endure it. So he had tried to prevail over himself. But something had got jammed, and produced a breakdown. He must wait until the situation reverted to normal. It's funny, he said, when I now think of Lola I see her as a nice old thing. Ivok laughed shortly and Boris was shocked. He added, in an attempt to be fair, she can't be feeling very cheerful just now. That's quite certain. I don't want her to suffer, he said. Then you'd better go and see her, said Ivok, in a sing-song voice. He realized that she was setting a trap for him, and answered briskly, I shan't go. In the first place, I always picture her as dead. And then I don't want Matthew to imagine that he can just whistle and I'll come. On this point he would not give way, he was not our Tigera. And Ivok said quietly, he does rather treat you like that, in fact. It was nastily said, as Boris realized, but without anger. Ivok had excellent intentions, she wanted to make him break with Lola. It was for his good. Everybody always had Boris's good in view. But it varied with each individual. I let him think I'm that sort of fellow, he said placidly. Those are my tactics in dealing with him. But he had been touched on the raw, and was furious with Matthew accordingly. He fidgeted a little on his seat, and Ivok eyed him uneasily. Dear old boy, you think too much, said she. You have only got to imagine that she's dead for good and all. Yes, that would be convenient, but I can't, said Boris. Ivok seemed amused. That's odd, she said, because I can. When I no longer see people, they don't exist. Boris felt full of admiration for his sister, and said nothing. After a pause, he said, I wonder if he took the money. That would mean a spot of trouble. What money? At Lola's. He needed 4,000 francs. Did he, though? Ivok looked puzzled and annoyed. Boris wondered whether he wouldn't have done better to hold his tongue. It was understood that they told each other everything, but from time to time there could be exceptions to that rule. You look as if you didn't much like Matthew, he said. He gets on my nerves, she said. This morning he was being manly for my benefit. Yes, said Boris. He wondered what Ivok meant, but concealed the fact. They must be assumed to understand each other's allusions, or the charm would be broken. There was a silence, then Ivok added abruptly, let's go. I can't stand the dome. Nor can I, said Boris. They got up and went out. Ivok took Boris's arm. Boris had a faint but persistent feeling that he wanted to be sick. Do you think he'll go on loathing us for long? He asked. Of course not, said Ivok impatiently. And Boris said treacherously, he loathes you too. Ivok burst out laughing, that's quite possible, but I shan't let that depress me yet. I've got other troubles on my mind. True, said Boris, disconcerted. You're worried, of course. Horribly. Over your examination. Ivik shrugged her shoulders and did not reply. They walked a few steps in silence. He wondered whether it was really about her examination. He wished, indeed, that it was, it would have been more moral. He looked up. It happened that the boulevard Montparnasse looked its best under that grey light. The season might have been October. Boris was very fond of the month of October. And he thought, last October I did not know Lola. At the same moment, he experienced a sense of deliverance. She's alive. For the first time, since he had abandoned her corpse in the darkened room, he felt that she was alive. It was like a resurrection. Matthew can't be angry with me for long, as she isn't dead. Up to that minute, he knew that she must be in distress, that she was awaiting him in anguish, but that distress and that anguish seemed to him irremediable and final, as in the case of those who had died despairing. But there had been a misdeal. Lola was alive. She was lying in her bed, with open eyes, possessed by a little, living anger, just as when he arrived late for their appointments. An anger that was no more nor less deserving of respect than others, a trifle more intense, perhaps. He did not owe her any of those vague, portentous obligations imposed upon us by the dead, but he had solid duties towards her, domestic duties, as they might be deemed. Now at last Boris could evoke Lola's face without disgust. It was not the face of a dead woman who responded to the call, but the youthful, angry face which she had turned to him last evening, when she cried, "You told me a lie, you haven't seen Picard." At the same time he felt definitely angry with this spuriously dead woman who had provoked all these disturbances. "I shan't go back to my hotel, she is quite capable of coming there," he said. "Go and sleep at Claude's place." "I will." Ivik was seized with an idea. "You ought to write to her, it's more correct." "To Lola?" "Certainly not." "But you should." "I wouldn't know what to say to her." "Silly boy, I'll write the letter for you." "But what is there to say to her?" Ivik looked at him in astonishment. "Don't you want to break with her?" "I don't know." Ivik seemed annoyed, but she did not insist. She never insisted, it was one of her qualities. But in any case, as between Matthew and Ivik, Boris would have to be extremely cautious. For the moment, he no more wanted to lose Lola than to see her again. "We shall see," he said. "There's no point in thinking about it." It was pleasant on the boulevard. The people wore amiable faces, he knew them nearly all by sight, and a little ray of cheerful sunshine caressed the windows of the Classerie de Lillis. "I'm hungry," said Ivik. "I must get some lunch." She went into Damaria's. Boris waited outside. He felt weak and sentimental, rather like a convalescent, and he found himself searching for a pleasant thought or two to occupy his mind. His choice fell abruptly on the historical and etymological dictionary of slang. Just what was needed. The dictionary now reposed on his night table, and was the chief object in his room. "It's a piece of furniture," he thought, in a glow of satisfaction. "That was a master stroke of mine." And then, as good fortunes never came singly, he thought of his knife, took it out of his pocket and opened it. "I must be tight." He had bought it the day before, and the knife already had a history. It had slit the skin of the two beings whom he loved most. "It cuts damned well," he thought. A woman passed, and looked at him insistently. She was terribly smart. He turned to look at her from behind. She had turned too, and they exchanged a friendly look. "Here I am," said Ivik. She was holding two large Canadian apples in her hands. She rubbed one of them on her behind, and when it was well polished she hit into it, offering the other to Boris. "No, thank you," said Boris. "I'm not hungry." And he added, "You really shock me." "Why?" "By rubbing apples on your behind." "It's to polish them," said Ivik. "See that woman walking away," said Boris. I clicked with her. Ivik went on amiably munching. Again, she said, with her mouth full. Not there, said Boris. Behind you. Ivik turned and raised her eyebrows. She's pretty, she said simply. Did you notice her dress? I don't want to die before I've had a woman like that. A society woman. It must be a delightful experience. Ivik was still looking at the departing lady. She had an apple in each hand, and looked as though she were holding them out to him. When I'm tired of her, I'll pass her on to you, said Boris generously. Ivik bit into her apple. Indeed, said she. She took his arm, and drew him abruptly away. On the other side of the boulevard Montparnasse, there was a Japanese shop. They crossed over, and looked into the window. Do you see those little cups, said Ivik. They're for sake, said Boris. What's that? Rice brandy. I'll come and buy some. I'll use them for teacups. They're much too small. I can go on filling them. Or you might fill 6 at a time. Yes, said Ivik, overjoyed. I shall have 6 little full cups in front of me, and I'll drink out of one or another just as I choose. She drew back a little, clenched her teeth and said passionately, I'd like to buy the whole shop. Boris disapproved of his sister's taste for such trifles. But he was about to enter the shop when Ivik held him back. Not today. Come along. They walked back up the Rue d'Enfer-Trochero, and Ivik said, I would sell myself to an old gentleman so as to be able to buy a lot of little things like that. You wouldn't know how, said Boris severely. It's a profession. It has to be learned. They walked quietly along. It was an instant of happiness. Ivik had certainly forgotten her examination, she looked positively gay. In those moments Boris had the impression that they had merged into one identity. In the sky there were large patches of blue behind a scurry of white clouds, the foliage was heavy with rain, and there was an odor of wood fires, as in a village street. I like this sort of weather, said Ivik, biting her second apple. It's rather damp, but it's not muggy. I feel I could walk 10 miles. Whereupon Boris discreetly made sure that there were cafes within reach. When Ivik talked of walking 10 miles it invariably meant that she would want to sit down very soon. She looked at the Belfort lion and said ecstatically, I like that lion. He's wizard. Said Boris. He respected his sister's tastes, even though he didn't share them. Moreover, Matthew had vouched for them, when he said one day, your sister's taste is bad, but it's better than impeccable good taste, it's profoundly bad taste. In those conditions, there could be no difference of opinion. But Boris personally was more inclined to classic beauty. Shall we go down the Boulevard Arago? He asked. Where is it? Over yonder. All right, said Ivik. It looks nice and bright. They walked in silence. Boris noticed that his sister was becoming depressed and nervous, and she deliberately twisted her feet as they walked. The agony is going to begin, he thought despondently. Ivik fell into an agony every time she waited for the results of an examination. He raised his eyes and noticed 4 young workmen approaching, who laughed as they looked at the pair. Boris was used to this sort of derision, indeed he regarded it with sympathy. Ivik bent her head, and seemed not to have seen them. When the youths came up to them, they divided, 2 of them passed on Boris's left, and the other 2 on Ivik's right. What about a threesome? Stinker, said Boris politely. At that moment Ivik gave a jump and uttered a piercing scream, which she promptly stifled by putting her hand to her mouth. I'm behaving like a kitchen maid, she said, crimson with confusion. The young workmen were already at a distance. What's the matter? Asked Boris. With astonishment. He touched me, said Ivik with disgust. The filthy fellow. And she added sharply, never mind, I oughtn't to have screamed. Which was it? Asked Boris indignantly. Ivik held him back, Please don't do anything. There are 4 of them. And I've made myself ridiculous enough already. It isn't because he touched you, Boris explained. But I can't bear that sort of thing happening when I'm with you. When you are with Matthew, no one touches you. What do I look like? That's how it is, my dear boy, said Ivik sadly. Nor am I any protection for you. We don't inspire respect. It was true, and it often surprised Boris. When he looked in the glass, he thought himself quite impressive. We don't inspire respect, he repeated. They drew together, feeling like a pair of orphans. What's that? Asked Ivik, after a moment or two. She pointed to a long wall, black through the green of the chestnut trees. It's the Santé, said Boris. A prison. It's grand, said Ivik. I've never seen anything more sinister. Do people escape from it? Not often, said Boris. I read somewhere that a prisoner jumped off the top of the wall. He got caught on the branch of a chestnut tree, and was found strangled. Ivik reflected, and pointed to one of the trees. It must have been that one, she said. Shall we sit on the bench beside it? I'm tired. Perhaps we shall see another prisoner jump down. Perhaps, said Boris, without conviction. They usually do it at night, you know. They crossed the street and sat down. The bench was wet and Ivik said with satisfaction, it's nice and cool. But in a moment or two she began to fidget and tug at her hair. Boris had to slap her hand to prevent her pulling out her curls. Feel my hand, said Ivik, it's frozen. It was true. Ivik was livid, she looked as though she were in pain, her whole body was shaken by convulsive quivers. She looked so wretched, that Boris tried, out of sympathy, to think of Lola. Ivik looked up abruptly, and said, with an air of dark resolve, have you got your dice? Yes. Matthew had presented Ivik with a set of poker dice in a little leather case. Ivik had given them to Boris. They often played together. Let's have a game, she said. Boris took the dice out of the bag. Ivik added, best out of 3. You throw first. They drew apart. Boris sat astride the bench and tipped the dice onto it. A full house, kings high. I'll stand, said he. I hate you, said Ivik. She frowned, and before shaking the dice, blew on her fingers and muttered something. It was an incantation. This is serious, thought Boris. She's playing for her success in the exam. Ivik threw and lost, 3 queens. Second game, she said, looking at Boris with glittering eyes. This time she threw 3 aces. I'll stand, she announced in her turn. Boris flung the dice and was on the point of getting 4 aces. But before the dice had settled, he put out a hand as though to pick them up, and surreptitiously tipped 2 of them over with his first and middle fingers. 2 kings appeared in place of the ace of hearts and the joker. 2 pairs, he announced with an air of vexation. Game to me, said Ivik, triumphantly. Now for the final. Boris wondered if she had seen him cheat, but, after all, it was of no great importance. Ivik only took account of the result. She won the final with 2 pairs against 1, without his having to interfere. Good, she said simply. Another game. No, no, she said, that's enough. I was playing to see if I should pass, you know. I didn't know, said Boris. Well, you have passed. Ivik shrugged her shoulders. I don't believe in that sort of thing, she said. They fell silent, and remained sitting side by side, staring at the pavement. Boris did not look at Ivik, but he felt her tremble. I'm hot, said Ivik, how dreadful, and my hands are damp. I'm so wretched that I'm damp all over. And in fact, her right hand, which had been so cold, was now burning. Her left hand, inert and bandaged, lay on her knees. I'm sick of this bandage, she said. I look like a war casualty, I've a good mind to tear it off. Boris did not reply. A clock in the distance struck one stroke. Ivik gave a start. Is it 12:30? She asked with a bewildered look. It's 1:30, said Boris, consulting his watch. They eyed each other, and Boris said, well, it's time for me to go now. Ivik snuggled against him, and put her arms round his shoulders. Don't go, Boris, my dear old boy, I don't want to know anything about it. I shall go back to Lon this evening, and I don't want to know anything at all. Nonsense, said Boris gently. Of course you must know how you stand when you see the parents. Ivik let her arms drop. All right, go, she said. But come back as soon as you can, I'll be waiting for you here. Here, said Boris with astonishment. Wouldn't you rather we walked there together? You could wait for me in a cafe in the Latin Quarter. No, no, said Ivik. I'll wait for you here. As you like, suppose it rains. Boris, please don't torment me, be quick. I shall stay here, even if it rains, even if there's an earthquake, I can't get on my legs again, I haven't the strength left to raise a finger. Boris got up, and strode away. When he had crossed the street, he turned. He now saw Ivik from behind, huddled on the bench, her head sunk between her shoulders. She looked like an old beggar woman. After all, she may pass, he said to himself. He walked on a few steps, and suddenly saw a vision of Lola's face. The real one. She is unhappy, he thought, and his heart began to throb violently. Chapter 14. In one moment. In one moment he would resume his futile quest. In one moment, haunted by Marcel's rancorous and weary eyes, by Ivica's sly face, by Lola's mortuary mask, he would again feel the taste of fever at the back of his mouth, and misery would come and turn his stomach. In one moment. He lay back in his armchair and lit his pipe. He was solitary and calm, and he sat luxuriating in the dim coolness of the bar. Yonder was the varnished cask that served as a table, actresses' photographs and sailors' berets hanging on the walls, the invisible wireless installation muttering like a fountain, sundry resplendent, large, rich gentlemen at the far end of the room, smoking cigars and drinking port, the only customers left, businessmen, all the rest having gone to lunch long ago. It must be about 1:30, but one could easily imagine that it was still morning. The day lingered stagnant, like a placid ocean. Matthew sat awash in that passionless, waveless sea, until what remained of his existence was merged into a barely audible Negro spiritual, a buzz of agreeable voices, an amber light, and the soft gestures of those fine surgical hands, which, wielding their cigars, swayed like caravels loaded with spices. This infinitesimal fragment of comfortable living, he knew it was merely a loan, which he would soon have to return, but he savored it without any sense of bitterness. The world provides the unlucky washout with many trivial little satisfactions, and indeed it is for them that the world reserves its passing favors, on condition that they enjoy them with discretion. Daniel was seated, grave and silent. Matthew could view at leisure his handsome sheik-like countenance, and the contemplation of it was one of those same trivial satisfactions. Matthew extended his legs and smiled to himself. I recommend the sherry, said Daniel. Good, but you must stand me a glass, I'm broke. Certainly, said Daniel. But look here, can I lend you 200 francs? I'm ashamed to suggest so little. Bah, said Matthew, it isn't even worth the trouble. Daniel had turned his large, caressing eyes upon him. Please, he urged, I've got 400 francs to finish the week, we'll go shares. He must be careful not to accept, it was not in the rules of the game. No, said Matthew. No, really though, it's very nice of you. Daniel fixed him with a heavy, solicitous gaze. You're not actually in need of anything. Yes, I am, said Matthew. I'm in need of 4,000 francs. But not at this moment. What I need at this moment is a glass of sherry, and your conversation. I wish my conversation could equal the sherry, said Daniel. He had not so much as mentioned the express letter, nor the reasons that had impelled him to get hold of Matthew. For which Matthew was rather grateful, that would come quite soon enough. Did you know, he said, that I saw a brunette yesterday? Indeed, said Daniel politely. I think all is over between us this time. Did you have a quarrel? Not a quarrel. Worse than that. Daniel had assumed a pained expression. Matthew could not help smiling. You don't give a damn for brunette, eh? He asked. Well, you know I was never as intimate with him as you were, said Daniel. I respect him greatly, but if I had my way, I would have him stuffed and exhibited in the Museum of Humanity, 20th Century Department. And he would look pretty well there, said Matthew. Daniel was lying, he had been much attached to brunette at one time. Matthew sipped his sherry, and said, It's excellent. Yes, said Daniel, it's the best drink they have. But their stocks are running out and can't be renewed because of the war in Spain. He put down his empty glass and took an olive from a saucer. Look here, I have a confession to make. It was over, this moment of modest little enjoyment had slipped into the past. Matthew looked at Daniel out of the corner of an eye, there was a high, intense expression on Daniel's face. Go ahead, said Matthew. I wonder how it will affect you, Daniel continued in a hesitant tone. I should be wretched if you took offense. Tell me what it is, and you'll soon know, smiled Matthew. Well, guess whom I saw yesterday evening. Whom you saw yesterday evening, repeated Matthew, in a disappointed tone. I don't know all sorts of people, no doubt. Marcel Duffet. Marcel? Did you, indeed? Matthew was not very surprised. Daniel and Marcel had not seen each other often, but Marcel had seemed rather attracted to Daniel. You're lucky, he said. She never goes out. Where did you meet? At her home, said Daniel, with a smile. Where else could it be, since she never goes out? And he added, discreetly lowering his eyelids, to tell you the truth, we do see each other now and again. A silence followed. Matthew looked at Daniel's long black eyelashes, which had begun to quiver. A clock struck twice, and a Negro voice chanted in an undertone, There's a cradle in Carolina. We do see each other now and again. Matthew averted his eyes, and fixed them on the red pompon on a sailor's cap. You see each other, he repeated, in a puzzled tone. But, where? At her home, as I've just told you, said Daniel with a touch of irritation. At her home? You mean you go and see her? Daniel did not reply, and Matthew went on, what was the idea? How did it happen? Quite simply. I have always had a deep regard for Marcel Duffet. I greatly admired her courage and her generosity. He paused, and Matthew repeated with surprise, Marcel's courage, her generosity. These were not the qualities that he most respected in her. Daniel continued, one day when I was feeling bored, I had an impulse to go and call on her, and she received me very kindly. That's all, and we have gone on seeing each other ever since. We were only wrong in not telling you. Matthew plunged into the loaded perfume, the wadded air of the pink room, Daniel sitting in the easy chair, looking at Marcel with great doe-like eyes, and Marcel smiling awkwardly as though posing for a photograph. Matthew shook his head, it didn't make sense, it was absurd, it was unseemly, these two had absolutely nothing in common, they could not have understood each other. You visit her and she didn't tell me. And he added calmly, you can't be serious. Daniel raised his eyes, and looked at Matthew gloomily. Matthew, he said, in his deepest tones, you must in all fairness admit that I have never permitted myself any sort of light remark about your relations with Marcel, they are too precious. I dare say, said Matthew, I dare say. That doesn't alter the fact that you're pulling my leg. Daniel dropped his eyes with a gesture of discouragement. All right, he said sadly, let us leave it at that. No, no, said Matthew. Go on, you are very amusing, I'm not taking any, that's all. You don't make things any easier for me, said Daniel reproachfully. I find it painful enough to have to accuse myself in this way. He sighed. I would have preferred you to take my word. But since you insist on proof. He had produced a pocketbook stuffed with notes. Matthew saw the notes and thought, swine. But idly, and for form's sake, look, said Daniel. He held out a letter to Matthew. Matthew took the letter, it was in Marcel's handwriting. He read, You are right, as you always are, my dear Archangel. They were certainly periwinkles. But I don't understand a word of your letter. Saturday is all right, as you aren't free tomorrow. Mama says she will scold you seriously about the sweets. Come soon, dear Archangel, we await your visitation with impatience. Marcel. Matthew looked at Daniel, then it's true, he said. Daniel nodded, he was standing very straight, with the funereal decorum of a second in a duel. Matthew reread the letter from beginning to end. It was dated April 20th. She wrote that. That mannered, sprightly style was so unlike her. He rubbed his nose perplexedly, then he burst out laughing. Archangel. She calls you Archangel. I should never have thought of that. A fallen archangel, I imagine, something of the type of Lucifer. And you see the old lady too, that puts the lid on it. Daniel seemed disconcerted. Good, he said dryly. I was rather afraid you might be angry. Matthew turned towards him and eyed him dubiously. It was quite clear that Daniel had been convinced he would be angry. True, he said, I ought to be angry, it would be the normal reaction. And take note, it may so happen. But, for the moment, I'm just bewildered. He drained his glass, in his turn astonished that he was not more annoyed. Do you see her often? At irregular intervals, say about twice a month. But what on earth can you find to say to each other? Daniel started, and his eyes flashed. He said in a rather silky voice, have you any subjects of conversation to suggest? Now don't lose your temper, said Matthew in a conciliatory tone. It's all so sudden, so unexpected it seems, somehow, funny. But I'm not feeling unfriendly. So it's true? You enjoy talking to each other? But now do keep calm, I'm trying to understand, but what do you talk about? All sorts of things, said Daniel coldly. Of course, Marcel doesn't expect a very elevated style of conversation. But she finds me soothing. It's incredible, you are so different. He could not rid himself of the ridiculous vision, Daniel, the man of ceremony, of high, insinuating charm, with his Cagliostro airs and his long, African smile, and Marcel, face to face with him, Marcel stiff, awkward, and loyal. Loyal. Stiff. She can't be so stiff after all. Come, Archangel, we await your visitation. It was Marcel who had written that, it was she who was attempting these heavy-handed courtesies. For the first time Matthew felt a flicker of something like anger. She has deceived me, he thought with amazement. She has been deceiving me for 6 months. And he went on, I'm so astonished that Marcel should have kept anything from me. Daniel did not answer. Was it you who asked her to say nothing? Asked Matthew. Yes. I didn't want you to take charge of our relations. At present I've known her for some while, so it doesn't matter so much. It was you who asked her, repeated Matthew, in a milder tone. And he added, but didn't she object? She was greatly surprised. Yes, but she didn't refuse. No, she couldn't have thought it very wrong. She laughed, I remember, and she said, it's a case of conscience. She thinks I like to surround myself with mystery. And he added, with a veiled irony that annoyed Matthew extremely, she began by calling me Lohengrin. Then, as you see, she chose Archangel. Yes, said Matthew, and he thought, he's making fun of her, and he felt ashamed for Marcel's sake. His pipe had gone out, mechanically he reached out a hand and picked up an olive. This was serious, he did not feel sufficiently upset. Mentally bewildered, yes, just as when one discovers one has been completely mistaken. But, a while ago there had been something alive within him that would have bled. He merely said in a melancholy voice, "We used to tell each other everything." "You imagined you did," said Daniel. "Can people tell each other everything?" Matthew shrugged his shoulders irritably. But he was mainly angry with himself. "And that letter," he said. "We await your visitation. I seem to be discovering another Marcel." Daniel looked alarmed. "Another Marcel, indeed. Look here, you're not going to let a bit of nonsense. You were reproaching me, just now, for not taking things seriously enough. The fact is you pass from one extreme to the other," said Daniel. And he continued with an air of affectionate understanding, "and what is more, you are inclined to rely too much on your judgments of people. This little affair merely goes to show that Marcel is more complicated than you thought." "Perhaps," said Matthew. "But there is more to it than that. Marcel had put herself in the wrong, and he was afraid of being angry with her. He must not lose his confidence in her, today, when he would be perhaps obliged to sacrifice his freedom for her sake. He needed to respect her, otherwise the task would be too hard. Besides," said Daniel, "we always intended to tell you, but we found our little conspiracy so amusing, that we put off doing so from day to day." "We," he said. "We." Here was someone who could say "we," when speaking to Matthew about Marcel. Matthew looked at Daniel with no friendly eye. This would have been the moment to hate him. But Daniel was as disarming as ever. Matthew said to him abruptly, "Daniel, why did she do it?" "Well, I told you," replied Daniel. "Because I asked her to." "And then it must have entertained her to have a secret." Matthew shook his head. "No. There's something else. She knew quite well what she was doing." "Why did she do it?" "But," said Daniel, "I imagine it can't always be very comfortable to live within your orbit. She wanted to find a shady corner. She finds me too dominating." "She didn't exactly say so, but that is what I gathered. After all, you are rather compelling," he added with a smile. "But don't forget that she admires you. She admires your habit of living in a glass house, and announcing to the world what one usually keeps to oneself, but it gets her down. She didn't tell you about my visits, because she was afraid you might put pressure on her feelings for me, that you might force her to give them a name, that you might dissect them and return them to her in small pieces. They need to be kept in a half-light, you know, they are rather nebulous and ill-defined." "She told you so?" "Yes, she did. She said to me, 'What amuses me in your company is that I don't in the least know where I am going. With Matthew, I always know. With Matthew, I always know. And Ivok, with you one never has to fear anything unexpected.'" He felt a little sick. "Why didn't she speak to me about all this?" "She says it's because you never asked her." It was true. Matthew bowed his head. Each time when it was a question of getting at Marcel's feelings, an invincible lethargy weighed him down. When sometimes he thought he noticed a shadow in her eyes, he had shrugged his shoulders. "Nonsense. If there was anything, she would tell me. She tells me everything. And that is what I called my confidence in her. I've ruined everything." He shook himself, and said abruptly, "Why are you telling me this today? I had to tell you one day or another." This evasive air was intended to stimulate curiosity. Matthew was not duped by it. "Why today, and why you?" he went on. "It would have been more normal that she should mention it first." "Well, said Daniel, with an assumption of embarrassment. I may have been mistaken, but I thought it was in the best interests of you both. Good. Matthew stiffened. Look out for the real attack, it will be coming now. And Daniel added, I'm going to tell you the truth, Marcel doesn't know I've spoken to you, and only yesterday she didn't look as though she had made up her mind to make it known to you so soon. You will do me the favor of saying nothing to her about our conversation. Matthew laughed despite himself. How truly satanic. You sow secrets everywhere. Only yesterday you were conspiring with Marcel against me, and today you ask for my collusion against her. A peculiar brand of treachery. Daniel smiled. There's nothing satanic about me, he said. What impelled me to speak was a genuine feeling of anxiety that came over me yesterday evening. It seemed to me that you were both involved in a serious misunderstanding. Naturally, Marcel is too proud to mention it to you herself. Matthew took a firm grip of his glass. He began to understand. It's about Daniel struggled with his modesty, and continued, your accident. Ah, said Matthew. Did you tell her you knew? Certainly not. It was she who mentioned it first. Ah. Only yesterday, on the telephone, he thought, she seemed to be afraid I should refer to it. And in the evening she told him everything. Another little comedy. And he added, well, what then? Look here, all is not well, something has gone wrong. What makes you say so? Asked Matthew hoarsely. Nothing definite, it's rather, the way in which she put things to me. What's the matter? Is she angry with me for having got her with child? I don't think so. No, it's not that. It's your attitude yesterday, rather. She spoke of it with bitterness. What did I do? I couldn't tell you exactly. But there's something she said to me, among other things, it's always he that decides, and if I am not in agreement with him, it is understood that I am to object. But that is entirely to his advantage, because he always has his mind made up, and he never leaves me the time to make up mine. I won't guarantee the exact words. But I have never had a decision to make, said Matthew with a puzzled look. We have always been in agreement on what had to be done in such cases. Yes, but did you worry about what she might think, the day before yesterday? Certainly not. I was sure she thought as I did. Yes, the point being that you didn't ask. When did you last consider this eventuality? I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years. And you don't think she may have changed her mind in the interval? At the far end of the room, the men had got up. They were laughing with genial familiarity. A chasseur brought their hats, 3 black felts and a bowler. They went out with a friendly salute to the barman, and the waiter switched off the radio. The bar sank into arid silence. There was a savor of disaster in the air. This is going to end badly, thought Matthew. He did not exactly know what was going to end badly, this stormy day, this abortion business, his relations with Marcel? No, it was something vaguer and more comprehensive, his life, Europe, this ineffectual, ominous peace. He had a vision of brunette's red hair. There will be war in September. At that moment, in the dim, deserted bar, one could almost believe it. There had been something tainted in his life that summer. Is she afraid of the operation? He asked. I don't know, said Daniel, with a distant air. She wants me to marry her. Daniel burst out laughing. I don't know at all, that's asking me too much. Anyway, it can't be as simple as all that. Look here, you ought to have a talk with her this evening. Without mentioning me, of course, as though you had been attacked by scruples. From her manner yesterday, I should be surprised if she doesn't tell you everything. She looked as though she wanted to unburden herself. Very well. I'll try to make her talk. A silence followed, then Daniel added with an embarrassed air, well, I've warned you. Yes, thanks all the same, said Matthew. Are you annoyed with me? Not at all. It is so very much the sort of service that you favor, it drops on a fellow's head as plumb as a tile. Daniel laughed heartily, opening his mouth wide, exposing his brilliant teeth and the back of his throat. I ought hunty to have done it, she thought, with her hand on the receiver. I ought hunty to have done it, we always told each other everything. He is thinking Marcel used to tell me everything. Oh, he thinks it, he knows, by now he knows, shocked amazement in his head and this little voice in his head. Marcel always told me everything, it is there, at this moment it is there in his head. Oh, it's beyond bearing, I would 100 times rather he hated me, but there he was, sitting on the cafe sofa, his arms dangling as though he had just dropped something, and his eyes fixed on the floor as though something lay there broken. It's done, the conversation has taken place. Neither seen nor heard, I was not there, I knew nothing, but it has happened, the words have been spoken and I know nothing. The grave voice rises like smoke to the cafe ceiling, the voice will come from there, the fine, grave voice that always makes the disc of the receiver quiver, it will come from there and say that it is done. Oh God, what will it say? I am naked, I am pregnant, and that voice will come out fully clad from the white disc. We ought hunty to have done it, we ought hunty to have done it. She could almost have been angry with Daniel if it had been possible to be angry with him. He has been so generous, so good, he is the only person who ever bothered about me. He took up my cause, did the archangel, and he devoted his grand voice to it. A woman, a weak woman, utterly weak, and protected in the world of men and of the living by a dark, warm voice. The voice will come from there, and it will say Marcel used to tell me everything. Poor Matthew, dear archangel. At the thought of the archangel, her eyes melted into soft tears, tears of abundance and fertility, the tears of a true woman after a scorching week, tears of a soft, soft woman, who has found someone to protect her. He took me in his arms, a woman caressed and now protected, teardrops glimmering in her eyes, a caress trickling sinuously down her cheeks onto pouting, quivering lips. For a week she had been looking at a fixed point in the distance, with dry and desolate eyes. They'll kill me. For a week she had been a Marcel who knew her mind, a hard and sensible Marcel, a manly Marcel. He says I am a man, and behold the tears, the weak woman, the streaming eyes. Why resist? Tomorrow I'll be hard and sensible, once and for once only. Tears, remorse, sweet self-pity, and humility sweeter still, velvet hands on my sides and on my thighs. She longed to take Matthew in her arms and ask his pardon, pardon on her knees. Poor Matthew, my poor dear fellow. Once only, to be protected and forgiven, it's so comforting. An idea suddenly took her breath away, and filled her veins with vinegar. This evening when he comes into the room, when I put my arms round his neck and kiss him, he'll know everything, and I'll have to pretend not to know that he knows. Ah, we're deceiving him, she thought in desperation, we're still deceiving him, we tell him everything, but our sincerity is tainted. He knows he will come in this evening, I shall see his kind eyes, I shall think to myself he knows, and how shall I bear it? My poor old fellow, for the first time in my life I have hurt you. Ah, I'll agree to everything, I'll go to the old woman, I'll destroy the child, I'm ashamed, cafe, I'll do what he wishes, everything you wish. The telephone bell rang beneath her fingers, she clutched the receiver. Hello, she said. Hello. Is that Daniel? Yes, said the fine, calm voice. Who is that speaking? Marcel. Good morning, my dear Marcel. Good morning, said Marcel. Her heart was thumping heavily. Did you sleep well? Deep down within her the grave voice echoed, oh the exquisite pain of it. I left you terribly late last evening, Madame Duffet will be furious. But I hope she didn't know. No, gasped Marcel, she didn't know. She was fast asleep when you left. And you, insisted the gentle voice. Did you sleep? Well, not badly. I'm rather nervy, you know. Daniel laughed, a lovely, luscious laugh, a delicate and melodious laugh. Marcel felt a little easier. You mustn't get nervy, said he, everything went very well. Everything. Is that true? It is. Even better than I hoped. We have never really appreciated Matthew, my dear Marcel. Marcel felt a stab of harsh remorse. And she said, I quite agree. We never did appreciate him, did we? He pulled me up at the very start, said Daniel. He said that he quite understood that something had gone wrong, and that this had been on his mind all yesterday. You told him that we had been seeing each other, asked Marcel, in a strangled voice. Of course, said Daniel, with astonishment. Wasn't that what we agreed? Yes, how did he take it? Daniel appeared to hesitate. Very well, he said. Definitely, very well. At first he wouldn't believe it. I expect he said Marcel tells me everything. He did. Daniel seemed amused he said it in so many words. Daniel, said Marcel. I feel rather remorseful. Again she heard the deep, exultant laugh. Ah well, and so does he. He departed in a torment of remorse. If you are both in that sort of mood, I should like to be concealed somewhere in your room when he sees you, it looks like being a delightful scene. He laughed again, and Marcel thought with humble gratitude, he's making fun of me. But the voice had resumed its gravity, and the receiver vibrated like an organ. No, seriously, Marcel, everything is going as well as possible, I am so glad for your sake. He didn't let me talk, he stopped me almost at once, and said, poor Marcel, I am deeply to blame, I loathe myself, but I'll make it up to her, do you think there's still time? And his eyes were quite red. How he does love you. Oh Daniel, said Marcel. Oh Daniel. Oh Daniel. A silence followed, then Daniel added, he told me he would have a frank talk with you this very evening. We'll clear it all up at present, everything is in your hands, Marcel. He'll do everything you wish. Oh Daniel. Oh Daniel, she recovered herself a little, and added, you've been so good, so. I should like to see you as soon as possible, I have so many things to say, and I can't talk to you without seeing your face. Can you come tomorrow? The voice, when it came, seemed harsher, it had lost its harmonies. Not tomorrow. Of course I'm most anxious to see you. Look here, Marcel, I'll ring you up. All right, said Marcel, ring me up soon. Ah. Daniel, my dear Daniel. Goodbye, Marcel, said Daniel. Play your cards well this evening. Daniel, she cried. But he had gone. Marcel put down the receiver, and passed her handkerchief over her damp eyes. The archangel. He ran away pretty quick, for fear I might thank him. She approached the window, and looked at the passers-by, women, street boys, a few workmen. How happy they looked. A young woman was running down the middle of the street, carrying her child in her arms, talking to him as she ran, gasping and laughing in his face. Marcel stood watching her, then she approached the mirror, and eyed herself with astonishment. On the wash basin shelf there were 3 red roses in a tooth glass. Marcel paused, picked out one of them, twirled it diffidently in her fingers, then shut her eyes, and stuck the rose into her black hair. A rose in my hair, she opened her eyes, looked in the mirror, patted her hair, and smiled wryly at herself. Chapter 15. Please wait here, sir, said the little man. Matthew sat down on a bench. It was a dark waiting room redolent of cabbage, on his left a glass-paneled door admitted a faint light, a bell rang, and the little man opened it. A young woman entered, clad with distressful neatness. Kindly sit down, madam. He walked close beside her to the bench, and she sat down, gathering her legs beneath her. I been before, said the woman. It's about a loan. Yes, madam, certainly. The little man was talking right into her face. You are in the government service. No, my husband is. She began to rummage in her bag. She was not ill-looking, but she had a harsh and harassed look. The little man was eyeing her greedily. She produced from her bag 2 or 3 papers carefully folded. He took them, went up to the glass door to get a better light, and examined them meticulously. Quite all right, said he, handing them back to her. Quite all right, 2 children? You look so young. We so look forward to having them, don't we? But when they arrive, they rather disorganize the family finances. You are in a little difficulty at the moment. The young woman blushed, and the little man rubbed his hands. Well, he said genially, we'll arrange it all, that's what we're here for. He eyed her for a moment with a pensive, smiling air, and then departed. The young woman threw a hostile look at Matthew, and began to fidget with the clasp of her bag. Matthew felt ill at ease. He had come into the company of people who were really poor, and it was their money he was going to take, grey and tarnished money, redolent of cabbage. He bent his head, and looked down at the floor between his feet. Again he saw once more the silky, perfumed banknotes in Lola's little trunk. It was not the same money. The glass door opened, and a tall gentleman with white mustaches appeared. He had silver hair, carefully brushed back. Matthew followed him into his office. The gentleman pointed genially to a rather shabby leather-covered armchair, and they both sat down. The gentleman laid his elbows on the table, and clasped his fine white hands. He wore a dark green tie, discreetly enlivened by a pearl. You wish to take advantage of our service? He asked paternally. Yes. He looked at Matthew. He had rather prominent, light blue eyes. Monsieur Delarue, you are aware that the regulations of our society provide solely for a loan service to government officials. The voice was fine and white, a little fleshy, like the hands. I am a government official, said Matthew. A professor. Indeed, said the gentleman, with interest. We are particularly glad to help university men. You are professor at a lycée? Yes. The Buffon. Good, said the gentleman suavely. Well, we will go through the usual little formalities. First, I am going to ask you whether you have about you any evidence of identity. Anything will do, passport, army pay book, or electoral card. Matthew produced his papers. The man took them, and glanced at them abstractedly. Good, he said. Very good. And what is the amount you have in mind? I want 6,000 francs, said Matthew. He reflected for a moment, and said, say 7,000. He was agreeably surprised. And he thought, I wouldn't have believed it would go through so quickly. You know our conditions. We lend for 6 months, absolutely without renewal. We are obliged to ask 20% interest, owing to our heavy expenses, and the considerable risks we run. That's quite all right, said Matthew hastily. The man produced 2 printed documents from his drawer. Would you be so kind as to fill in these forms? And sign your name at the foot of each. It was an application for a loan, in duplicate, with blanks for name, age, occupation, and address. Matthew began to write. Excellent, said the man, glancing over the documents. Born in Paris, in 1905, both parents French. Well, that's all for the moment. Upon payment of the 7,000 francs, we shall ask you to sign an acknowledgement of the debt on stamped paper. The stamp will be your liability. Upon payment? So you can't let me have the money at once? The gentleman seemed very surprised. At once? But my dear sir, we shall need at least a fortnight to make our inquiries. What inquiries? You have seen my papers. The gentleman eyed Matthew with amused indulgence. Ah, he said. You university men are all alike. All idealists. Please understand, sir, that in this particular case I do not doubt your word. But, speaking generally, what proof have we that the papers shown to us are not false? He laughed a rueful little laugh. I fear that those who deal in money inevitably become suspicious. Deplorable, I agree, but we have no right to trust people. And so you see, he concluded, we must conduct our little inquiry. We shall address ourselves directly to your ministry. Don't worry, with all due discretion, of course. But you know, between ourselves, what officialdom is like. I much doubt if you can reasonably expect our assistance before July 5th. That's no good, said Matthew hoarsely. And he added, I need the money this evening, or tomorrow at the latest. It's for an urgent matter. Couldn't it be managed, at a rather higher rate of interest? The man seemed scandalized, and lifted his two fine hands. But we are not usurers, my dear sir. Our society is under the patronage of the Ministry of Public Works. It is, one might almost say, an official organization. We charge a normal rate of interest calculated on a basis of our expenses and our risks, and we could not lend ourselves to any transaction of that kind. He added severely, if you were in a hurry, you should have come earlier. Haven't you read our notices? No, said Matthew, getting up. It was a sudden call. Then I regret, said the man coldly. Shall I tear up the documents you have just filled in? Matthew thought of Sarah. She will certainly have induced the man to wait. Don't tear them up, he said. I'll arrange something in the interval. Good, said the man affably. You will surely find a friend who will advance you what you need for a fortnight. This is your permanent address, he said, pointing a forefinger at the document. 12 Rue Huygens. Yes. Well then, at the beginning of July we will send you a reminder. He got up, and accompanied Matthew to the door. Goodbye, sir, said Matthew. Thank you. Glad to be of any service to you, said the gentleman with a bow. I look forward to seeing you again. Matthew strode rapidly through the waiting room. The young woman was still there, she was biting her glove with a haggard look. Outside, greenish flashes quivered in the grey air. But, at the moment, Matthew had the persistent impression of being caught between four walls. Another setback, he thought. His sole remaining hope was Sarah. He had reached the Boulevard de Sevastopol. He went into a cafe, and asked if he could telephone. Telephones at the far end, on the right. As he dialed his number, Matthew murmured, has she managed it? Oh, has she managed it? The words were a kind of prayer. Hello, said he. Hello, Sarah. Hello, yes, said a voice. It's Waymuller. It's Matthew Delarue here, said Matthew. Can I speak to Sarah? She's out. What a nuisance. You don't know when she'll be back. No, I don't. Do you want to leave a message for her? No. Just say I telephoned. He hung up the receiver and went out. His life no longer depended on himself, it was in the hands of Sarah. There was nothing left for him to do but wait. He hailed a bus, and sat down beside an old woman who was coughing into her handkerchief. Jews always come to terms, he thought. He'll certainly agree. Denver Trochero. 3 tickets, said the conductor. Matthew took the 3 tickets, and sat looking out of the window. He thought with gloomy bitterness of Marcel. The windows shook, the old woman coughed, the flowers danced on her black straw hat. The hat, the flowers, the old woman, Matthew, all were carried onwards in the huge machine. The old woman did not lift her nose from her handkerchief. She coughed at the corner of the Rue Auxiliaires and the Boulevard de Sebastopol, she coughed along the Rue Amour, she coughed in the Rue Montorgueil, she coughed on the Pont Neuf, above the grey, calm waters. And if the Jew won't agree? But even this thought couldn't arouse him from his lethargy. He was no more than a sack upon other sacks, at the bottom of a lorry. Well, that would finish it. I would tell her this evening that I would marry her. The bus, huge, infantile machine, had carried him off. It swung him to the right and left, shook him, bumped him, events bumped him against the back of the seat and up against the window. The speed of his life had dimmed his senses, and he thought, my life is no longer mine, my life is just a destiny. He watched the heavy, dark buildings of the Rue de Saints-Paris leap up one by one into the sky. He watched his life go past. Marry or not marry, it doesn't concern me now, it's heads or tails. The brake was suddenly slammed down and the bus stopped. Matthew stiffened, and threw an agonized look at the driver's back. All his freedom had come back on him once more. No, he thought, no, it isn't heads or tails. Whatever happens, it is by my agency that everything must happen. Even if he let himself be carried off, in helplessness and in despair, even if he let himself be carried off like an old sack of coal, he would have chosen his own damnation. He was free, free in every way, free to behave like a fool or a machine, free to accept, free to refuse, free to equivocate, to marry, to give up the game, to drag this dead weight about with him for years to come. He could do what he liked, no one had the right to advise him, there would be for him no good nor evil unless he brought them into being. All around him things were gathered in a circle, expectant, impassive, and indicative of nothing. He was alone, enveloped in this monstrous silence, free and alone, without assistance and without excuse, condemned to decide without support from any quarter, condemned forever to be free. Denfert-Rochero, cried the conductor. Matthew rose and got out. He turned down the Rue Froidevaux. He was tired and nervous. He kept on seeing a suitcase at the far end of a dark room, and in the suitcase some soft and odorous bank notes, with a sense of something like remorse. Ah, I ought to have taken them, he thought. There's an express for you, said the concierge. It has just come. Matthew took it and tore open the envelope. In an instant the walls that hemmed him in collapsed, and he was translated into another world. There were 4 words, in the middle of the page, in a large sloping script. Plowed. So what? Ivek. It isn't bad news. I hope, said the concierge. No. I'm glad of that. You looked quite upset. Plowed. So what? Ivek. It's one of my old pupils who has failed in the examinations. Ah, yes, they're becoming more and more difficult, from what I hear. Much more. And just think. All these young folks that do pass, said the concierge. There they are with a degree, and then what's to be done with them? Exactly what I say. He reread Iveka's message for the 4th time. He was disquieted by its phrasing. Plowed. So what? She's getting herself into some mess or other, he thought. That's as clear as daylight, she's getting herself into a mess. What's the time? 6 o'clock. 6. She got the results at 2 o'clock. For 4 hours she had been adrift in the streets of Paris. He slipped the telegram into his pocket. Madame Garinette, lend me 50 francs, he said to the concierge. But I don't know if I've got 50, said the concierge, with some surprise. She rummaged in the drawer of her work table. I've only got 100 francs, you must bring me the change this evening. Right, said Matthew. Thanks. He went out, thinking, where can she be? His head was empty and his hands were trembling. A cruising taxi was passing down the Rue Froidevaux. Matthew stopped it. Students' Hostel, 173 Rue Saint-Jacques. Quick. Right, said the chauffeur. Where could she be? At the best she had already left for Laon, at the worst. And I'm 4 hours behind, he thought. He leaned forward and pressed his right foot hard on the mat, as though he were accelerating. The taxi stopped. Matthew got out and rang the bell at the hostel door. Is MLLE Ivek Serguine in? The lady eyed him dubiously. I'll go and see, she said. She returned almost at once. MLLE Serguine hasn't been in since this morning. Is there any message? No. Matthew got into the cab again. Hotel de Poland, Rue du Sommerard. After a moment or two, he rapped on the window. There it is, he said, on the left. He jumped out and pushed open the glass door. Is M. Serguine in? The tall albino porter was in the office. He recognized Matthew and smiled. He hasn't been back since last night. And his sister, a fair-haired young lady. Has she been in today? Oh, I know MLLE Ivik quite well, said the man. No, she hasn't been in. There was only Madame Montero who telephoned twice to ask M. Boris to come and see her the moment he got back. If you see him, you might tell him. I will, said Matthew. He went out. Where could she be? At the cinema? It was scarcely probable. Wandering about the streets? In any case she had not yet left Paris, otherwise she would have been to the hostel to get her luggage. Matthew took the express out of his pocket and examined the envelope. It had been sent from the post office in the Rue Cuges, but that proved nothing. Where to? Asked the chauffeur. Matthew looked at him hesitantly, and had a flash of enlightenment. She must have had one or two before she wrote that. She has certainly got drunk. Look here, he said. I want you to drive slowly from the quays up the Boulevard Saint-Michel. I'm looking for someone, and I want to see into all the cafes. Ivik was not at the Biarritz, nor the Source, nor the Harcourt, nor the Bayard, nor the Palais du Café. At Capolades, Matthew caught sight of a Chinese student who knew her. He approached the Chinaman who was drinking a glass of port, perched on a high stool at the bar. Excuse me, said Matthew, looking up at him. I believe you know MLLE Serguine. Have you seen her today? No, said the Chinaman, speaking with difficulty. Some accident has happened to her. Some accident has happened to her, shouted Matthew. No, said the Chinaman. I was asking if any accident had happened to her. I don't know, said Matthew, turning his back on the man. He no longer even thought of protecting Ivik against herself, he was solely possessed by an anguished and violent desire to see her again. She may have tried to kill herself. She is quite silly enough for that, he thought savagely. After all, perhaps she was merely somewhere in Montmartre. To the Vivens Square, he said. He re-entered the cab. His hands were trembling, he thrust them into his pockets. The taxi took the turn round the Medicis fountain, and Matthew caught sight of Renata, Ivika's Italian friend. She was coming out of the Luxembourg, with a portfolio under her arm. Stop! Stop! Shouted Matthew to the chauffeur. He jumped out of the taxi and ran up to her. Have you seen Ivik? Renata assumed an air of dignity. Good morning, monsieur, she said. Good morning, said Matthew. Have you seen Ivik? Ivik, said Renata. Yes, I have. When? About an hour ago. Where? At the Luxembourg. She was in queer company, said Renata, rather superciliously. You know she has failed, poor girl. Yes, where has she gone? They were going to dance somewhere. At the Tarantula, I think. Where is that? Rue Monsieur Le Prince, under a gramophone record shop, the dance hall is in the basement. Thanks. Matthew was hurrying away, when he turned back. Excuse me, I had also forgotten to say goodbye. Goodbye, monsieur, said Renata. Matthew returned to his chauffeur. Rue Monsieur Le Prince, it's quite near. Drive slowly, I'll stop you. If only she's still there. I'll comb all the Thestans ants in the Quartier Latin. Stop, there it is. Wait a minute or two. Matthew went into a record shop. The Tarantula, he asked. In the basement down the stairs. Matthew walked down a staircase, inhaling a cool mildewy odor, and pushed at one wing of a leather-covered door which swung back onto his stomach. Matthew stood, leaning against the doorpost, and thought, she's there. It was a gaunt and antiseptic cellar, completely devoid of shadow. A filtered light descended from oiled paper fittings in the ceiling. Matthew saw about 15 tables covered with cloths, marooned at the far end of this dead sea of light. The beige walls were plastered with bits of multicolored cardboard depicting exotic plants, which had already begun to crackle from the effects of the moisture, and the cacti were bulging with blisters. An invisible radio was broadcasting a paso doble, and the potted music made the hall seem even more denuded. Ivek had laid her head on her partner's shoulder, and was pressing close against him. He was a good dancer. Matthew recognized him as the tall, dark-haired young man who had been with Ivek on the previous evening in the Boulevard Saint-Michel. He was breathing into Ivek's hair, and kissing it from time to time. Then she would throw her head back and laugh, her face drained of color, her eyes closed, while he whispered in her ear. They were alone in the middle of the dance floor. At the far end of the room, 4 young men, and a girl violently made up, clapped their hands and shouted, "Bravo!" The tall dark fellow brought Ivek back to their table, with his arm round her waist, while the students buzzed around her, but there was an oddly awkward touch in their familiarity. They greeted her with warm, embracing gestures, but they kept their distance. The made-up lady held herself aloof. She stood, a heavy, listless figure, with a fixed look in her eyes, lit a cigarette, and said pensively, "Bravo." Ivek dropped into a chair between the girl and a short, fair-haired man with a frill of beard. She was laughing hysterically. "No, no," she said, waving a hand in front of her face. "No alibi. No need of an alibi." The bearded gentleman promptly rose to surrender his chair to the handsome dark-haired dancer. That settles it, thought Matthew. They recognize his right to sit beside her. The dark handsome gentleman seemed to find this quite natural. He was indeed the only member of the party who seemed at ease. Ivek pointed a finger at her bearded escort. "He's trying to escape, because I promised to kiss him," she said, laughing. "Excuse me," said the bearded one with dignity. "You did not promise, you threatened." "Well, I shan't kiss you," said Ivek. "I shall kiss Irma." "Do you really want to kiss me, Ivek darling?" said the girl, surprised and flattered. "Yes, come here." She grasped her imperiously by the arm. The others drew back, looking rather shocked, and someone said, "Look here, Ivek," in a gently remonstrative tone. The handsome, dark-haired gentleman eyed her with a thin-lipped, chilly smile. He was watching her. Matthew felt humiliated. To this elegant young man, Ivek was merely a victim. He undressed her with a knowing sensual air. She was already naked to his vision. He had guessed the contours of her breasts and thighs, and the odor of her flesh. Matthew shook himself abruptly, and walked towards Ivek, feeling rather weak at the knees. He had realized that he for the first time desired her, though little to his credit, through another man's desire. Ivek, after a good deal of attitudinizing, took the girl's head in both hands, kissed her on the lips, and then repulsed her violently. "You smell of cashews," she said indignantly. Matthew planted himself beside their table. "Ivek," he said. She looked at him open-mouthed, and he wondered if she recognized him. Slowly she raised her left hand and held it out. "So it's you," she said, "just look at that." She had torn off her bandages. Matthew saw a reddish, sticky scar, edged with little dabs of yellow pus. "You've kept yours on," said Ivek in a voice of disappointment. "I forgot you are a careful man." "She tore it off in spite of us," said the girl, in a pleading tone. "She's a little devil." Ivek rose abruptly, and looked darkly at Matthew. "Take me away from here. I feel degraded." The young people looked at each other. "We haven't been making her drink, you know," said the bearded youth to Matthew. Actually, we have tried to stop her. True enough, said Ivok, with disgust. Children's nurses, that's what they are. Except me, Ivok, said the handsome dancer. Except me. He eyed her with an air of secret understanding. Ivok turned to him, and said, except this fellow, and he's a toad. Come along, said Matthew quietly. He put an arm round her shoulders, and drew her away. Behind him rose a hum of consternation. Halfway upstairs, Ivok began to droop. Ivok, he pleaded. She shook her curls mirthfully. I want to sit down right here, she said. Please. Ivok began to gurgle and pulled her skirt up above her knees. I want to sit down right here. Matthew gripped her by the waist and dragged her out. When they were in the street, he let her go. She had not resisted. She blinked and looked sullenly about her. Do you want to go back to your place? Suggested Matthew. No, said Ivok emphatically. Would you like me to take you to Boris's? He isn't there. Where is he? God knows. Then where do you want to go? How should I know? It's for you to say. You took me away. Matthew pondered for a moment. All right, he said. He gave her an arm as far as the taxi, and said, 12 ruhwagans. I'm taking you home with me, he said. You can lie down on my sofa, and I'll make you some tea. Ivok did not protest. She climbed stiffly into the cab, and collapsed onto the cushions. Anything wrong? She was livid. I'm ill, she said. I'll tell him to stop at a chemist's, said Matthew. No, she said, violently. Then lie back and shut your eyes, said Matthew, we shall soon be there. Ivok groaned a little. Suddenly her face turned green, and she leaned out of the window. Matthew saw her small thin back shaken by gusts of vomiting. He reached out a hand, and quietly grasped the latch of the door. He was afraid that it might swing open. In a few moments, the coughing stopped. Matthew drew back quickly, took out his pipe and filled it with an abstracted air. Ivok collapsed once more onto the cushions, and Matthew put his pipe back in his pocket. Here we are, he said. Ivok sat up with an effort. I feel so ashamed, she said. Matthew got out first, and held out his arms to her. But she pushed him aside, and jumped briskly out onto the pavement. He hurriedly paid the chauffeur, and turned towards her. She was eyeing him with a non-committal air. A faint, sour reek of vomit came from her delicate mouth. Matthew inhaled it ecstatically. Are you feeling better? I'm sober now, said Ivok gloomily. But my head's throbbing. Matthew made her walk slowly upstairs. Every step I take seems to go through my head, she said with a hostile air. On the third landing she stopped for a moment to recover her breath. Now I remember everything. Ivok. Everything. I've been trailing about with those brutes and making an exhibition of myself. And I was plowed in the PCB. Come along, said Matthew. There's only one flight more. They walked on in silence. Suddenly Ivok said, How did you find me? Matthew bent down to insert the key in the lock. I was looking for you, he said, and then I met Renata. Ivok muttered behind his back, I was hoping all the time that you would come. In you go, said Matthew, standing on one side. She brushed against him as she passed, and he longed to take her in his arms. Ivok tottered as she entered the room. She looked around her drearily. So this is where you live? Yes, said Matthew. It was the first time that she had come to his flat. He looked at his green leather armchairs and his writing table. He saw them with Ivok's eyes, and he was ashamed of them. There's the sofa, he said. Now you must lie down. Ivok flung herself on the sofa without a word. Would you like some tea? I'm cold, said Ivok. Matthew fetched his coverlet, and folded it over her legs. Ivik shut her eyes, and laid her head on a cushion. She was in pain, there were 3 vertical wrinkles from her forehead to the root of her nose. Would you like some tea? She did not answer. Matthew picked up the electric kettle and went to fill it at the scullery tap. In the larder he found a stale half-lemon, with the rind dried up and the pulp congealed, but he thought that by squeezing it very hard he could extract a drop or 2 of juice. He put it on a tray, with 2 cups, and came back into the room. "I've put the water on to boil." Ivik did not answer, she was asleep. Matthew drew a chair up to the sofa, and sat down very quietly. Ivik's 3 wrinkles had vanished, her forehead was smooth and clear, she was smiling, with eyes closed. How young she is, he thought. He had set all his hopes upon a child. She looked so light and fragile, lying on the sofa. She could give no help to anyone, on the contrary, she would have to be helped to carry on her own life. And Matthew could not help her. Ivik would go off to lawn, she would vegetate there for a winter or 2, and then some man would come along, a young man, and take her off. For my part, I shall marry Marcel. Matthew got up and tiptoed out to see if the water was boiling, then returned and sat down again beside Ivik. He looked tenderly at that little sick, soiled body, still so fine in slumber. He realized that he loved Ivik, and was surprised. Love was not something to be felt, not a particular emotion, nor yet a particular shade of feeling. It was much more like a lowering curse on the horizon, a precursor of disaster. The water began to bubble in the kettle, and Ivik opened her eyes. "I'll make you some tea," said Matthew. "Would you like some?" "Tea," said Ivik with an air of perplexity. "But you don't know how to make tea." With the flat of her hand she drew her curls back over her cheeks, and got up, rubbing her eyes. "Give me the packet," she said. "I'll make you some Russian tea. Only I shall want a samovar." "I've only got a kettle," said Matthew, handing her the packet of tea. "Oh dear, and it's Ceylon tea." "Well, it can't be helped." She busied herself over the kettle. "Where's the teapot?" "Sorry," said Matthew. And he ran to fetch the teapot from the kitchen. "Thank you." She still looked rather glum, but a little more animated. She poured the water into the teapot, and then came back and sat down. "We must let it stand," she said. A silence followed, then she went on, "I don't like your flat." "So I thought," said Matthew. "If you are feeling a bit better, we might go out." "Where to?" said Ivik. "No," she went on. "I'm glad to be here. All those cafes were revolving round me, and the people are a nightmare. It's ugly here, but it's quiet. Couldn't you draw the curtains? What about lighting that little lamp?" Matthew got up. He closed the shutters and unhooked the curtain loops. The heavy green curtains swung together. He lit the lamp on his writing table. "It's like night," said Ivik delightedly. She set her back against the sofa cushions. "How nice this is, I feel as if the day were over. I want it to be dark when I leave here, I'm afraid of going back into daylight." "You can stay as long as you like," said Matthew. "No one is likely to come, and besides, if anyone does come, we'll let them ring without opening the door. I am entirely free." It was not true. Marcel was expecting him at 11 o'clock. He said to himself rather maliciously, "Let her wait." "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow. There's a train at midday." Matthew stood for a moment silent. Then he said, carefully controlling his voice, "I'll go with you to the station." "No," said Ivik. "I loathe being seen off, it always means a lot of feeble goodbyes that stretch out like a length of India rubber. Besides, I shall be utterly exhausted." "As you like," said Matthew. "Have you telegraphed to your parents?" "No, Boris wanted to, but I wouldn't let him." "So you'll have to tell them yourself." Ivik bent her head, "Yes." A silence followed. Matthew looked at Ivica's bent head and fragile shoulders. He felt as though she were leaving him bit by bit. So he said, "This is our last evening in the year." "Ha," she said, with an ironic laugh in the year. "Ivic," said Matthew, "you really oughtn't. In the first place, I'll come and see you at lawn." "I won't have it. Everything connected with lawn is defiled." "Well, you will come back." "No. There's a course in November, your parents can't." "You don't know them." "No. But they can't possibly wreck your whole life to punish you for having failed in an examination." "They won't think of punishing me," said Ivic. "It will be worse than that, they will ignore me, I shall simply fade out of their minds." "However, it's what I deserve," she said passionately. "I'm not capable of learning a job, and I would sooner stay at lawn all my life, than begin the PCB all over again." "Don't say that," said Matthew in alarm. "Don't resign yourself already. You loathe lawn." "Indeed, yes, I loathe it," she said with clenched teeth. Matthew got up to fetch the teapot and the cups. Suddenly the blood surged into his face. He turned towards her, and murmured without looking at her, "Look here, Ivic, you're going off tomorrow, but I give you my word that you'll come back. At the end of October. Until then, I'll see what can be done." "You'll see what can be done," said Ivic, with weary astonishment, "but there's nothing to be done. I tell you I'm incapable of learning a job." Matthew eyed her doubtfully, but did not feel reassured. How was he to find words that would not irritate her? "That's not what I meant to say. If you had been willing to let me help you." Ivic still looked as if she did not understand. Matthew added, "I shall have a little money." Ivic gave a sudden start. "So that's it," she said. And she added curtly, "Quite impossible." "Not at all," said Matthew warmly. "It's not by any means impossible. Listen, during the vacation, I shall put a little money on one side. Odette and Jacques invite me every year to spend August at their villa at Wanley-Pins. I have never been there, but I must accept some time. I'll go this year, it will amuse me, and I shall save money. Don't refuse offhand," he said eagerly, "it would just be a loan." He stopped. Ivic sat huddled on the sofa and was looking rather malevolently up at him. "Don't look at me like that, Ivic." "I don't know how I'm looking at you, but I know I've got a headache," said Ivic peevishly. She dropped her eyes and added, "I ought to go home to bed." "Ivic, do please listen, I'll find the money, you shall live in Paris now, don't say no. I beg you not to refuse without thinking it over. It can't inconvenience you in the least, you will pay me back when you are earning your living." Ivic shrugged her shoulders, and Matthew added eagerly, "Very well then, Boris shall repay me." Ivic did not answer, she had buried her head in her hands. Matthew remained planted in front of her, angry and distraught. Ivic. She was still silent. He felt like taking her by the chin and forcing her head up. "Ivic, you must answer me." "Why don't you answer me?" Ivic was silent. Matthew began to pace up and down the room. He thought, she will accept, I shan't let her go before she accepts. I'll give private lessons, or correct proofs." "Ivic," he said. "You are pleased to tell me why you won't accept." It was sometimes possible to wear Ivic down, the method was to harry her with questions each pitched in a different key. "Why won't you accept?" he said. "Say why you won't accept." Ivic at last murmured, without lifting her head, "I won't accept your money." "Why? You accept your parents' money willingly enough." "That isn't the same thing." "It certainly isn't the same thing. You have told me 100 times that you detest them." "I have no reason for accepting your money." "Have you any reason for accepting theirs?" "I don't want people to be generous to me," said Ivic. "When it's my father, I don't need to be grateful." "Ivic," cried Matthew, "what sort of pride is this? You haven't the right to wreck your life for a matter of dignity. Think of the life you will lead down there. You will regret every day and every hour that you refused. Ivica's face became convulsed. Let me go, she said, let me go. And she added in a low, hoarse voice, what a torment it is not to be rich. It gets one into such abject situations. But I don't understand you, said Matthew quietly. You told me last month that money was something vile that one shouldn't bother about. You said you didn't care where it came from provided you had some. Ivic shrugged her shoulders. Matthew could no longer see anything but the top of her head, and a patch of neck between the curls and the collar of her blouse. The neck was browner than the skin of her face. Didn't you say that? I won't allow you to give me money. Matthew lost patience. Oh, so it's because I'm a man, he said, with a sharp laugh. I beg your pardon, said Ivic. She looked at him with cold aversion. That's offensive. I never thought of such a thing, and I certainly wouldn't let that worry me. I don't even imagine. Very well then. Think, for the first time in your life you would be absolutely free, you could live where you liked, you could do exactly as you pleased. You once told me you would like to take a degree in philosophy. Well, why not try? Boris and I would help you. Why do you want to do all this for me? I've never done anything for you. I've always been horrid to you, and now you're taking pity on me. I'm not taking pity on you. Then why do you offer me money? Matthew hesitated, then he said, turning away, I can't endure the idea of not seeing you again. A silence fell, then Ivic said in a faltering voice, You mean that your motive for offering me the money is a selfish one? Purely selfish, said Matthew, curtly. I want to see you again, that's all. He turned nervously towards her. She was looking at him with eyebrows uplifted, and parted lips, then, suddenly her tense mood seemed to relax. Perhaps I will, she said, with indifference. In that case, it's your affair, we'll see. After all, you are right, it doesn't matter whether the money comes from here or elsewhere. Matthew drew a deep breath. I've done it, he thought. But he did not feel much relieved. Ivic retained her sullen look. How are you going to get your parents to swallow all this, he asked, by way of committing her yet further. I'll say something or other, said Ivic vaguely. They'll believe me, or they won't. What does it matter, since they won't be paying out any more money? She hung her head gloomily. I shall have to go back home, she said. Matthew did his best to mask his irritation. But you will be returning here. Oh, she said, that's all in the air. I say no, I say yes, but I don't really believe in it all. It's too remote. Whereas I know I shall be in London tomorrow evening. She touched her throat and said, I feel it there. I must go and pack soon. It will take me all night. She got up. The tea must be ready. Come and drink it. She poured the tea into the cups. It was as black as coffee. I'll write to you, said Matthew. I'll write too, she said, but I shall have nothing to say. You can describe your house, and your room. I should like to be able to imagine you there. Oh, no, she said. I wouldn't care to talk about all that. It's quite enough to have to live there. Matthew thought of the curt little letters that Boris sent to Lola. But it was only for an instant. He looked at Ivica's hands, her crimson, pointed nails, and he thought, I shall see her again. What strange tea, said Ivic, putting her cup down. Matthew started. There was a ring at the front door bell. He said nothing. He hoped that Ivic had not heard. Wasn't that a ring at the bell? She asked. Matthew laid a finger on his lips. We said just now that we wouldn't open the door, he whispered. Oh, but you must, said Ivic, in a high voice. Perhaps it's important, open the door quick. Matthew made his way to the door, thinking to himself, she hates the idea of any sort of bond between us. He opened the door just as Sarah was about to ring a second time. "Good afternoon," said Sarah, quite out of breath. "You do keep me on the go. The little minister told me you had telephoned, and here I am. I didn't even stop to put on a hat." Matthew eyed her with alarm, arrayed in an appalling apple-green dress, laughing with all her carious teeth, her hair in disorder and beaming with unwholesome kindness. She reeked of catastrophe. "Good afternoon," he said cheerfully. "I've got someone." Sarah pushed him amicably aside, and craned her head over his shoulder. "Who is it?" she asked, with greedy curiosity. "Oh, it's Ivik Serguine. How are you?" Ivik got up and made a sort of bow. She looked rather put out. So, indeed, did Sarah. Ivik was the only person whom Sarah could not stand. "How dreadfully thin you are," said Sarah. "I'm sure you aren't eating enough, you don't look after yourself." Matthew confronted Sarah and eyed her fixedly. Sarah began to laugh. "There's Matthew looking very sternly at me," she said with a lively laugh. "He won't have me talk to you about diet." She turned towards Matthew. "I came back late," she said. "Waldman was not to be found anywhere. He hasn't been 3 weeks in Paris, and he's already involved in all sorts of shady affairs. It was 6 o'clock before I could get hold of him." "How kind you are, Sarah, I'm truly grateful," said Matthew. And he added briskly, "But we'll talk about all that later on. Will you have a cup of tea?" "Indeed, no. I can't even sit down," she said. "I must dash along to the Spanish bookshop. They want to see me urgently. There's a friend of Gomez who has just arrived in Paris." "Who is it?" asked Matthew, by way of gaining time. "I don't yet know. I was merely told a friend of Gomez. He comes from Madrid." She gazed affectionately at Matthew. There was a look of agonized kindness in her eyes. "My poor Matthew, I've got some bad news for you. He refuses." But all the same Matthew did bring himself to say, "You would like a word with me in private, no doubt." He frowned meaningly. But Sarah was not looking at him. "Oh, it's hardly worthwhile," she said gloomily. "I have almost nothing to tell you." And she added in a voice that vibrated with mystery, "I pressed him as hard as I could. Nothing doing. The person in question must be at his place tomorrow morning, with the money." "All right. Well, it can't be helped, don't let's talk about it any more," said Matthew briskly. He stressed the last words, but Sarah was anxious to justify herself, and said, "I did everything I could." I implored him to agree. He said, "Is she a Jewess?" I said no. Then he said, "I don't give credit. If she wants my help, she must pay for it. Otherwise, there are plenty of clinics in Paris." Matthew heard the sofa creak behind his back. "Sarah continued," he said, "I will never give them credit, they made us suffer too much. And it's true, you know, I can almost understand his attitude. He spoke of the Jews in Vienna, and the concentration camps. I wouldn't believe it," her voice almost failed her. "They were martyred." She paused, and a heavy silence followed. Then she continued, shaking her head, "So what will you do?" "I don't know." "You are not thinking of—" "Yes," said Matthew gloomily, "I imagine it will end in that." "My dear Matthew," said Sarah with emotion. He eyed her coldly, and she, embarrassed, said no more. He observed something like a gleam of awareness kindle in her eyes. "Very well, then," she said, after a moment or two, "I must run away. Ring me up tomorrow morning without fail, I shall want to know." "I will," said Matthew. "Goodbye, Sarah." "Goodbye, Ivik darling," cried Sarah from the door. "Goodbye, madam," said Ivik. When Sarah had gone, Matthew went on pacing up and down the room. He was cold. That good creature, he said with a laugh, is a hurricane. She comes in like a squall of wind, flings everything onto the floor, and then whirls out again. Ivek said nothing. Matthew knew she would not answer. He came and sat down beside her and said, with averted eyes, "Ivek, I'm going to marry Marcel." There was a further silence. Matthew looked at the heavy green curtains that masked the window. He was tired. He bent his head, and went on, by way of explanation, "She told me 2 days ago that she was pregnant." The words emerged with difficulty. He did not venture to turn towards Ivek, but he knew she was looking at him. "I wonder why you tell me," said she, in a frozen voice. "These are your affairs." Matthew shrugged his shoulders, and said, "You knew she was." "Your mistress," said Ivek disdainfully. "I had better tell you that I don't pay much attention to that sort of thing." She hesitated, and then said, with a listless air, "I don't see why you should assume that devastated look. If you marry her, it's presumably because you want to. Otherwise, from what I hear, there are all sorts of ways." "I haven't any money," said Matthew. "I have tried to raise some everywhere." "So that's why you asked Boris to borrow 4,000 francs from Lola." "Ah. You know?" "I didn't, while, yes, if you like, it was for that." Ivek said in a toneless voice, "How sordid." "Yes. Anyway, it doesn't concern me," said Ivek. "You ought to know what you're about." She drank up her tea and said, "What time is it?" 9:15. "Is it dark?" Matthew went to the window and lifted the curtain. A murky light still filtered through the shutters, not quite. "Oh well, never mind," said Ivek, getting up, "I shall go all the same." "I've got all my packing to do," she said in a tone of lamentation. "Well, goodbye," said Matthew. He felt no desire to detain her. "Goodbye. I shall see you again in October." It came out unawares. Ivek gave a violent start. "In October," she said with flashing eyes. "In October? No, indeed." She began to laugh. "Excuse me," she said, "but you look so odd. I never really thought of taking your money. You will need all you have to start housekeeping." "Ivek," said Matthew, grasping her arm. Ivek uttered a cry, and shook his hand off. "Let me go," she said. "Don't touch me." Matthew dropped his arms. He felt a desperate anger rising up within him. "I suspected something of the kind," Ivek went on breathlessly. "Yesterday morning, when you had the impertinence to touch me, I said to myself, that's the way a married man behaves." "That's enough," said Matthew roughly. "You needn't say any more. I understand." There she stood, face to face with him, red with anger, an insolent smile upon her lips. He was afraid of himself. He thrust her aside, flung himself out of the flat, and slammed the front door behind him. Chapter 16. You know not how to love, you know not how. In vain I love you so. The Trois Mousquetaires Café gleamed through the faltering dusk with all its lights ablaze. A desultory crowd had assembled on the terrace outside. Soon the luminous network of the night would be stretched above Paris. These people were waiting for the night, listening to the band, and looking well content as they gathered gratefully round this first red glimmer of the night to come. Matthew kept well away from this lyric crowd. The charm of the evening was not for him. You know not how to love, you know not how. And you will never know. A long straight street. Behind him, in a green room, a little malevolent consciousness obdurately repulsed him. Before him, in a pink room, a motionless woman awaited him with a smile of hope. In an hour's time he would walk softly into that pink room, and gradually become enmeshed by all the gentle hope, the gratitude and love that he would find there. Men have drowned themselves for far less than that. Look out, you bloody fool. Matthew flung himself forward to avoid the car. He tripped against the pavement, and found himself on the ground. He had fallen on his hands. God damn it all. He got up, with smarting palms. Gravely he contemplated his muddy hands, the right one was quite black and bruised, the left was aching badly, his bandage was spattered with mud. That's the last straw, he murmured solemnly. That's the last straw. He pulled out his pocket handkerchief, wetted it in his mouth, and rubbed the palms of his hands with a kind of odd solicitude. He felt like shedding tears. There followed a moment of suspense, in which he eyed himself with amazement. Then he burst out laughing. He laughed at himself, at Marcel, at Ivok, at his own ridiculous clumsiness, his life, his shabby passions. He recalled his ancient hopes, and laughed at them too, because they had culminated in this solemn personage who had been on the point of shedding tears because he had fallen down. He looked at himself with no sort of shame, with a cold intense amusement, and he thought, to think I used to take myself seriously. The laughter stopped. After a few final gasps, there was no one left to laugh. Empty space. The body started off again, heavy and hot, with tremors and flushes of anger assailing the throat and stomach. But no one inhabited that body now. The streets were emptied as though their contents had been poured down a sink, something that a while ago had filled them had been swallowed up. The usual objects were still there, intact, but they had all become disrupted. They depended from the sky like enormous stalactites, or towered upwards like fantastic dolmens. All their usual little appeals, their shrill cicada chirpings, had vanished into thin air, and were silent. A man's future had once challenged them, and they met it with a scatter of diverse temptations. That future was dead. The body turned to the right, and plunged into a luminous haze at the far end of a noisome cleft, between ice blocks streaked by intermittent flashes. Dark masses creaked as they crawled past. At the level of the eyes, swung a line of furry flowers. Between these flowers, in the depths of the crevasse, glided a transparency and eyed itself with frozen fury. I'll go and get it. The world resumed its shape, a noisy, bustling world, of cars and people and shop windows. Matthew discovered himself in the middle of the Rue du Depart. But it was no longer the same world, nor quite the same Matthew. At the far end of the world, beyond the buildings and the streets, there was a closed door. He searched in his pocketbook and produced a key. Yonder the closed door, here the small flat key, these were the sole objects in this world, between them, nothing but a medley of obstacles and distances. In 1 hour. There's time for me to walk. 1 hour, just time to get to the door and open it. Beyond that hour there was nothing. Matthew walked with a measured stride, inwardly at peace, intent upon evil and yet unperturbed. Suppose Lola had stayed in bed. He put the key back into his pocket and said, "Oh well, it can't be helped, I should take the money just the same." The lamp shone dimly. Near the attic window, between the photographs of Marlene Dietrich and of Robert Taylor, hung an advertisement calendar bearing a small and rather tarnished mirror. Daniel approached it, and bending down a little, set about retying the knot of his necktie. He was in a hurry to get himself dressed. In the mirror, behind him, almost effaced by the half-darkness and the white discolorations on the mirror, he could see Ralph's haggard, harsh profile, and his hands began to tremble. He longed to squeeze that thin neck with its protuberant Adam's apple, and feel it crack beneath his fingers. Ralph turned his head towards the glass. He did not know that Daniel was looking at him, and eyed him with a queer expression. "He's looking positively murderous," thought Daniel with a shiver, almost, in fact, almost a shiver of enjoyment. "He's hurt in his little masculine pride, he hates me." He took time over knotting his tie. Ralph was still looking at him, and Daniel was enjoying the hatred that united them, a rejuvenated hatred, that seemed to date back 20 years, a veritable possession. He felt the purer for it. "One day a fellow like that will come and knock me out from behind." The youthful face would expand in the mirror, and that would be the end, the infamous death that was his due. He swung suddenly round, Ralph promptly lowered his eyes. The room was a furnace. You haven't got a towel. Daniel's hands were moist. There may be one in the water jug. In the water jug there was in fact a dirty towel. Daniel wiped his hands carefully. There has never been any water in that water jug. You don't appear to wash much, either of you. We wash under the tap in the passage, said Ralph in a surly tone. After a pause, he added, it's more convenient. He slipped on his shoes, sitting on the edge of the truckle bedstead, his torso bent, and his right knee raised. Daniel eyed the slim back, and the young muscular arms protruding from the short-sleeved Lacoste shirt. He has charm, he thought dispassionately. But he loathed that very charm. In an instant he would be outside, and all this would be over. But he knew what awaited him outside. Just as he was putting on his jacket he hesitated, his shoulders and chest were bathed in sweat. He realized with annoyance that the weight of the coat would make his linen shirt stick to his damp flesh. It's disgustingly hot in here, he said to Ralph. We're right under the roof. What time is it? 9 o'clock, just struck. 10 hours to kill before daylight. He could not go to bed after that sort of episode, it always upset him much more if he did. Ralph looked up. I wanted to ask you, Monsieur Lalique, was it you who advised Bobby to go back to his chemist? Advised? No. I told him he was a fool to have walked out on him. Aha! That's not the same thing. He came and told me this morning that he was going to apologize, that it was you who wanted him to, but he didn't look as though he were telling the truth. I don't want him to do anything, said Daniel, and I certainly didn't tell him to apologize. They both smiled contemptuously. Daniel was on the point of putting on his jacket, but his heart failed him. I said do as you like, said Ralph, bending down again. It's not my business. If that's what M. Lalique advised, but I see what it is now. He tugged savagely at the lace of his left shoe. I shan't say anything to him, said he, he's like that, he can't help telling lies. But there's one chap I swear I'll catch by the short hairs. The chemist. Yes. Not the old one. The young chapter. The dispenser. Yes. That's the brute. You know what he said about Bobby and me. Bobby can't have much pride to go back to that hole. Mark my words, I'll be waiting for that chap one evening when he leaves the shop. He smiled an evil smile, in enjoyment of his own anger. I'll just stroll up with my hands in my pockets and a nasty look in my eye. You recognize me, do you? Good. What's this you've been saying about me, eh? What have you been saying about me? And the chap will answer, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Oh, didn't you? Then a jab in the stomach that'll knock him over, and I'll jump on him and bash his mug against the pavement. Daniel eyed him with iron Eichel disfavor, and he thought, they're all alike. All. Except Bobby, who was a female. Afterwards, they always talked about smashing someone's face. Ralph was becoming excited, his eyes were gleaming and his ears were scarlet. He felt impelled to make abrupt and vivid gestures. Daniel could not resist the desire to humiliate him still further. But perhaps he'll knock you out. Ha, jeered Ralph. Let him come along. You've only got to ask the waiter at the Oriental, he'll tell you. A chap about 30 with tremendous arms. He said he was going to throw me out. Daniel smiled offensively. And you just ate him up, of course. Ask anyone you like, said Ralph indignantly. There were about 10 of them, looking on you come outside. I said to him. There was Bobby and a big chap, I've seen you with him. Corbin, works at the slaughterhouse. So he went out want to teach a grown man how to behave, eh? Says he to me. So I said about him properly. I socked him one in the eye to begin with, and then, when he came back for another, jabbed him with my elbow. Just like that. Flat on the nose. He had got up, and began to mimic the episodes of the encounter. He swung round, displaying his firm small buttocks under his tightly fitting blue trousers. Daniel was seized by an access of rage, and longed to knock him down. He was pissing blood, continued Ralph, so I grabbed his legs and tipped him over. And my friend, the grown man, didn't know where he was when I'd done with him. He paused, malevolent and swollen with pride, sheltering now behind his deed of glory. He looked like an insect. I wish I could kill him, thought Daniel. He did not really believe these stories, but it nonetheless humiliated him to think that Ralph had knocked down a man of 30. He began to laugh. Mind how you throw your weight about, he said slowly, you'll get what's coming to you one of these days. I don't throw my weight about, he said, but it isn't the big chaps I'm afraid of. So, said Daniel, you aren't afraid of anyone, eh? Not of anyone. Ralph flushed. The big chaps aren't the strongest, he said. And what about you? Let's see how strong you are, said Daniel, pushing him. Just let's see. Ralph stood for a moment with his mouth open, then his eyes glittered. As it's you I don't mind. For fun, of course, he said in a sibilant voice. And no dirty business. You won't get the best of it. Daniel grabbed him by the belt. I'll show you, my poppet. Ralph was lithe and sinewy, his muscles rippled under Daniel's hands. They wrestled in silence, and Daniel began to pant. He figured himself somehow as a tall fellow wearing a mustache. Ralph finally managed to lift him off his feet, but Daniel thrust both hands into his face, and Ralph let go. They stood confronting each other, each with a venomous smile upon his face. So you would you, said Ralph in a strange voice. He made a sudden dash at Daniel with his head down. Daniel dodged his head, and grabbed him by the back of the neck. He was already out of breath. Ralph did not look in the least tired. They clinched again, and began to revolve in the middle of the room. Daniel was aware of a sour and feverish taste at the back of his mouth. I must finish him off or he'll do me in. He pushed at Ralph with all his strength, but Ralph resisted. Daniel was possessed by a maniacal fury, as he thought, I'm making a fool of myself. He bent down suddenly, seized Ralph by the small of his back, lifted him, flung him on the bed, and with the same impulse fell on top of him. Ralph struggled and tried to scratch, but Daniel seized his wrists and held them down on the bolster. Thus they remained for several moments. Daniel was too exhausted to get up. Ralph lay immovable and helpless, with the weight of another grown man flattening him out. Well, who had the best of that, gasped Daniel. Who had the best of that, my little friend? Ralph promptly smiled, and said slyly, you're a stout fellow, Monsieur Lalique. Daniel released him, and rose to his feet. He was out of breath, and felt humiliated. His heart was throbbing violently. I used to be a stout fellow, he said. At the moment I can hardly get my wind. Ralph was on his feet, straightening his collar, and breathing naturally. He tried to laugh, but he evaded Daniel's eyes. Wind isn't what matters, he said generously. It's training. They both grinned with an air of embarrassment. Daniel longed to take Ralph by the throat and dash his fist into his face. He slipped on his coat again, his shirt, soaked as it was with sweat, stuck to his skin. Well, he said, I must be off. Goodbye. Goodbye, Monsieur Lalique. I've hidden something for you in the room, said Daniel, look for it carefully, and you'll find it. The door closed. Daniel walked rather unsteadily downstairs. First and foremost I must get a wash, he thought, wash myself from head to foot. As he emerged into the street, a thought suddenly came upon him and brought him up short. He had shaved that morning before going out, and he had left his razor on the mantelpiece wide open. As he opened the door, Matthew released the muffled tinkle of a bell. I didn't notice it this morning, he thought, I suppose they connected up in the evening, after 9 o'clock. He flung a sidelong glance through the glass door of the office, and saw a shadow. There was someone there. He walked sedately up to the keyboard. Room 21. The key was hanging from a nail. Matthew took it quickly, and slipped it into his pocket, then turned and approached the staircase. A door opened behind his back. They're going to stop me, he thought. He was not afraid, this had been foreseen. Hello there. Where are you going? Said a harsh voice. Matthew turned. It was a tall thin woman in eyeglasses. She looked important and suspicious. Matthew smiled at her. Where are you going? She repeated. Couldn't you inquire at the office? Bolivar. The Negro's name was Bolivar. I'm going to see M. Bolivar, on the 3rd floor, said Matthew quietly. Ah. And why were you nosing round the keyboard? Said the woman suspiciously. I was looking to see if his key was there. And isn't it? No. He's in, said Matthew. The woman went up to the board. One chance in 2. Yes, she said, with an air of disappointment and relief. He's in. Matthew walked upstairs without replying. On the 3rd landing, he stopped for a moment, then he slipped the key into the lock of No. 21, and opened the door. The room was plunged in darkness. A red darkness that smelled of fever and scent. He locked the door behind him, and went up to the bed. At first he held out his hands in front of him so as not to bump into anything, but he soon became accustomed to the dimness. The bed was unmade. There were 2 pillows on the bolster, still hollowed by the weight of heads. Matthew knelt down by the suitcase and opened it. He was aware of a faint desire to be sick. The notes he had dropped that morning had fallen onto the packages of letters. Matthew took 4. He did not want to steal anything for his own benefit. What am I going to do with the key? He hesitated for a moment, and then decided to leave it in the lock of the suitcase. As he got up he noticed, at the far end of the room, a door which he had not seen that morning. He went and opened it. It was a dressing room. Matthew struck a match, and saw his face, gilded by the flame, appear in a mirror. He looked at himself until the flame went out, then he dropped the match and went back into the bedroom. He could now clearly distinguish the furniture, Lola's clothes, her pajamas, her dressing gown, her coat and skirt, carefully laid out on chairs and suitcases. He laughed a curt, malicious laugh, and went out. The corridor was deserted, but he could hear the sound of footsteps and laughter. There were people coming upstairs. He half turned to go back into the room, but no, he did not in the least mind if he were caught. He slipped the key into the lock and double-locked the door. When he stood up again, he saw a woman followed by a soldier. It's on the 4th floor, said the woman. And the soldier said, it's a long way up. Matthew let them pass, and then went down. He reflected with amusement that the hardest part was yet to come. The key would have to be replaced on the board. On the 1st floor he stopped and leaned over the banisters. The woman was standing in the entrance doorway, with her back towards him, and looking out into the street. Matthew walked noiselessly down the last few stairs, hung the key on its nail, then tiptoed up again to the 1st landing, waited a moment, and marched heavily down the staircase. The woman turned, and he greeted her as he passed. Good evening, madam. Evening, she mumbled. He went out, feeling the weight of the woman's look upon his back, and he wanted to laugh. Dead the beast, dead the poison. He walks with long strides, feeling rather weak in the legs. He is afraid, his mouth is dry. The streets are too blue, the air is too soft. The flame runs along the fuse, with a barrel of powder at the end of it. He dashes upstairs 4 steps at a time. He finds it difficult to put the key into the lock. His hand shakes. 2 cats dart between his legs. They are afraid of him just now. Dead the beast. The razor is there, on the night table, wide open. He picks it up by the handle and looks at it. The handle is black, the blade is white. The flame runs along the fuse. He slips his finger down the edge of the blade, he feels at the tip of his finger the acid savor of a cut, he shudders, it is my hand that must do it all. The razor does not help, it lies inert, weighing no more than an insect in the hand. He takes a few steps into the room, looking for support or for a sign. Everything is inert and silent. Table and chairs are all inert, afloat in a motionless light. He alone is erect, he alone alive in the oppressively blue light. Nothing will help me, nothing will happen. The cats are scratching in the kitchen. He leans his hand upon the table, it responds to his pressure with an equal pressure, no more, no less. Objects are servile, submissive, subject to control. My hand will do it all. He yawns, from anguish and from boredom, but mainly from boredom. He is alone upon the scene. Nothing impels him to decide, nothing stops him from doing so, he alone must decide. His act is purely negative. That red flower between his legs, it is not there, that red stain on the floor, it is not there. He looks at the floor. The floor is an even, smooth expanse, nowhere is there room for any mark. I shall be lying on the floor, inert, my clothes torn and sticky, the razor will be on the floor, red, jagged and inert. He is spellbound by the razor, on the floor, if only he could picture them vividly enough, the red stain and the gash, vividly enough to bring them into being without his having to commit that act. Pain, I can bear it. I long for it, I welcome it, but it's the act that act. He looks at the ceiling, then at the blade. In vain, the air is soft, the room is softly lit, the razor gleams softly, weighs softly in his hand. An act is needed, the moment rocks upon the first drop of blood. It is my hand that must do it all. He goes to the window, looks at the sky. He draws the curtains, with his left hand. He switches on the light, with his left hand. He transfers the razor to his left. He takes out his pocketbook and produces 4,000-franc notes. He takes an envelope from his desk and puts the money into the envelope. He writes on the envelope, for M. Delarue, 12 Rue Huygens. He places the envelope conspicuously on the table. He gets up, he walks, the beast is lying close against his stomach, the beast is sucking at him, he can feel it. Yes or no? He is caught in the trap. He must decide. He has all night for doing so. Alone in confrontation with himself. All night. His right hand recovers the razor. He is afraid of his hand, he watches it, quite stiff at the extremity of his arm. And he says, now. A little laughing shiver runs up him from the small of the back to his neck. Now finish it. If only he could find himself with his throat cut, as a man finds himself on his legs in the morning, when the alarm has sounded, without knowing how he got there. But first that foul and filthy act must be done, carefully and patiently he must undo his buttons. The inertness of the razor passes into his hand, into his arm. A warm and living body with an arm of stone. The huge arm of a statue, inert, frozen, with a razor at the tip of it. He loosens his grip. The razor falls onto the table. The razor is there, on the table, open. Nothing has changed. He can reach out a hand, and pick it up. The razor, inert still, will obey. There is yet time, there will be plenty of time, I have all night. He walks across the room. He does not hate himself, he now wants nothing, he is adrift in a void. The beast is there between his legs. How loathsome! Well, my young friend, if it disgusts you too much, the razor lies there, on the table. Dead the beast. The razor. The razor. He walks round and round the table without taking his eyes off the razor. Will nothing stop me from picking it up? Nothing. The room and all in it is inert and quiet. He reaches out a hand, he touches the blade. My hand will do it all. He leaps back, opens the door, and dashes out onto the staircase. One of his cats darts wildly downstairs in front of him. Daniel ran out into the street. Up above, the door stood wide open, the lamp was still alight, and the razor on the table. The cats were prowling about the dark stairway. There was nothing to prevent him from retracing his steps, and going back. The room was awaiting him, submissive to his will. Nothing had been decided, nothing ever would be decided. He must run, he must get away as far as possible, immerse himself in noise and light, in a throng of people. He must become a man among his fellows, and feel the eyes of other men upon him. He ran all the way to the Roi Olaf, and pushed open the door, gasping for breath. "Bring me a whiskey," he panted. His heart was shaken by heavy throbs that reached to the tips of his fingers. There was an inky taste in his mouth. He sat down in an alcove at the far end. "You look tired," said the waiter with a respectful air. He was a tall Norwegian who spoke French without a trace of accent. He looked genially at Daniel, and Daniel felt himself transformed into a rich, eccentric client who could be relied on for a good tip. He smiled. "I'm rather out of sorts," he explained, "a little feverish." The waiter nodded and departed. Daniel relapsed into his solitude. His room awaited him up yonder, all prepared. The door stood wide open, the razor glittered on the table. "I shall never be able to go back home." He would drink for as long as he felt inclined. On the stroke of 4, the waiter, assisted by the barman, would put him into a taxi, as always happened on these occasions. The waiter returned with a half-filled glass and a bottle of Perrier water. "Just as you like it," he said. "Thank you." Daniel was alone in this very ordinary, quiet cafe, all around him a froth of amber light, and amber gleams from the wood of the partitions, which were plastered with thick varnish, sticky to the touch. He poured the Perrier water into his glass. The whiskey sparkled for a moment, busy bubbles mounted to the surface, like a throng of eager gossips, and then the little agitation subsided. Daniel eyed the yellow, viscous liquid, still faintly flecked with effervescence. It looked very like flat beer. At the bar, out of his sight, the waiter and the barman were talking in Norwegian. "More drink." With a sudden stroke he swept the glass off the table, and sent it crashing to the floor. The barman and the waiter promptly stopped their conversation. Daniel leaned down beneath the table. The liquid was oozing slowly over the tiled floor, thrusting out tentacles towards the foot of an adjacent chair. The waiter hurried up. "How clumsy of me," lamented Daniel with a smile. "Shall I get you another?" asked the waiter. He had bent down with back outstretched to mop up the liquid, and collect the fragments of the glass. "Yes." "No," said Daniel brusquely. "It's a warning," he added in a jocular tone. "I mustn't take any alcohol this evening. Bring me another small Perrier with a slice of lemon." The waiter departed. Daniel felt more composed. An impenetrable presence had begun to encompass him once more. The smell of ginger, amber light, and wood partitions. "Thanks." The waiter had opened the bottle and half-filled the glass. Daniel drank and put the glass down. "I knew it," he thought, "I knew I wouldn't do it." While he was striding through the streets and dashing upstairs 4 steps at a time, he knew he would not actually do the deed. He knew it when he picked up the razor. He had not deceived himself for 1 second, wretched comedian that he was. All that had happened was that, in the outcome, he had succeeded in frightening himself, and had fled in disorder. He picked up his glass and gripped it. With all his might he longed to loathe himself. He would never find so good an opportunity. Beast. Coward and comedian, beast. For an instant he thought he would succeed, but no, these were mere words. He ought to have. No matter who it was, he would have accepted any person's judgment, no matter whose, so it were not his own. Not that ghastly self-contempt, that utterly futile, weak, moribund self-contempt, which seemed at every moment on the point of self-annihilation, but always survived. If only someone knew, if he could feel upon him the weight of someone else's contempt. But I never shall, I would sooner castrate myself. He looked at his watch, 11 o'clock, 8 more hours to kill before morning. Time flowed no longer. 11 o'clock. He gave a sudden start. Matthew is with Marcel. She's talking to him. At this very moment, she is talking to him. She puts her arms round his neck, and thinks him deplorably slow in declaring himself. This too, I did it. He began to tremble all over. He will give way, he will end by yielding. I have wrecked his life. He had relinquished his glass, he was on his feet, staring into vacancy. He cannot despise himself nor yet forget himself. He wishes he were dead, and he exists. He obstinately maintains his own existence. He wants to be dead, he thinks he wants to be dead, he thinks that he thinks he wants to be dead. There is a way. He had spoken aloud. The waiter hurried up. Did you call me? Yes, said Daniel, absent-mindedly. That's for yourself. He threw 100 francs onto the table. There is a way. A way to settle everything. He stood erect and walked briskly towards the door. An admirable way. He laughed shortly. He was always amused when he found occasion to play a little trick upon himself. Chapter 17. Matthew closed the door quietly, lifting it slightly on its hinges so that it should make no noise. Then he set his foot on the top step of the staircase, bent down and unlaced his shoes. His chest was almost touching his knee. He removed his shoes, held them in his left hand, got up, and laid his right hand on the banisters, looking upwards at the pale pink haze that seemed to hover in the shadows. He passed no more judgments on himself. Slowly he climbed up into the darkness, treading carefully to avoid making the stairs creak. The door of the room was ajar. He pushed it open. The room smelt oppressive. All the heat of the day had settled into its depths, like the lees in a bottle. On the bed sat a woman eyeing him with a smile, Marcel. She had put on her elegant white dressing gown with the gilded cord. She was carefully made up, and her expression was composed and cheerful. Matthew shut the door behind him and stood motionless, his arms hanging loosely by his sides. The unbearable delight of mere existence had caught him by the throat. He was there, he was finding his fulfillment there, in the presence of this smiling lady, immersed in this odor of sickness, sweets, and love. Marcel had thrown her head back, and was now surveying him maliciously through half-closed eyelids. He returned her smile, and deposited his shoes in the wardrobe. A voice swollen with affection sighed at his back, "Darling." He turned abruptly round and stood backing onto the wardrobe. "Hello," he said in an undertone. Marcel raised a hand to the level of her temple, and flickered her fingers. "Hello, hello." She got up, came and put her arms round his neck and kissed him, slipping her tongue into his mouth. She had darkened her eyelids. "You are hot," she said, stroking his neck. She looked him up and down, her head tilted slightly back, darting her tongue out between her teeth, with an air of vivacity and joy. She was beautiful. Matthew gloomily recalled Ivica's emaciated plainness. "You are very gay," said he. "Yesterday, on the telephone, you didn't sound as if things were going at all well." "No. I was being silly. But they are going well enough today, very well indeed, in fact. Did you have a good night?" "I slept like a dormouse." She kissed him again. He felt upon his lips the rich velvet of her mouth, and then that smooth, warm, darting nakedness her tongue. Gently he disengaged himself. Marcel was naked under her dressing gown. He could see her shapely breasts, and there was a taste of sugar in her mouth. She took his hand and drew him towards the bed. "Come and sit beside me." He sat down at her side. She still held his hand in hers, squeezing it with little awkward jerks, and Matthew felt as though the warmth of those hands was penetrating to his armpits. "It's very hot in here," he said. She did not reply. She devoured him with her eyes. Her lips were parted, and there was a humble and appealing look upon her face. He slipped his left hand across his stomach and stealthily felt in his right hand hip pocket for his tobacco. Marcel noticed the hand in transit, and uttered a little cry, "Oh! But what's the matter with your hand?" "I cut myself." Marcel let go Matthew's right hand, and grabbed the other as it passed. She turned it over like a pancake, and eyed the palm. "But your bandage is horribly dirty, you'll get blood poisoning. And there's mud on it, how did that get there?" "I fell down." She laughed a shocked, indulgent laugh. "I cut myself, I fell down." "Silly boy. What on earth have you been up to?" "Wait a minute, I'll put that bandage straight for you, you can't go about like that." She unbound Matthew's hand and nodded. "It's a nasty wound, how did it happen?" "Have you been fighting?" "Of course not. It was yesterday evening, at the Sumatra." "At the Sumatra? Broad, pale cheeks, golden hair, tomorrow, I'll do my hair like that to please you." "It was some nonsense of Boris's," he replied. "He had bought a dagger, and challenged me to stick it in my hand. And you, of course, promptly did so. But you're completely dotty, my poor darling, those rotten friends of yours will make an utter fool of you if you aren't careful. Look at that poor ravaged paw." Matthew's hand lay inert between her two burning hands. The wound looked repulsive, with its black and pulpy scab. Marcel slowly lifted the hand to the level of her face, looked at it fixedly, then suddenly bent down and laid her lips upon the wound in a transport of humility. What can be the matter with her, he wondered. He drew her towards him and kissed her on the ear. "Are you loving me?" asked Marcel. "Of course. You don't look as if you were." Matthew smiled and did not answer. She rose and went to get her box of dressings from the wardrobe. She had her back to him, she was standing on tiptoe, and lifting her arms to reach the top shelf. Her sleeves had slipped down her arms. Matthew looked at the lovely arms he had so often caressed, and all the old desires awakened within him. Marcel came towards him with a sort of cumbrous briskness. "Give me your paw." She had poured some spirit onto a small sponge, and began to clean his hand. He felt against his hip the faint glow of that too familiar body. "Now lick that." Marcel held out to him a bit of sticking plaster. He put out his tongue and obediently licked the pink transparency. Marcel applied the patch of plaster to the skin. She then picked up the old bandage and held it for a moment in her fingertips, eyeing it with amused disgust. "What am I to do with this loathsome object? When you have gone, I'll go and throw it in the rubbish bin." She deftly bound up the hand with a length of clean, white webbing. "So Boris challenged you, did he? And you made a mess of your hand? You silly old boy. And did he do the same?" "Not he," said Matthew. Marcel laughed. "So he made a pretty sort of fool of you." She had stuck a safety pin in her mouth, and was slitting the webbing with both hands. She said, compressing her lips onto the pin, "Was Ivik there when I cut myself?" "Yes." "No." "She was dancing with Lola." Marcel stuck the pin into the bandage. There was a smear of vermilion from her lips on the steel shank. "There. That's all right now. Did you have a good time?" "Not bad. Is the Sumatra a nice place? I do wish you would take me there one of these days." "But it would tire you," said Matthew rather irritably. "Oh, just for once, we would make an occasion of it. It's so long since I've had an evening out with you anywhere." "An evening out?" Matthew angrily repeated the two conjugal phrase. Marcel was not tactful in her choice of words. "Will you?" said Marcel. "Look here," he said, "it couldn't be before the autumn anyway. You must look after yourself properly just now, and besides the place will soon be closing for the summer break. Lola is going on tour in North Africa." "Well, then, we'll go in the autumn." "Is that a promise?" "Yes." Marcel coughed with embarrassment. "I can see you're a bit annoyed with me." Annoyed. Yes. I was very tiresome the day before yesterday. Not at all. Why? Indeed I was. I was nervy. Well, that was natural. It's all my fault, my poor darling. You're not in the least to blame, she exclaimed cheerfully, you never have been. He did not dare to look at her, he could picture only too clearly the expression on her face, he could not endure that inexplicable and unmerite air of confidence. There was a long silence, she certainly expected a word of affection, a word of forgiveness. Matthew could hold out no longer. Look, he said. He produced his pocketbook and laid it open on his knees. Marcel craned her neck to look, and set her chin on Matthew's shoulder. What am I to look at? This. He took the notes out of the pocketbook. 1, 2, 3, 4, said he, crackling them triumphantly. They were still odorous of Lola. Matthew waited a moment, with the notes on his knees, and as Marcel did not utter a word, he turned towards her. She had raised her head, she was looking at the notes, and blinking. She did not seem to understand. Then she said slowly, 4,000 francs. Matthew airily dropped the notes onto the table by the bed. Yes, indeed, he said. 4,000 francs. I had some trouble in raising the money. Marcel did not answer. She bit her underlip and eyed the notes with an air of incredulity, she had suddenly aged. She looked at Matthew with a sad but still confiding air. And she said, I thought. Matthew interrupted her, and said briskly, you'll be able to go to the Jew. It seems he's famous. Hundreds of women in Vienna have been through his hands. Women in good society, wealthy patients. The light in Marcel's eyes went out. Good, she said. Good. She had taken a safety pin out of the box of dressings and was nervously opening and shutting it. Matthew added, I'll leave the money with you. I fancy Sarah will take you to him, and you will pay the fee, he wants to be paid in advance, confound him. There was silence, and then Marcel asked, where did you get the money? Guess, said Matthew. Daniel. He shrugged his shoulders, she knew quite well that Daniel had refused to lend a penny. Jacques. Certainly not. I told you yesterday on the telephone. Then I give it up, she said curtly. Who? No one gave it to me, he said. Marcel smiled faintly, you're not going to tell me that you stole the money. That's just what I did. You stole it, she replied with bewilderment. It isn't true. It is. From Lola. A silence followed. Matthew wiped the perspiration from his forehead. I'll tell you all about it, he said. You stole it, repeated Marcel slowly. Her face had turned grey, and she, with eyes averted, said, how you must have wanted to get rid of the child. What I did want was to prevent you going to that old woman. She pondered, her mouth had resumed its hard and cynical expression. Do you blame me, he asked, for having stolen the money? Good heavens no. Then what's the matter? With a sudden movement of her hand Marcel knocked the box of dressings onto the floor. They both looked at it, and Matthew thrust it aside with his foot. Slowly Marcel turned her head towards him, she looked astonished. Tell me what's the matter, repeated Matthew. She laughed shortly. What are you laughing at? At myself, she said. She had taken the flower from her hair, and was twirling it in her fingers. And she murmured, what a fool I've been. Her face had hardened. She sat with her mouth open as though she wanted to speak to him, but the words would not come, she seemed to be afraid of what she had in mind to say. Matthew took her hand, but she drew it away. She said, without looking at him, I know you have seen Daniel. It was out? She had jerked herself backwards and was convulsively clutching the sheets, she looked both frightened and relieved. Matthew also felt relieved, all the cards were on the table, they must go through with it now. They had all night before them. Yes, I've seen him, said Matthew. How did you know? I suppose it was you who sent him. You fixed it all up between you, eh? Don't talk so loud, said Marcel, you'll wake my mother. It wasn't I who sent him, but I knew he wanted to see you. How rotten of you, said Matthew regretfully. Oh yes, it was rotten of me, said Marcel bitterly. They were silent. Daniel was there, he was sitting between them. Well, said Matthew. We must have a frank explanation. That's all we can do now. There's nothing to explain, said Marcel. You have seen Daniel. He told you what he had to tell you, and you promptly went off and stole 4,000 francs from Lola. Yes. And you have been receiving Daniel secretly for months past. There are plenty of things to be explained, you see. Look here, he said, brusquely, what went wrong the day before yesterday? The day before yesterday. Don't pretend not to understand. Daniel told me that you were hurt by my attitude on that day. Never mind now, she said. Don't you worry about that. Please don't be obstinate, Marcel, said Matthew. I do assure you I mean well, I'll admit anything that I shouldn't have done. But tell me what went wrong the day before yesterday. We should get on so much better if we could recover a little confidence in each other. She hesitated, she was looking sullen and rather listless. Please, he said, taking her hand. Well, it was just as usual, you couldn't be serious about what was in my mind. And what was in your mind? Why do you want to make me say? You know quite well. Yes, said Matthew. I think I know. He thought to himself, that's done it, I shall marry her. All was now clear. I must indeed have been a swine to imagine I could get out of it. She was there, she was in distress, she was wretched and resentful, only one gesture was needed to restore her peace of mind. He said, you want us to get married, don't you? She snatched her hand away, and leapt to her feet. He eyed her with bewilderment, she had turned sickly pale and her lips were quivering. Yes. Was it Daniel told you that? No, said Matthew, disconcerted. But that's what I assumed. That's what you assumed, she laughed. That's what you assumed. Daniel told you I was upset, and you assumed I wanted to get married. So that's what you think of me, Matthew, after 7 years. Her hands too had now begun to tremble. Matthew longed to take her in his arms, but did not dare. You are right, he said. I oughtn't to have thought that. She seemed not to hear. Look here, he went on, there were excuses for me, Daniel had just told me you were seeing him without letting me know. She still did not answer, and he added gently, I suppose you want to have the baby. That, said Marcel, is no concern of yours. What I want is no longer any concern of yours. Please, said Matthew, there is still time. She shook her head, that's not true, there isn't time. But why, Marcel? Why won't you talk things over with me quietly? An hour would be enough, everything could be settled and cleared up. I won't. But why? Why? Because I no longer respect you. And also because you don't love me anymore. She had spoken with assurance, but she herself was surprised and frightened by what she had just said, there was nothing now in her eyes but an uneasy interrogation. She continued in a melancholy voice, if you think like that of me, you must have completely ceased to love me. It was almost a question. If he took her in his arms, if he told her that he loved her, the situation might yet be saved. He would marry her, they would have the child, they would live side by side for the rest of their lives. He had got up, he was about to say to her I love you. He swayed slightly, and then said in a clear voice, well, it's true. I no longer love you. Some while after the words had been spoken he still heard them, to his amazement. And he thought, that's the end of everything. Marcel had started back, uttering a cry of triumph, but almost immediately she laid her hand to her mouth and signed to him to be silent. "Mother," she murmured anxiously. They both stood listening, but could hear no sound but the distant mutter of traffic. "Marcel," said Matthew, "I still care for you very deeply." Marcel laughed disdainfully. "Of course. Only you care differently." "Is that what you mean?" He took her hand, and said, "Listen." She jerked her hand away. "That's enough," she said. "That's enough. I know what I wanted to know." She brushed back from her forehead a few meshes of hair now soaked in perspiration. Suddenly she smiled, as though at a recollection. "But look here," she resumed with a flash of malicious joy, "that isn't what you said yesterday, on the telephone. You said in so many words, 'I do love you,' though no one asked you the question." Matthew did not answer. She said with a crushing look, "The fact is you despise me." "I don't despise you," said Matthew. "I go," said Marcel. "You're crazy," said Matthew. "I won't go, I really must explain to you that I go," she repeated hoarsely, her eyes closed. "But I still care for you deeply," he exclaimed in desperation. "I have no notion of giving you up. I want to stay with you all my life. I'll marry you." "I go," she said. "Go, I can't see you any more. Go, or I won't answer for myself. I'll start screaming." She had begun to quiver all over. Matthew took one step towards her, but she repulsed him violently. "If you don't go, I shall call mother." He opened the wardrobe and took out his shoes. He felt ridiculous and detestable. Addressing his back, she said, "Take your money with you." Matthew turned round. "No," he said, "that's a separate matter. There's no sense in." She took the notes from the night table and flung them in his face. They fluttered across the room and dropped beside the bed, near the box of dressings. Matthew did not pick them up. He looked at Marcel. She had begun to laugh in hysterical paroxysms, her eyes still closed. "Oh, how funny it all is! And I who thought?" He made as though to approach her, but she opened her eyes, and leapt backwards, pointing to the door. "If I stay, she'll begin to scream," he thought. He turned on his heel and went out of the room in his socks, carrying his shoes in his hand. When he reached the bottom of the staircase, he put on his shoes, paused for an instant, his hand on the latch of the front door, and listened. He suddenly heard Marcel's laugh, a low-pitched ominous laugh, that gradually shrilled into something like a horse's neigh and then cascaded downwards. A voice cried, "Marcel! What's the matter? Marcel!" It was her mother. The laugh broke off short, and silence fell. Matthew listened for an instant longer, and, as he could hear nothing more, he quietly opened the door and went out. Chapter 18. He thought to himself, "I'm a swine," and was vastly astonished at the fact. There was nothing left in him but exhaustion and amazement. He stopped at the second-floor landing to get his breath. His legs were unsteady. He had only had 6 hours sleep for 3 days, perhaps not even that. "I'll go to bed." He would throw his clothes down anyhow, stagger to his bed, and fall into it. But he knew he would stay awake all night, staring into the darkness. He went on upstairs. The door of his flat was still open. Ivek must have fled. The reading lamp was still alight in his study. He went in and saw Ivek. She was sitting on the sofa, stiffly upright. "I didn't go," she said. "So I see," said Matthew, dryly. They remained for a moment silent. Matthew could hear the strong and steady pulse of his own breathing. Ivek said, with eyes averted, "I was horrid." Matthew did not answer. He looked at Iveka's hair and he thought, "Is it for her I did it?" She had bent her head. He eyed her soft brown neck with laborious affection. He wanted to feel that he was more fond of her than of anyone else in the world, so that his act might at least have had so much justification. but he was conscious of nothing but an aimless anger, and the act was behind him, naked, elusive, incomprehensible. He had committed a theft, he had deserted Marcel in her pregnancy, for nothing. Ivok made an effort and said politely, "I oughtn't to have intruded my advice on you." Matthew shrugged his shoulders, "I have just broken with Marcel." Ivok raised her head, and said in a toneless voice, "You have left her, without money." Matthew smiled. Of course, he thought. If I had done so, she would be blaming me for it now. No, I fixed that up. You got the money? Yes. Where from? He did not answer. She looked at him uneasily. But you didn't. I did. I stole it, if that's what you mean. From Lola. I went up to her room when she wasn't there. Ivok blinked, and Matthew added, "I shall return it to her, of course. It's a forced loan, that's all." Ivok looked bewildered. She repeated slowly, as Marcel had done not long before, "You stole it from Lola." Her shocked expression annoyed Matthew, and he said briskly, "Yes, it wasn't much of an achievement, you know, just a stair to climb and a door to open." "Why did you do it?" Matthew laughed shortly, "If I only knew." She stiffened abruptly and her face assumed the hard, remote look that came over it when she turned round in the street to look at a pretty woman or a young man who had just passed by. But this time it was Matthew she was looking at. Matthew realized that she was blushing. He continued conscientiously, "I didn't want to leave her in the lurch. Just to give her the money so that I shouldn't have to marry her." "Yes, I understand," said Ivok. She didn't in the least look as if she understood, her eyes were still upon him. He went on, with eyes averted, "It was pretty rotten, you know, it was she who sent me away. She took it very badly, I don't know what she expected." Ivok did not answer, and Matthew was silent, in a sudden access of anguish. "I don't want her to make it up to me," he thought. "You are a fine fellow," said Ivok. Matthew was appalled to feel his bitter love revive within him. It seemed to him that he was deserting Marcel for the second time. He said nothing, he sat down beside Ivok and took her hand. She said, "You look so terribly alone." He felt ashamed, and after a while he said, "I wonder what you really think, Ivok. This was a dreadful business, you know, I was half crazy when I stole the money, and now I feel remorseful." "I can see you do," said Ivok, with a smile. "I think I should feel remorseful in your place, one can't help it for a day or so." Matthew squeezed the small rough hand with its pointed nails. "You are wrong, I'm not." "Say no more," said Ivok. She abruptly drew her band away, and smoothed her hair back, uncovering her cheeks and ears. A few rapid movements sufficed, and when she withdrew her hands, her hair stayed back, leaving her face bare. "There," said she. Matthew thought, "She wants to rob me even of my remorse." He stretched out his arms, and drew Ivok towards him, unresisting. He could hear within himself a little gay and lively tune that he thought had long since faded from his memory. Ivok's head tilted a little onto one shoulder, and she smiled at him with parted lips. He returned her smile, and kissed her lightly, then he looked at her, and the little tune stopped short. "Why, she's nothing but a child," he said to himself. He felt absolutely alone. "Ivok," he said gently. She eyed him with surprise. "Ivok, I was wrong." She was frowning, and her head was shaken by faint tremors. Matthew let his arms fall, and said wearily, "I don't know what I want from you." Ivok gave a sudden start and quickly drew away from him. Her eyes began to glitter, but she dimmed them and assumed an air of gentle melancholy. Her hands alone retained her wrath, they fluttered round her, patted the top of her head, and tugged at her hair. Matthew's throat was dry, but he eyed this anger with indifference. "Well," he thought, "I've wrecked this business too," and he was almost glad. It was a sort of expiation. And he continued, seeking the gaze that she kept obstinately averted, I mustn't touch you. Oh, it doesn't matter now, she said, crimson with rage. And she added in a lilting tone, you look so proud of having taken a decision that I thought that you had come for a reward. He again sat down beside her, and gently grasped her arm, a little above the elbow. She did not disengage herself. But I love you, Ivek. Ivek stiffened. I shouldn't like you to think, she said. Think what? But he guessed. He relinquished her arm. I don't love you, said Ivek. Matthew did not answer. He thought, she is revenging herself, quite naturally, moreover it was probably true, why should she have loved him? All he wanted was to sit for a while silently at her side, and then to let her go without another word. But he said, you will come back next year. I shall. She smiled at him with something like affection. She must have considered her honor satisfied. It was the same face she had turned towards him on the previous evening, when the lavatory woman was bandaging her hand. He eyed her dubiously. He felt his desire revive. That sad and resigned desire which was a desire for nothing. He took her arm, he felt the cool flesh beneath his fingers. And he said, you. He stopped. There was a ring at the outer door, one ring first, then two, then an unbroken peal. Matthew felt frozen. Marcel, he thought. Ivek had paled, she had certainly had the same idea. They eyed each other. You must open the door, she whispered. I think I must, said Matthew. He did not move. Then came a violent hammering on the door. Ivek said with a shudder, it's dreadful to think that there's someone on the other side of that door. Yes, said Matthew. Will you go into the kitchen? I'll shut the door, no one will see you. Ivek eyed him with an air of calm authority. No. I shall stay here. Matthew went to the door and opened it. In the half-light he saw a large grimacing head, not unlike a mask. It was Lola. She pushed him aside and dashed into the flat. Where is Boris? She demanded. I heard his voice. Matthew did not even stay to shut the outer door, he hurried after her into the living room. Lola had advanced on Ivek with a menacing air. You must tell me where Boris is. Ivek looked at her with stricken eyes. And yet Lola did not appear to be speaking to her nor to anyone, and she wasn't even sure that she had seen her. Matthew slipped between them. He isn't here. Lola turned her ravaged face upon him. She had been crying. I heard his voice. Apart from this room, said Matthew, trying to catch Lola's eye, there's only a kitchen and a bathroom in the flat. You can search anywhere you like. Then where is he? She was still wearing her black silk frock and her professional makeup. There was a sort of curdled look in her great dark eyes. He left Ivek about 3 o'clock, said Matthew. We don't know what he has been doing since. Lola began to laugh hysterically. Her hands were clutching a little black velvet bag which seemed to contain one sole object, something hard and heavy. Matthew noticed the bag and felt afraid. He must get Ivek out of the place at once. Well, if you don't know what he has been doing, I can inform you, said Lola. He came up to my room about 7, just after I had gone out. He opened my door, forced the lock of a suitcase, and stole 4,000 francs. Matthew did not dare to look at Ivek. He said to her quietly, keeping his eyes fixed on the floor, Ivek, you had better go away, I must talk to Lola. Can I see you again this evening? Ivek looked distraught. Oh no, she said. I must go back, I've got my packing to do, and I must get some sleep. I do so need some sleep. Is she going away? Asked Lola. Yes, said Matthew, tomorrow morning. Is Boris going away too? No. Matthew took Ivek's hand. Mind you get some sleep, Ivek. You have had a rough day. I suppose you wouldn't like me to see you off. No. I'd rather not. Well, then. Goodbye till next year. He looked at her, hoping to discover a flicker of affection in her eyes, but all he could read in them was panic fear. Till next year, she said. I'll write to you, Ivok, said Matthew dismally. Yes. Yes. She was just going out when Lola barred the way. One moment. How am I to know she isn't going to join Boris? And what then, said Matthew. She is free, I suppose. Stay here, said Lola, grasping Ivok's wrist with her right hand. Ivok uttered a cry of pain and anger. Let me go, she cried. Don't touch me, I won't be touched. Matthew thrust Lola aside, and she drew back a few steps, muttering indignantly. He looked at her bag. Disgusting woman, muttered Ivok between her teeth. She felt her wrist with her thumb and forefinger. Lola, said Matthew, without taking his eyes off the bag, let her go. I have many things to say to you, but let her go first. Will you tell me where Boris is? No, said Matthew, but I'll explain how the money was stolen. Very well, go along, said Lola. And if you see Boris, tell him I've made a charge against him. The charge will be withdrawn, said Matthew in an undertone, his eyes still fixed upon the bag. Goodbye, Ivok, off you go. Ivok did not answer, and Matthew heard with relief the light patter of her feet. He did not see her go, but the sound ceased, and for an instant he felt his heart contract. Lola took a step forward and exclaimed, Tell him he's got it wrong this time. Tell him he's too young to fool me. She turned towards Matthew, still with the same baffling look, which seemed to see nothing. Well, she said harshly. And now for your story? Listen, Lola, said Matthew. But Lola had begun to laugh again. I wasn't born yesterday, she said, laughing. I certainly wasn't. I'm sick of being told I might be his mother. Matthew advanced towards her. Lola. I can hear him saying, the old girl is potty about me, she won't mind my pinching a little cash, she'll even thank me. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know me. Matthew seized her arm, and shook her like a plum tree, while she still laughed and shrieked, he doesn't know me. Be quiet, he said roughly. Lola became calmer, and, for the first time, seemed to see him. Well, what have you got to say? Lola, said Matthew, have you really made a charge against him? Yes. And what then? It was I who stole the money. Lola eyed him blankly. He had to repeat, it was I who stole the 4,000 francs. Oh, she said, it was you. She shrugged her shoulders. The manageress saw him. How could she have seen him? I tell you it was I. She saw him, said Lola irritably. He slipped upstairs at 7 o'clock. She let him pass, because I had told her to. I had been waiting for him all day, and I had only gone out 10 minutes before. He must have been watching for me at the corner of the street, and gone up as soon as he saw me go. She spoke in a quick, dejected tone which seemed to express an unshakable conviction. It's as though she wanted to believe it, thought Matthew wearily. And he said, listen. At what time did you get back? The first time? 8 o'clock. Well, the notes were then still in the suitcase. I tell you Boris went up at 7 o'clock. He may have done so, perhaps he was coming to see you. But you didn't look in the suitcase, did you? Yes, I did. You looked in it at 8 o'clock. Yes. Lola, you're not being straightforward, said Matthew. I know you didn't look. I know. At 8 o'clock I had the key on me, and you couldn't have opened the suitcase. Besides, if you discovered the theft at 8 o'clock, how are you going to get me to believe that you would have waited until midnight before coming to see me? At 8 o'clock you made your face up, you put on your black frock, and you went to the Sumatra. Isn't that so? Lola looked at him with an impenetrable air. The manageress saw him go up. Yes, but you didn't look in the suitcase. At 8 o'clock the money was still there. I went up at 10 o'clock and took it. There was an oldish woman in the office, she saw me, she can bear me out. You noticed the theft at midnight? Yes, said Lola, wearily. It was at midnight. But it's the same thing. I felt unwell at the Sumatra, and went back to my hotel. I lay down, and I put the suitcase on the bed beside me. There were letters in it I wanted to read over. And Matthew thought, that's true, the letters. Why does she want to conceal the fact that they've been stolen too? They both fell silent. Now and again, Lola swayed to and fro, like a sleepwalker standing. She appeared to wake up at last. You stole the money? Yes. She laughed curtly. Keep your patter for the magistrates, if you want to pick up 6 months instead of him. Look here, Lola, why on earth should I risk imprisonment for Boris's sake? She made a wry face. How am I to know what you and he are up to? That's just silly. Listen, I give you my word it was I. The suitcase was by the window, under a valise. I took the money, and left the key in the lock. Lola's lips quivered, she fingered her bag nervously. Is that all you've got to tell me? Then let me go. She tried to pass, but Matthew stopped her. Lola, you just won't be convinced. Lola gripped his shoulders, and thrust him aside. Don't you see the state I'm in? Do you think I'm going to swallow your story about the suitcase? It was under a valise by the window, she repeated, aping Matthew's voice. Boris has been here, and you think I don't know it? You've agreed together what the old woman should be told. Now let me go, she said, with a venomous look, let me go. Matthew tried to take her by the shoulders, but Lola recoiled and fumbled with her bag. Matthew snatched it from her and flung it on the sofa. Beast, said Lola. Is it vitriol or a revolver? Asked Matthew, with a smile. Lola began to tremble all over. Oh Lord, thought Matthew, she's going to have hysterics. He felt as though he were plunged in a sinister and preposterous dream. But she must be convinced. Lola stopped trembling. She had retreated to the window and watched him, her eyes were glittering with impotent hatred. Matthew looked away, he was not afraid of her hatred, but on her face there was an expression of bleak desolation which was more than he could bear. I came up to your room this morning, he said in a measured tone. I took the key from your bag. When you woke up, I was just going to open the suitcase. I hadn't time to replace the key and that is what put it into my head to go up to your room again this evening. It is no good, said Lola curtly. I saw you come in this morning. When I spoke to you, you hadn't even got to the foot of my bed. I had come in once before and gone away again. Lola grinned, and he added reluctantly, to get the letters. She did not seem to hear, it was quite useless to talk to her about the letters, she could only think of the money, and she needed to think of it in order to keep her anger burning, that being her sole resource. At last she said with a short dry laugh, unfortunately for your story, he asked me for the 4,000 francs yesterday evening. That, actually, is what we quarreled about. Matthew realized his helplessness, it was clear that the culprit could be no other than Boris. I ought to have thought of it, he said to himself dejectedly. Don't you worry, said Lola, with a malignant smile. I'll get him. If you succeed in bamboozling the judge, I'll get him in another way, that's all. Matthew looked at the bag on the sofa. Lola looked at it too. It was for me that he asked you for the money, he said. Yes. And I suppose it was for you that he stole a book from a bookshop yesterday afternoon. He boasted of that while he was dancing with me. She stopped short, and suddenly continued with ominous calm. Very well, then. It was you who robbed me. Yes. Then give me back the money. Matthew stood abashed, and Lola added in a tone of ironical triumph, give it back to me at once, and I'll withdraw my charge. Matthew did not answer, and Lola said, "That'll do. I understand." She picked up her bag, and he made no attempt to prevent her. Anyway, even if I had it, that would prove nothing. Boris might have given it to me. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you to give it me back. I no longer have it. Are you serious? You stole it from me at 10 o'clock, and at midnight you no longer have it? I congratulate you. I've given it to someone. To whom? I shan't tell you. He added sharply, "It wasn't to Boris." Lola smiled without replying. She made her way to the door and he did not stop her. And he thought, her local police station will be the one in the Rue des Martyrs. I'll go there and explain. But when he saw the back of that tall black figure moving with the blind momentum of catastrophe, he was afraid. He thought of the bag, and made a last attempt. "After all, I can very well tell you whom it was for. It was for Mile Duffet, a friend of mine." Lola opened the door and went out. He heard her utter a cry as she stepped into the outer room, and his heart leapt. Lola suddenly reappeared, looking like a madwoman. "There's someone there," she said. And Matthew thought, "It's Boris." It was Daniel. He marched in with a flourish, and bowed to Lola. "Here are the 4,000 francs, madam," he said, handing her an envelope. "Will you kindly verify that they are in fact yours?" Two thoughts came simultaneously into Matthew's mind. It's Marcel who sent him, and he was listening at the door. Daniel was rather in the habit of listening at doors so as to stage his entrances. "Has she?" Matthew began. Daniel reassured him with a gesture. "All is well," he said. Lola looked at the envelope with a peasant woman's sly suspicious eyes. "There are 4,000 francs inside it?" she asked. "Yes. How can I be sure they're mine?" "Didn't you take any numbers?" asked Daniel. "As if I should." "Ah, madam," said Daniel with a reproachful air, "you ought always to take the numbers of notes." Matthew had a sudden inspiration. He recalled the heavy odor of sheeper and mustiness that had emerged from the suitcase. "Smell them," he said. Lola hesitated for a moment, then she grabbed the envelope, tore it open, and put the notes to her nose. Matthew was afraid that Daniel would burst out laughing. But Daniel was impeccably serious, and eyed Lola with a blandly comprehending air. "So you forced Boris to give them back," she said. "I know no one by the name of Boris," said Daniel. "It was a friend of Matthew, a woman, who gave them to me to bring them back to you. I hurried round here, and broke in upon the end of your conversation. I offer you my excuses, madam." Lola stood motionless, her arms close at her sides, holding her bag tightly in her left hand, her right hand clutching the notes. She looked uneasy and bewildered. "But why should you have done it, you?" she asked abruptly. "What are 4,000 francs to you?" Matthew smiled a mirthless smile. "A good deal, apparently." And he added quietly, "You must withdraw your charge, Lola. Or, if you like, bring it against me." Lola averted her eyes and said quickly, "I hadn't made any charge." She stood rigid in the center of the room, with a set look on her face. Then she said, "What about the letters?" "I no longer have them. I took them this morning, for Boris, when you were thought to be dead. That's what gave me the idea of coming back to take the money." Lola looked at Matthew without hatred, but with an immense astonishment and a sort of curiosity. "You stole 4,000 francs from me," she said. What a scream! But the light quickly vanished from her eyes, and her face hardened. She seemed to be in pain. "I'm going," she said. They let her depart in silence. In the doorway, she turned. "If he hasn't done anything wrong, why doesn't he come back?" "I don't know." Lola uttered a brief sob, and leaned against the frame of the door. Matthew took a step towards her, but she had recovered herself. Do you think he will come back? I think so. He's one of those that can't make people happy, but can't throw them over. They find that even more difficult. Yes, said Lola. Yes. Well, goodbye. Goodbye, Lola. You aren't in need of anything. No. She went out. They heard the door close. Who is that old party? Asked Daniel. It's Lola, Boris Sergeyevna's friend. She is a little cracked. She looks it, said Daniel. Matthew felt embarrassed at being left alone with him. He felt as though he had been thrust abruptly into the presence of his misdeed. It was there, face to face with him, alive. It lived in the depths of Daniel's eyes, and God alone knew what form it had assumed in that capricious and artificial consciousness. Daniel seemed inclined to take unfair advantage of the situation. His demeanor was ceremonious, insolent, and funereal, as it always was on his most disagreeable days. Matthew stiffened, and held his head erect. Daniel was livid. You look pretty rotten, said Daniel, with a malicious smile. I was going to say the same to you, said Matthew. We're quits. Daniel shrugged his shoulders. Do you come straight from Marcel? Asked Matthew. Yes. It was she who gave you the money. She didn't need it, said Daniel evasively. She didn't need it? No. You might at least tell me if she can manage. There's no longer any question of that, my dear fellow, said Daniel. All that is ancient history. He had raised his left eyebrow, and was gazing ironically at Matthew, as though through an imaginary monocle. If he wants to impress me, thought Matthew, he had better keep his hands steady. Daniel observed nonchalantly, I'm going to marry her. We shall keep the child. Matthew took a cigarette and lit it. His skull was vibrating like a bell. And he said calmly, so you were in love with her? Why not? It is Marcel we are talking about, thought Matthew. Marcel. He could not fully grasp that fact. Daniel, he said. I don't believe you. Wait a bit, and you'll see. No, what I mean is you won't make me believe that you're in love with her, and I'm wondering what's behind all this. Daniel looked tired. He had sat down on the edge of the bureau, with one foot on the ground and nonchalantly dangling the other. He's making fun of me, thought Matthew angrily. You would indeed be astonished if you knew how matters stand, said Daniel. And Matthew thought, why of course she was his mistress. If you ought Hunty to tell me, don't, he said, curtly. Daniel eyed him for an instant as though he enjoyed mystifying him, then suddenly got up and passed a hand over his forehead. It's a bit awkward, he said. He eyed Matthew with surprise. That's not what I came to talk to you about. Look here, Matthew, he laughed constrainedly, what I have to say may upset you a bit. Never mind. Tell me or not, as you like, said Matthew. Well, He stopped again, and Matthew, growing impatient, finished for him, you are Marcel's lover. That's what you want to say. Daniel opened his eyes wide, and emitted a faint whistle. Matthew felt himself blushing crimson. Not a bad guess, said Daniel, with an admiring air. Just what would suit your book, eh? No, my dear fellow, you haven't even that excuse. Hadn't you better tell me, said Matthew, rather dashed. Wait, said Daniel. You haven't got anything to drink, have you? Whiskey. No, said Matthew. But I've got some rum. An excellent idea, he added, we'll have a drink. He hurried into the kitchen, and opened the cupboard. I've been behaving disgracefully, he thought. He returned with 2 claret glasses and a bottle of rum. Daniel took the bottle and filled the glasses to the brim. It comes from the Martinique shop, he said. Yes. You still go there sometimes. Sometimes, said Matthew. Here's your good health. Daniel looked at him with an inquisitorial air, as though Matthew were concealing something from him. "To the beloved," he said, raising his glass. "You're drunk," said Matthew, furiously. "It's true I've had a drink or two," said Daniel. "But don't worry. I was sober when I went to see Marcel. It was after. Have you just come from her?" "Yes. Except that I looked in at the Falstaff on the way." You must have arrived just after I had gone." "I was waiting for you," smiled Daniel. "I saw you turn the corner of the street, and I went in." Matthew could not suppress a gesture of annoyance. "You were watching for me," he said. "Oh, just as well, I dare say. Marcel won't have wanted to be alone. Now what is it you wanted to tell me?" "Nothing at all, my dear fellow," said Daniel, with sudden cordiality. "I simply wanted to inform you of my approaching marriage." "Is that all?" "That's all." "Yes, that's all." "As you please," said Matthew, coldly. They were silent for a moment, and then Matthew said, How is she?" "Do you want me to tell you she's delighted?" asked Daniel ironically. "Spare my modesty." "I beg your pardon," said Matthew dryly. "Quite true, I have no right to ask. But, after all, you did come here." "Well," said Daniel, "I thought I should have had more trouble in persuading her, but she fairly jumped at my proposal." Matthew saw something like a flash of resentment gleam for an instant in his eyes, and he said sharply, by way of excusing Marcel, "She was drowning." Daniel shrugged his shoulders and began to pace up and down. Matthew dared not look at him. Daniel was keeping a close hold upon himself. He spoke quietly, but he looked like a man possessed. Matthew clasped his hands, and fixed his eyes upon his shoes. He continued painfully, "So it was the baby she wanted? I didn't understand that. If she had told me." Daniel said nothing. Matthew went on laboriously, "It was the baby. Very well. It will be born. Well, I wanted to get rid of it. I suppose it's better that it should be born." Daniel did not answer. "I shall never see it, of course," said Matthew. "It was scarcely a question," he added, without waiting for an answer. "Well, there we are. I suppose I ought to be glad. In one sense, you are saving her, but I don't understand it at all. Why are you doing it?" "Certainly not from philanthropic motives, if that's what you mean," said Daniel dryly. "Your rum is filthy," he added. "But give me another glass." Matthew filled the glasses and they drank. "And what are you going to do now?" said Daniel. "Nothing. Nothing more. That little Serguine girl." "No. But you're free now." "Pa." "Well, good night," said Daniel, getting up. "I came to give you back the money, and to reassure you a bit. Marcel has nothing to fear, she trusts me. All this business has shaken her terribly, but she isn't really unhappy." "You're going to marry her," repeated Matthew. "She hates me," he added in an undertone. "Put yourself in her place," said Daniel severely. "I know. I have done so." "Did she say anything about me?" "Not much. The fact is," said Matthew, "it seems to me queer that you should be marrying her. Have you any regrets?" "No. I find it rather sinister." "Thanks." "Oh, for both of you. I don't know why." "Don't you worry, everything will be all right. If it's a boy, we'll call him Matthew." Matthew stiffened, and clenched his fists. "That will do," he said. "Now don't get angry," said Daniel. And he repeated with an abstracted air, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry." He could not make up his mind to go away. "In short," said Matthew, "you came to see what I should look like after all this." "That was one reason," said Daniel. "Frankly, that was one reason. You always look so solid, You annoyed me. Well, and now you've seen me, said Matthew. I'm not so solid after all. No. Daniel took a few steps towards the door, and came brusquely back to Matthew. He had shed his ironic expression, but he looked no more amiable. Matthew, I am a homosexual, he said. I beg pardon, said Matthew. Daniel had flung himself backwards, and was looking at him with amazement, his eyes sparkling with anger. That disgusts you, I suppose. You are a homosexual, repeated Matthew slowly. No, it doesn't disgust me. Why should it disgust me? Look here, said Daniel, don't feel obliged to assume a broad-minded attitude. Matthew did not answer. He looked at Daniel, and thought, he is a homosexual. He was not greatly astonished. You say nothing, pursued Daniel in a hissing tone. You are right, you have the proper reaction, I am sure, such as every sound man ought to have, and you do equally well to keep it to yourself. Daniel stood motionless, his arms stiff against his sides. He seemed to have dwindled. Why on earth did he come to torment himself in my flat? Matthew asked himself resentfully. He thought he ought to have found something to say, but he was plunged in a profound and paralysing indifference. Besides, it seemed to him so natural, so normal. He was a swine, Daniel was a homosexual, all this was in the order of things. In the end, he said, you can be what you like, it's no concern of mine. True, said Daniel, with a supercilious smile, true indeed, it's no concern of yours. You have your hands full dealing with your own conscience. Then why do you come to tell me all this? Well, I wanted to see the effect it would produce on a fellow like you, said Daniel, clearing his throat. Also, now that there's someone who knows, I shall perhaps succeed in believing it. He had turned a little green, and spoke with difficulty, but he was still smiling. Matthew could not endure that smile, and turned away his head. Daniel grinned. Does it surprise you? Does it upset your conception of inverts? Matthew raised his head abruptly. Don't throw your weight about, he said. It's distressing. There's no need to do that for my benefit. You are disgusted with yourself, I suppose, but not more so than I am with myself. There's nothing much to choose between us. Besides, he said, after a moment's reflection, that's why you tell me all this. It must be much easier to confess to a derelict like me, and you get the advantage of the confession just the same. You're a sly little devil, said Daniel in a coarse voice that Matthew had never heard him use before. They were silent. Daniel was staring straight into vacancy with an expression of fixed bewilderment, as old men do. Matthew felt an agonizing stab of remorse. If it's like that, why are you marrying Marcel? That has nothing to do with it. I can't let you marry her, said Matthew. Daniel stiffened, and dark red blotches appeared on his drowned corpse countenance. Can't you indeed? He demanded haughtily. And how are you going to stop me? Matthew got up without answering. The telephone was on his desk. He picked up the receiver and dialed Marcel's number. Daniel eyed him ironically. There was a long silence. Hello, came Marcel's voice. Matthew gave a start. Hello, he said. It's Matthew. Look here, we were behaving idiotically just now. I want. Hello. Marcel. Are you there? Marcel, he said savagely. Hello. No answer. He lost his head and shouted into the instrument, Marcel, I want to marry you. There was a brief silence, then a yapping sound at the end of the line, and a concluding click. Matthew gripped the receiver for a moment, then gently replaced it. Daniel eyed him without uttering a word. His expression was in no sense triumphant. Matthew took a drink of rum, and sat down in the armchair. Well, that's that, he said. Daniel smiled. Don't you worry, he said, by way of consolation. Homosexuals have always made excellent husbands, that's well known. Daniel. If you are marrying her as a sort of gesture, you will ruin her life. You ought to be the last person to tell me so, said Daniel. Besides, I'm not marrying her as a sort of gesture. The fact is, what she wants above all is the baby. Does she? Does she know? No. Why are you marrying her? Because I'm fond of her. The tone was not convincing. They refilled their glasses, and Matthew said doggedly, I don't want her to be unhappy. I swear she won't be. Does she believe you're in love with her? I don't think so. She suggested I should come and live in her place, but that wouldn't suit me at all. I shall bring her to my flat. It is agreed that any emotional relation shall come gradually. And he added with laborious irony, I mean to fulfill all my marital duties. But, Matthew blushed violently. Do you like women too? Daniel emitted an odd sniff, and said, not much. I see. Matthew bent his head, and tears of shame came into his eyes. He said, I'm even more disgusted with myself because I know you're going to marry her. Daniel drank. Yes, he said with a nonchalant, absent-minded air. I suppose you must be feeling pretty rotten. Matthew did not answer. He was looking at the floor between his feet. He's a homosexual, and she's going to marry him. He unclasped his hands and scraped his heel against the floor. He felt like a hunted quarry. Suddenly the silence grew burdensome. He said to himself, Daniel is looking at me, and he hurriedly raised his head. Daniel was indeed looking at him, and with so venomous an expression that Matthew's heart contracted. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. You know, said Daniel. There is someone who knows. You wouldn't be sorry to put a bullet through me. Daniel did not answer. Matthew was suddenly scorched by an unendurable idea. Daniel, he said, you are marrying her to make a martyr of yourself. What then? Said Daniel, in a toneless voice. That's nobody's concern but mine. Matthew laid his head in his hands. My God, he said. Daniel added rapidly, it's of no importance. For her, it's of no importance. Do you hate her? No. And Matthew reflected sadly, no, it's me he hates. Daniel had resumed his smile. Shall we finish the bottle? By all means, said Matthew. They drank, and Matthew became aware that he wanted to smoke. He took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Look here, what you are is none of my business. Even now that you've told me about it, but there is one thing I should like to ask you, why are you ashamed? Daniel laughed dryly. I was waiting for that, my dear fellow. I am ashamed of being a homosexual because I am a homosexual. I know what you're going to say. If I were in your place, I wouldn't stand any nonsense. I would claim my place in the sun, it's a taste like any other, etc. etc. But that is all entirely off the mark. You say that kind of thing precisely because you are not a homosexual. All inverts are ashamed of being so, it's part of their makeup. But wouldn't it be better, to accept the fact? Asked Matthew timidly. This seemed to annoy Daniel. You can say that to me, when you have accepted the fact that you're a swine, he answered harshly. No. Homosexuals who boast of it or proclaim it, or merely acquiesce, are dead men. Their very sense of shame has killed them. I don't want to die that sort of death. But his tense mood seemed to have relaxed, and he looked at Matthew without hatred. I have accepted myself only too thoroughly, he continued quietly. I know myself inside out. There was nothing more to say. Matthew lit another cigarette. There was a drain of rum left in his glass and he drank it off. Daniel filled him with horror. He thought, in 2 years, in 4 years, shall I be like that? And he was suddenly seized with the desire to talk to Marcel about it. It was to her alone that he could talk about his life, his fears, his hopes. But he remembered that he would never see her again, and his desire, not yet actual nor defined, slowly dissolved into a kind of anguish. He was alone. Daniel seemed to be reflecting, his eyes were set, and from time to time his lips parted. He uttered a faint sigh, and something in his face seemed to give way. He passed a hand over his forehead, he looked astonished. "Today, all the same, I did surprise myself," he said in an undertone. He smiled a strange, almost childlike smile, which looked out of place on his sallow face, on which a hasty shave had left blue blotches. "It's true," thought Matthew, he went right through with it, this time. Suddenly an idea came to him, which made his heart turn over. He is free, he thought. And the horror with which Daniel inspired him was suddenly combined with envy. "You must be in a strange state," he said. "Yes, in a very strange state," said Daniel. He was still smiling genially, and he said, "Give me a cigarette." "Are you smoking now?" asked Matthew. "1. This evening." "I wish I were in your place," said Matthew abruptly. "In my place?" said Daniel, without much surprise. "Yes." Daniel shrugged his shoulders. "In this affair," he said, "you've been a winner all round." Matthew laughed dryly, and Daniel explained, "You are free." "No," said Matthew, shaking his head. "It isn't by giving up a woman that a man is free." Daniel eyed Matthew with curiosity. "You looked as if you believed it, this morning." "I don't know. It wasn't clear." "Nothing is clear. The truth is that I gave up Marcel for nothing." He gazed at the window curtains which were faintly stirring in the night breeze. He was tired. "For nothing," he repeated. "In all this affair I have been a sort of embodied refusal, a negation. Marcel is no longer in my life, but there's all the rest." "What do you mean?" Matthew pointed to his desk, with a vague embracing gesture. "All the rest." He was intrigued by Daniel. "Is that what freedom is?" he thought. "He has acted, and now he can't go back. It must seem strange to him to feel behind him an unknown act, which he has already almost ceased to understand, and which will turn his life upside down. All I do for nothing. It might be said that I am robbed of the consequences of my acts. Everything happens as though I could always play my strokes again. I don't know what I would give to do something irrevocable." And he said aloud, 2 evenings ago, I met a fellow who had wanted to join the Spanish militia. Well, and then he became deflated. He's down and out now. Why do you tell me that? I don't know. It just came into my head. Do you want to go to Spain? Yes, but not enough. They were silent. After a moment or two, Daniel threw away his cigarette and said, "I should like to be 6 months older." "I wouldn't," said Matthew. "In 6 months I shall be the same as I am now." "Minus the remorse," said Daniel. He got up. "Come and have a drink at Clarissa's." "No," said Matthew. "I don't want to get drunk this evening. I don't quite know what I should do if I were to get drunk." "Nothing very sensational," said Daniel. "So you won't come?" "No." "Won't you stay a little longer?" "I must drink," said Daniel. "Goodbye." "I shall see you soon?" asked Matthew. Daniel seemed embarrassed. "I feel it will be difficult. Marcel certainly told me that she didn't want to alter anything in my life, but I doubt if she would care for me to see you again." "Indeed?" "All right," said Matthew dryly. "In that case, good luck." Daniel smiled at him without replying, and Matthew added brusquely, "You hate me." Daniel went up to him, and laid a hand on his shoulder with an awkward, diffident little gesture. "No, not at this moment. But tomorrow." Daniel bent his head and did not answer. "Goodbye," said Matthew. "Goodbye." Daniel went out, Matthew walked up to the window and drew the curtains. It was a lovely night, a lovely blue night, the wind had swept the clouds away, the stars were visible above the roofs. He laid his elbows on the balcony, and yawned. In the street below a man was walking quietly along. He stopped at the corner of the Rue Huygens and the Rue Froidevaux, raised his head and looked at the sky. It was Daniel. The sound of music came in gusts from the Avenue du Maine. The white shaft of a headlight slid across the sky, lingered above a chimney, and plunged down behind the roofs. It was a sky for a village fete, sparkling with ribbons and rosettes, redolent of holidays and dancing in the open air. Matthew watched Daniel disappear, and thought, I remain alone. Alone but no freer than before. He had said to himself last evening, if only Marcel did not exist. But in so saying he deceived himself. No one has interfered with my freedom, my life has drained it dry. He shut the window and went back into the room. The scent of ivex still hovered in the air. He inhaled the scent, and reviewed that day of tumult. A lot of fuss for nothing, he thought. For nothing, this life had been given him for nothing, he was nothing and yet he would not change, he was as he was made. He took off his shoes and sat motionless on the arm of the easy chair. He could still feel at the back of his throat the amber, sugared pungency of rum. He yawned. He had finished the day, and he had also finished with his youth. Various well-bred moralities had already discreetly offered him their services: disillusioned Epicureanism, smiling tolerance, resignation, common sense, stoicism, all the aids whereby a man may savor, minute by minute, like a connoisseur, the failure of a life. He took off his jacket, and began to undo his necktie. He yawned again as he repeated to himself, it's true, it's absolutely true, I have attained the age of reason. The end.